Друзья, всем привет, всем доброе утро. Спасибо вам, что в эту прекрасную погоду, в этот ранний час, вы, тем не менее, добрались до нашей секции. Да, рад вас всех приветствовать на секции, которая называется «Лайфхаки SOC» и которая посвящена практикам и технологиям решения задач центров обеспечения кибербезопасности. Меня зовут Владимир, я из Positive Technologies, из команды ПТС, экспертного центра кибербезопасности. И мы также помогаем...
Hello guys, good morning. We help our partners, those who use our products, to do the SOC things and protect the important events and critical important sites. Today I'll be the coordinator of the section and I will help those who listen to us and our speakers to share the experience, practice and life hacks. Well, I want the section to be not just a set of useful speeches, but also like a friendly conversation, so that we share our experience and questions and pains.
Поэтому у нас формат
So
следующий, то есть все наши спикеры в блоках будут находиться все время секции в зале, и мы сможем задавать им вопросы не только...
Okay, we'll be able to ask questions today of those present here, and the speaker will help us kind of address our important issues. So I have a call to all those present here, so please be active in your participation, ask the questions you have. We are open and we'll be glad to help you. We'll try to find answers. Okay, we have several blocks to our session, so we'll start with the development prospects for the SOCs, and we'll talk about new technologies like AI, LLMs. We will talk about the key needs of the SOCs, that is to identify computer attacks and to respond and to prevent them. We'll be also talking today about the classical SOC technologies and how they can be used in practice. And we'll also have a block related to overall SOC experience and our routine tasks. I'd like to thank all the speakers for their time, for their effort invested into getting ready for the speeches. So I wish you good luck and fruitful discussions. I'd like to thank those who are listening to us here and watching us here. And this includes those present, those who are watching us online, and those who are going to watch the record of this session. Thank you very much for your interest in our topic. We tried to make it useful, and we hope that it will work out. I'd like to wish you all a good and fruitful day and a great fest. Thank you very much. So we start the first section. We'll be talking about the SOC development prospects and how they use latest technologies. We call it the present and the future of the SOCs. Today, we'll have experts sharing their experience. They are from the Yandex Cloud SOC. This includes Igor, Yuri, and Vladislav. Dmitry comes from the SOC of T-Bank, and we also have with us Irina from the Positive Technologies Analyst team. Irina will be the first speaker. Irina, the floor is yours.
Всем привет.
Hello, everyone.
Тема моего доклада первая. Я, во-первых, очень рада здесь.
Okay, number one, it's my great pleasure to be here, to be the opening speaker. You know, I have this déjà vu feeling because last year I was also the first speaker in this track,
В прошлом году
and last year I was more focused on the classical issues of the SOC, and I kind of talked about what an autonomous SOC might look like.
я бы хотела немного
And today I'd like to go deeper into this, and because many things have changed, and I'd like to share with you some great things we have. Something has found its way in the commercial products.
я бы хотела
And closer to the end of my presentation, I'll try to talk about this autonomous
как раз за год
kind of driverless SOCs.
произойдет.
So
Вот сегодня я как раз
I took some time to
с вами этим поделюсь.
develop my forecasts, so I'll try to share this
Там так.
with you. Okay, here is the clicker.
Меня зовут Ирина Зинова.
My name is Irina Zinovkina. I head of research in positive technologies. This includes
Все
all
будут у нас, ну, не в описании,
our
поэтому бесплатно, без
well,
регистрации СМС.
published research papers. So this is all available in Russian and English, sometimes in Spanish and Portuguese. So please do follow these links to have a look at our research.
Можно было бы сказать, что
Okay,
с прошлого года, вот год прошел, ну, как бы так сказать, что много
the elapsed year. Well, it has been long,
протекло, конечно,
but
наработок появилось.
to a large extent, we can see many things happening, and they are being integrated in smart ways. And I think that today I'll try to kind of shed some light on this and kind of discuss the things which are available now and which are coming.
А в целом,
Okay.
конечно, хотелось бы,
Overall,
я аналитик,
I'm an analyst,
начать свою презентацию.
so I should start with the numbers. Otherwise, it's like mauvais ton if you don't start with some numbers.
Мы подвели итоги того, что
Okay,
наши коллеги
so here are the results
центра проводили
of the investigations our colleagues in the Expert Center
вообще, что
run in 2023 and 2024. We looked at some time metrics, and this gives us an overall assessment. So the overall incident length is 23 days. So we understand that we are talking about averages. The longest one was 3 years, and the shortest was 1 day. So in between, we got something like 23 days.
про остальные метрики я
Well, the other
дальше. Конечно, нам
indicators will be further developed later. Okay, time to respond and time to detect. The TTR and TTD, they are really important metrics for us. We can draw some important conclusions. So we can see that the TTR
расследований как раз
for about 40% of the
и были кейсы,
investigations took 2 to 7 days, and in some cases it was longer than 2 months. If you look at the time to detect, then we see that a quarter of investigations well have this kind of gap or this range. Well, this might be bad news or good news. Well, it means at least that I can speak a lot about this. Okay, looking at the dynamics versus last year. So last year is the top, and I just copied it from my previous presentation to have a look at the dynamics. So we can see that the overall duration
если учесть,
of incidents or number of those longer than 1 year incidents has grown. So we understand that the share and the overall number has increased.
собственно говоря, смотря на все это, мы понимаем, что
Well, looking at all of this stuff, we understand that the traditional SOC, the way it is, cannot be that effective anymore. We have some global and minor issues, but overall, I'd like to say that the issue is in our dead zones, or kind of white spots. So we need to connect, integrate the connectors and telemetry, and we should also streamline cooperation between different departments or teams so that they exchange data. And the problem is that these tools overall are not really well integrated. Okay, these driverless SOCs, they should have some kind of important characteristics. I will dwell on them later. The most important things I'd like to mention here include AI. So we cannot go further without AI. By the way, I didn't have this initially in my presentation, but having listened to what my colleagues are going to talk about and having read information on these people, I understood that I should mention AI. quite recently we published some research on this. Hello, Roma.
Да, поэтому и Рома с коллегами проводил вебинар на эту тему.
Roma and his colleagues had a webinar on this, so we have enough expertise on this. So I'll share with you some things we have considered. Well, AI in cybersecurity is being introduced. So it's going through its early kind of time. So if you don't say that you have AI powered, you are not that trendy anymore. So we use AI for cybersecurity overall, but there are some caveats here. Well, it does automate some routine tasks. It reduces comparatively the time to investigate and time to respond. It helps us find new types of threats. But overall, this all depends on the types of solutions it's integrated in. So AI is being used now, and it is going to be used in the future for every stage of your security kind of process, and we believe it can be like an assistant, a good assistant. Well, the future for AI, it's important to highlight a number of trends here. I think that my colleagues will mention some of them. Well, I know what they're going to talk about in brief. So we'll talk about the multi-agent systems. This is the mainstream in the field of AI. Also the cyber test range, or cyber polygon as we call it, and digital twins and digital twins attacks. Well, this is a trend in many fields. So if you want to listen to a presentation about this, please come to the Lomonosov Arena tomorrow at 10. My colleagues and I will be focusing on this. And also we can use it to model baits. Well, like in any other case, AI has issues which are not going anywhere in the near future, and they kind of drag behind the driverless nature. So, number one, computing power and teaching data. This is not only our problem, it's also a problem for the attackers. They are trying to use AI in their tasks. Well, but it's really important to find the things for teaching the systems. So if we talk about driverless or autopilot systems, it means that we should give our complete trust to AI. Computing power is in great demand. We have a shortage of experts, and I think that colleagues can share this with us, that well, there are some issues with these experts, but we understand that we have a shortage of cybersecurity experts. But to have someone who is both a developer and InfoSec expert, well, this would be a unique guy. Well, AI is often attacked per se, and this is an issue in terms of further development. We have some research from one of my colleagues who looked at the Mitra Defend. They're using AI there, and about in 1/3 of the techniques they use it, and in the other third it will be further developed. They are going through the book stages and lab tests and so on. So if you look at the Mitra attack matrix, the situation is like 1-to-1 in terms of attack versus defend. So if you look at the techniques for attack, so we think that the numbers are more or less the same. So they have an equal score, so to say, the attackers and the defenders. Okay. Let's talk about the driverless SOC features. So when you introduce the ECM and the CMs and other systems, you see the issue of integrating various connectors because you have to code connectors manually. This is a problem when you have a large infrastructures. Many vendors are now going through this automation process for the rules, but there are two problems here. We need enough data to find, and the other problem is data conversion into the type which would be okay for the SAM system. This is not a trivial task. Well, this can be resolved by analyzing some modules and which would take data and further transfer this to the CM. So we have this module. This is a commercial product. So in terms of characteristics, we are moving ahead. And another important thing is ATL. So without a well-developed ATL, we're not going to have this fullness and structure and speed we need. And the largest vendors who are dealing with CMs and SOCs, they have good bodies of work and experience, so they can connect data and they can transfer data to the CMs really quickly. They have SLAs like 99.99s, and this concept is being introduced quite actively, and it's great that the vendor is developing this. The second thing to mention, the false positives and some alternative events. So we should understand that so we are talking about living as a lamp. So the wrongdoers try to imitate the legitimate users' behavior. And if you look at some research from our colleagues internationally, they often say that the 80% of the alerts are false positive. So this is garbage, which stands in the way of the analysts in their function to properly respond to the incidents. So we have several concepts. They have been introduced and they are being used quite actively. Then this includes the automated white listings, when the third and fourth and so on false alert goes to the false positive folder by default. This is done sometimes through the EDR fixing, so that the data, right data, goes to the CM. But the correlation rules are really important. We cannot do without them, and our international vendors are usually now considering the correlation rules to see the probability of false positives for them. And they use some AI modules there to assess this properly, and there the vendors say that it works really nicely. We have a standalone concept here, the algorithms for the data enrichment through considering causal connections between various events, and some Russian vendors are now using this quite actively. Okay, let's talk about introducing behavioral analysis or analytics. I think this is a well-known field, so people have been using this for a long time, I would say, but now we understand that we cannot do any driverless things without behavioral analytics. But focusing on the analysis and some other features I'm going to mention, I would say that there are two core trends which kind of pierce through all my speech and overall the vendor's development. Number one is building graphs wherever you can. We're talking about selecting the right events and getting rid of the garbage. There they have a trend of building graphs and removing these noise-related branches. And behavioral analysis, it can be even cooler. And the second interesting thing is federation learning. It is not yet used now in commercial products, but many vendors go this way, and so that we increase, so we use this federated learning to increase the trust in our AI solutions. Okay, we understand that sometimes we need to solve problems, to find more information from our platforms. We look for information from external sources, so we're not only talking about internal expertise here. So I think it's a global issue, and here we have some experience. we have some automated mechanisms to enrich any event we are scanning. We have information about processes, because sometimes one parent process is not enough. And overall, I'd like to say that many vendors try to make highly relevant search applications using AI, so that the AI, the omnipowerful AI, should enrich our data as much as possible to let the analyst take the right decisions. Building the chain, the kill chain analytics. So all these chains are built in many products. So this is nice to talk about in terms of marketing, because, well, this is quite reliable, and it's a prerequisite of an effective response system. So we develop the kill chains in many products, and this includes some Russian vendors and for international vendors who have this commercial products. So we would say that this is one of the kind of closest things in terms of the kind of target condition we want to have sometime down the road. And apart from the kill chain, they also built the graphs, dynamic graph of attacks, but there are really few solutions like that. Just a handful of these features are now being developed. Okay. To reproduce the kill chain, we should understand the infrastructure. And if we talk about driverless system, this should be a dynamic asset map, which would rebuild based on the things happening in the network. And it depends. And I would say that, well, I don't think that we can see some cool solutions like that of this dynamic assets map. But if you use SAMs, if you use vulnerability managers, so you can try to do this, because overall, well, you cannot do without graph and without the infrastructure if you want to understand your threats properly. So I would say that threats modeling and the graph of our activity, it would be the fundamental building block for our driverless SOCs in the future. So it would be nice to have something building the graph of the infrastructure, superimposing the attack model, and then everything will be like an open book for us. And, well, modeling kind of threats like that, not on paper, but rather modeling threats based on the importance of the assets and how things are developing. So things like that are now available on the market. And this is really cool. Again, I'd like to mention graph. I really like this word. Yeah, AI, behavioral analytics, and graphs. They are my buzzwords today. Okay, active attack management and generation of response scenarios. I like to say that the playbooks we have now are cool, but if we are dynamic, if we have a graph, if we have a threats model, and we know where the attack is going, and we can see and forecast the next steps, it means that the playbook in the driverless SOC should also rebuild based on what is happening in the incident. In the kind of standard SOC, we look for alerts, analyze stuff, and respond. But in the driverless SOC, which is going to come sooner or later, the system should draw the attack map and decide what to block and how. And, well, we have some experience there. And for now, we use EDRs for this, so that they block some infected hosts and disrupt activities. So I think now we are talking about some cool things we have in some other fields. So this active attack management will give us some new matrices to measure the performance of the driverless SOCs, and the new, well, I think I mentioned this new kind of matrices before. So, well, some of them will become obsolete, but they'll be replaced by the new ones. Okay, built-in expertise. Well, it's not about marketing, which I love, but I do face it from time to time. We understand that built-in expertise is now mentioned by all the vendors when they talk about CMs and SOCs. So I'd like to say that in the driverless SOC concept, expertise should be reinforced, and it shouldn't be just your internal expertise. It should be a ready third-party expertise, because, well, similarly, it will be quite difficult to deal with your in-house expertise alone when you deal with driverless systems. One more thing to mention, in some new generation CMs, detects are coded using some tools supporting the detection as a code concept. And this is really cool. You might compare it with storing everything in the repository, and we have the codes, and everything works well, it's taken off, and many people believe that this concept will find its way in the driverless SOC just a few years down the road. Auto response. This is the big feature for driverless. So this would be a second opinion. We don't expect some other people or things to respond instead of us. We think that the models and systems will give us a hint, will kind of give us some advice. We'll need to double check all of that. It should be well automated. And we have some autonomous analysts. This is software automating line 2 and 1. They plan investigations, they put forward a hypothesis, they gather the context, and all of this is generated as a report shared with an analyst who will kind of double-check. And there are at least 2 solutions like that. They're both commercial, they're different in terms of concept, but they are being used quite actively. That's why we believe that they will also make it to the driverless SOC. So we have solutions like that now, and they're being used in large corporations, among other things. Okay, what is in store for us? We are really interested in this. A driverless SOC is all about thinking about the big and great things, the brave new world. But, well, the key attendants will have deep integration of LLMs into the SOC. I think it's stage 2, or 1 even, of integration. So, you know, the driverless cars, and the overall concept of the driverless cars, it goes through 5 levels of driverlessness. So we start with manual things we do in the car, and all the way to a driverless car, which will do it on its own. So there are several levels in this development process, and I think that now with the SOCs we are somewhere in between. We have some automated processes, but it's far from the kind of destination now. So we are kind of observing some cloud SOCs, and there'll be some pay-per-use models, and I believe that that's going to happen. When? That's the question. Well, I believe that the real kind of use will start not sooner than 2030. I gave it some thought, and I believe that it will be just the first implementations of this. There are many products like that saying that they are smart and cool and autonomous and so on. But to make it really work in this driverless concept, I think it will take some time. And I don't think it's going to happen sooner than 2030. And we believe it will become a big real use thing somewhere in 2035. So if this section is here in 2035, well, I have things to do in my professional career. Okay, what are the barriers to all of this? So we have some technological factors. This includes the AI,
все-таки он недостаточно.
We understand that it's not good enough to take decisions on its own.
Доверие и верификация.
Nothing is trust and verification,
Нам нужна абсолютно.
because we should be absolutely confident that the things are done right. Then liability, who is going to be liable for some mistaken actions performed by the driverless SOC? Economics. This is also important because the return on investment of the automation we have is quite high, but to go all the way to complete driverless solutions, well, we'll have to invest quite a lot in R&D, and the big vendors are not going to do it. And that's why it's developing in this stage-wise manner. So we don't expect some breakthrough solutions like here you have a SOC which will do it on its own. And another important thing is that most of the development we see in the large corporations and overall, there would be proprietary solutions primarily. And we understand that innovations there are not quick. So we understand that many vendors have quite long time solutions, and sometimes you need to recode the whole thing from zero, so this might be problematic. And so I give them, say, 10 years. Okay, 5 to begin with, and I think that in about 10 years, this is going to be really driverless. Well, I don't know. I don't know whether any cool vendors will follow my kind of orders, but I think that's about the way it is going to happen. Okay, what will the humans do? So when we talk about driverless, so we have humans to be the boss of AI. They will develop the strategy, they will control, they will manage, and maybe twist and tweak things. And if we see some unconventional tasks the AI is not ready for, is not taught to deal with, then we'll also need a human being. So these are the non-phishing QR codes we can use to have a look at our research. And you're also welcome to the Positive Technologies website, and you can read our research there, including that on driverless SOCs. And I think we have a new piece to join the team soon. Okay, that's it from me. Thank you very much for coming. We have full theater at 10 o'clock. This is quite impressive. Thank you for this. Thank you, Irina. By the way, we have an important thing to mention. Please be engaged and ask questions. The speakers will give you presents, books provided by Peter, publishing house. So these are books on cybersecurity. So please do ask questions to earn these rewards. Okay, we have a question. We have a mic. Here you are. Thank you. My name is Konstantin Sizov, Systems Integrator. Okay, let's describe a situation for you. There are many companies. Well, everybody needs security. Everybody needs SOCs, including the small companies, say 50+ assets. They want to know what's going on. And considering the issue we have with the staff, we understand that there is a need, but it's not satisfied yet. Okay, do you think that driverless SOCs, the large SOCs where they have a lot of manual kind of input, they'll be automated, or do you think that we are kind of there to see, or will be there to see small SOCs to help small companies in this driverless way? Yeah, I think we'll have them. I believe it could be a service model. When you provide services and cloud SOCs, when you don't need your own infrastructure. So everything will be in the cloud. Yeah, and I think that small companies will be there. Well, the big ones will try and make all the mistakes, and they will be like a testing range for the vendors, and I believe the medium and small business will get this. I represent a vendor, so I can tell you that companies are really interested in providing security for the medium and small businesses. It's cool to help the big ones, but the small ones should be also supported. My name is Artem Kirining. I'm from Bizon. I'd like to add a few things. You will not be awarded with a book for this. Yeah, I understand. Well, that's what we are considering now. I understand that this driverless nature will be really important for the small companies because they don't have enough money for full-fledged cybersecurity. They need a box to do everything for them, to take all the decisions instead of them. And secondly, I believe that when we introduce this autonomous SOCs, we'll need some profiling stage to satisfy the infrastructure and the business tasks where you are introducing this. And here we have a big gap. I mean, for those who are dealing with it, how to profile the infrastructure, how to understand what is okay and what is not okay for this infrastructure. Or it can work the other way around. Maybe it's already compromised. So to find this subtleties. And I believe for this stage, we'll need human input for deployment and for fine-tuning of the driverless SOC. Okay, thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Any other questions, please?
Коллеги, вот там есть вопрос.
Well, colleagues, we have a question there. Let's give our audience a chance. My name is Andrei Narchuk, also from the Systems Integrator company. And I'd like to hear your opinion in terms of autonomous SOCs. Well, I think it might be a problem for the security of the SOC. So we understand we have this data enrichment, we have learning and so on. And the development process overall, so we'll build graphs and so on, and this might be a target for an attack. Sure, absolutely. Just like any technology brings something great and some threats, and any protection tool is also subject to attack. And we understand that AI is not too reliable, to put it mildly. And we have an AI section talking about attacks against AI. Well, I absolutely agree with you, but I believe there are vendors who have failed repeatedly, and they're now developing good protection or security tools to make their solutions so that you don't poison data, you don't kind of interfere with the graph building process. Well, sure, attacks like that might happen, and threat actors will sure go there, and we cannot have a 100% security system anyway. Thank you very much. Let's have our final question.
Добрый день, Ленинградский электротехнический институт.
Hello, Leningrad Electric Technical University, Alexei Nevsky. You have described the playbook of the driverless SOCs project. I'd like to hear what Fortinet, Cisco, IBM, Palo Alto, the market leaders, what are they doing there? Are you competing with them or collaborating with them? Well, collaborating with international companies, well, I wouldn't comment too much on this. I don't know overall is positive dealing with them or not, but I don't think that our overall relationship is too good now. I don't think we are sharing too much now. Palo Alto, they have a system, they call it XIEM.
Тяжело выговорить, который как раз CM плюс R.
So this is AI plus CM. So many vendors who are now kind of offering these driverless things, so they have CM plus OR quite often. That's what they mean by this. And another leader, apart from positive technologies here, would be Splunk. Splunk also offered quite a lot of solutions, and all the features I have mentioned are developed by Splunk here and there, so they're also a leader. Okay, we have another question from another colleague over there. Thank you. Thank you for your speech. I have a question on data. So we talk about clouds, we talk about agents and small companies. And talking about data, the data used by AI for learning and so on. We understand that every company will has its own experience. So talking the data used for teaching AI, I think this is kind of a gray zone. Do you think that the attitude to the data, to the corporate data, will somehow change so that you use the data for teaching AI and other things? Could you wave your hand so that I can see you? Okay, thank you. Glad, because, they are blinding me with their lights. Yeah, sure. The zone is really gray, but the federated learning concept people are talking about, so they are kind of coming to terms how to anonymize all that so that you exchange it. You exchange data coming from different companies so that you cannot discern which company is mentioned. Well, I think it's the only way to make it take off. If they don't exchange data, this is not going to work, so they should collaborate. But now it's not there. I think it is going to be there by 2030. Okay, thank you. A round of applause for Ira. Ira, please pick the best question. This is a difficult task. We didn't give the floor to Dennis because he would have kind of earned the book. Okay. The question about the medium and small businesses. Thank you. Okay. Guys, let's proceed. Let me invite Igor from the Yandex Cloud SOC, and Igor will talk about using LLM agents to kind of reinforce your SOC. Okay, Irina has shared some prospects with us, and I'll talk about some next steps we could make to get closer. My name is Igor. I'm an engineer in Yandex Cloud. They wanted me to say that I have worked in security for a long time. Well, you can sit there for a long time, but the important thing is that you should do something. So I'll talk about the way you should build your agents with some code to make this stuff useful, and I'm not going to talk about marketing. Okay, let's talk about the agents and how they work, how they interact with the LLMs. Then we'll talk about the price. So if you want to roll out your own agent, and then so we have a repository with GitHub, and I think you'll be able to use this stuff. Okay. Why? The market is talking about building great agents. Everybody is using them, but they're not sharing pieces of the code, which is quite unfortunate. And every time you kind of develop your agent, you start from scratch. And the analysts are kind of sad. We have a huge flow of alerts, and as Irina mentioned, 80%, I would say 90% of alerts would be useless noise, kind of forcing the analysts to do one and the same thing. They get unhappy, and when they see the incident to respond to, they just scroll it down, just ignoring it like the rest of this. And at the same time, we have great LLMs who can process data really well, but this is not AI, which is going to win us over. But they can read some text, and they can support you in terms of decision making. And I think they help you more than human analytics or analysts. Okay, we'll try to use this technology. We'll show how to do it and how to deploy a system like that at your premises. Okay, let's talk about our usual interaction with LLM. with LLMs. Okay, I don't think you can make it out. Okay, so we have a browser, we join a GPT model, and we tell it, okay, please enrich this IP address or a hash. If we are not lucky, if this is a bad LLM, it will hallucinate, come up with some things. But we have a good LLM model, which is telling us, I don't know about this address, I was taught a year ago, and so on and so forth. Okay, then you remember that you have some TI platform, and we tell it, okay, go there and take data, perform analysis. It says, I cannot, I don't have access, and so on. So you get set, you go to your TI platform, you open a report on the entity you want to analyze, you feed it to the LLM model, it performs the analysis and gives you the final line you kind of expected. Okay, so, AI doesn't wash your dishes and doesn't clean your backyard. So we should do a lot to make it useful. Okay, here is a good scenario with an AI agent, which seems to be making our life better. Okay, in our dialogue we have a third party, someone who will do the active things for us in this, say, physical world. It will launch some things and so on. The second thing, we kind of preset the LM model, telling it its role with the system prompt. People scarcely do it, well, but here the model, which is taught by anecdotes and so on, they are looking for an answer, looking at some cooking books and so on. But if you have the system prompt, we kind of reduce the scope of answers, making the LLM more precise. And then we ask the question, could you please enrich the IP address, please? And then starting with the hidden line, the magic happens. The LLM understands it doesn't have enough data, but it has a list of tools it can use or try to call, and it generates a surface message. Then the third party comes into play to see this kind of message, hides it from us, we cannot see it, tries to launch the tool the LLM asked to be run, and it shares this data with the LLM without showing it to us. Then the LLM generates a report. It looks like a great future, right? We get the report quickly, and we believe that the AI agent really makes the life of analysts better. Okay, some conclusions. Well, just a chat with LLMs will not help you. It is good for a demo. You can show your grandma how to quickly get some cooking recipes, but for a SOC analyst, this is going nowhere. And Irina mentioned graphs in SOCs in general, and this model of using graphs is now being used in many places, including for agents, and they have many architectures. They also have reasoning models who kind of show you the scenario for implementing your task, and you can adjust this scenario. And they also have a way to support interaction with the global world. There are RCP servers, they are now spinning out quite aggressively and generating a lot of noise, but anyway. So we tried to build our AI agent. What we will start with? Okay, the first three libraries or tools would be some visual kind of building systems, the N8N. It is quite popular in YouTube and Russian-speaking internet. So you can develop your helper or assistant pretty quickly, just overnight. But it's difficult to add here authentication, authorization. It's a difficult thing. Okay, all the vendors make their libraries. Yandex, Sberbank has come up with their own library to deal with the LLM models. They add some agents there. OpenAI is doing it. But the problem is that today one vendor comes first, tomorrow the other vendor will come first, and so on and so forth. So how can we switch between them? The MCP servers, they are kind of buzzwords today. They work well in the context we have 1 or 2 MCP servers, but when you have 20 of them there, it's problematic because the descriptions are conflicting and they make the LLM generate some nonsense. Okay, and I selected a low-level library, a lang graph. Well, there are several options here, and here are the parameters I used to make my choice. Number one, it's quite low level. So when you work in your environment, you can click through these entities, you can find the clusters dealing with the storage, with the models. It is also based on LangChain. It's a popular library. I mentioned it last year, and it's well described in the internet. It's easy to learn how to deal with it. The Lang graph is flexible. It uses the graph approach to building agents, so you can build any architecture. Here we got the numbers in the in this line. So this is a reference to the next slides. Well, the pictures look nice, but it's not that easy to build graphs, because quite often you need to process the message to understand how the graph works. It's better to use some preset graphs. The Lang graph lets you connect the MCP servers easily and seamlessly. And the Lang graph also has troubleshooting or debugging tools. I hope you can hear me. Anyway. Yeah, this guy is slow, isn't he?
Когда вы будете работать с языковой моделью, очень много чего происходит под капотом, и средства отладки в этом случае становятся очень нужны.
When you deal with an LLM, many things are happening under the hood, and you need debugging for this. And through debugging tools, you could connect some other debugging tools. And at this kind of stage, I should kind of be impressive. Here is the structure of the or architecture of the project, but there are only 3 things here for you to remember. So the first one is API gateway. So we interact with the agent and with all the entities, the subgraphs and tools through the HTTP API. So please don't try to interact directly with the entities because the interfaces will be different. So you should use the HTTP. This is like an industrial standard. The lower level would be tools. All SOCs have tools or scripts. They have CM and SAR platforms which can be used. So we'll connect them to our brain, and the central would be kind of part would be the brain of our agent. Okay, let's look deeper here. The brain. So we have the supervisor graph. I picked it. I tried many. They seem quite similar, but they are much different in terms of the way they work. So we believe that this is the best thing to use for building your graph. So we have a supervisor graph to take decisions what is going to happen next. It can deal with memory, you can bring the functions there. It can understand or recognize who is dealing with him, so authentication and authorization. It can clarify your request, because people sometimes make strange queries when they talk to an agent. So sometimes you need to reformulate or clarify the response. And they also route the request to the subgraph which will perform the task you need and will return the answer to the supervisor so that a second request might be filed or the answer might be shown to the user. Well, I tested my architecture in the GPT, and it was described like that. I, well, liked it, but it's dumb, so we just put it as an example.
Из чего состоят подграфы?
Okay, the subgraphs. So we have here a row of graphs here. So we have some scientific papers on how it works. Well, in the middle we have the agent, the brain of the subgraph, who kind of knows what it can do. And it has a set of tools it can use.
В частности, вот эту реактор-архитектуру я применял для
For instance, I used this architecture for the enrichment graph. When you give the IP address, FQDN, or the hash, and it decides which tool to call. And if the IP address is there in the FQDN, it can repeatedly call the tool to further enrich it and give you a big report on the connection between the IP address and FQDN and the hash. And this also works for incident investigation. But for this, you'll have to change the prompt a little bit, so you'll be able to compare these prompts. Then you should connect your SOR or your log repository here, and you'll have a timeline. So it will send the request on API address. It finds some time intervals. It's enriched. Then they go again to the log repository. They find new entities, and in this cycle, within several minutes, they investigate the incident and build you the timeline. Well, this is magic. It works well. I would say it works better than protein analysts, because they make mistakes in their queries, and even if the LM makes a mistake, the kind of probability of a bad answer would be lower than for the protein analysts or human analysts. Then we have the few-shot technology for the trash. So we give some alerts to our model, give the previous alerts and an instruction in terms of investigating this. For this, LLMs work well. Our colleagues are telling us that it can save up to 2 hours of your analyst's effort. So you can save 25% of your shift time. So you can read some articles, you can drink tea, and so on. So no interface here. So it has the HTTP interface. You can deal with it. You can have a Telegram bot. This will be just a few requests in the cursor or some other system you deal with. And this is a real dialogue from our AI agent. Here they're considering the access request to the information systems. So the key fields will be to approve or to deny, and the probability. So whether the agent is confident. Okay, so you can add your Telegram bot easily yourself. Okay, some mistakes and recommendations. Well, I will mention them, you'll forget it, and you'll make your own mistakes, but I should still share it with you because it might help you cut some corners. Number 1, temperature. If somebody tells you that LMs answer one and the same question differently, tell them that you have this parameter of temperature. If you bring it down to 0, it becomes stable. It gives you one answer to one question. Well, last year I shared some code examples with the change of the temperature. I showed how it works, and you have some examples in the internet. Then, picking the model. Yesterday, the AI track had a good speech talking about picking the model with matrices. I think you should have a look at it. But, sometimes even good LLMs are bad for building AI agents. And if you add well,
Не ждите, что он
something like,
работает с
well,
вашим инструментом. У него там есть заморочки.
so there are some issues with some models. Maybe you can fix them with some twisting and tweaking, like DeepSeek. But I gave up on DeepSeek. Prompts are important. You should write properly in terms of your orthographic, punctuational mistakes, and so on. So if your request is incorrect, then you'll have garbage. You should also formalize the output. Tell the model what you want to get, the format, the type, and so on, and then you'll be happy. Otherwise, it does it on its own, and you'll be sad to see this. Well, testing.
Код для построения end-to-end теста лежит в проекте.
The code is there in the project.
Написали первый граф, запустили.
So you have the first graph, you launch it, you like it, so test it, because the change of the prompt, the change of the model, the change of anything, well, if you don't have tests with questions, so you might be kind of unhappy later. Please validate input and output. So HTTP developers have a lot of libraries for data validation. Please use them. I used the Python library, but they also have a cool library, Pydantic. It is better developed and a better match for this. But if I had brought it to the project, it would have become even more complicated. Authentication and authorization added, because you have the HTTP arbiter in the internet, and I adapted this for the cloud launch. You add the Telegram bot, and someone will come there with some questions to steal your data. So starting with the first steps, either seal it and don't share your AI with anyone, or think about access rights. A few words about security. Well, 2 weeks ago, I think, they published attacking infrastructure. So they share this as apps or interfaces in the internet, and now they are making malicious MCP servers stealing data in the internet. And LLMs have everything: secrets, credentials, and so. So be careful. I think that supply chain attacks are going to prosper in this field. Okay, technical things. Use the CI/CD so you can have some GitHub actions. So try to kind of be as far as you can from the code launched in the cloud. Because you really want to modify it, and you will quickly lose control of data processing in your graphs, and it will topple down your thing. Please set the graph. The graph has good tools to show how your agent deals with LLM. Please look at it step by step. This is convenient, and you can also add some personal data there just to see how it works. You can also use some more general tools for monitoring. Our colleagues yesterday mentioned when they build AI agents, they have problems in terms of the timeouts. They have cycled requests, so you can settle this using monitors, and this is not that complicated. Collect all the dialects to the database. I mentioned this last year. Well, this was like a revelation for me. And the DeepSeek company, you remember, they opened the click house with all the dialects, so we use this to test their model. This is quite convenient. Everybody is doing it, so do it too. The question, the answer, if the user can like the answer, so this is great. This will let you run some more advanced tests of what you are doing. And please use free tier services in the cloud. The project I am kind of advertising is completely built on free tier services, and now it costs 3 days a week. Well, this is because we properly arrange the secrets, but if you forget about security, it will be 0 rubles. So if you have a lot of requests, then so the price is 1.5 rubles. So, I mean, for testing, I would spend 150 rubles a day maximum to test my project. AI agents should be urgently introduced. If you are not doing it now, you are behind. It will take time to build an AI agent. It is not coming out of the box. You know, this looks like building a SOC to an extent. It will take time, it will be painful. You will teach it as a baby, it will make mistakes, you'll go in circles. So don't expect to catch up quickly, no. Please look at the prompt structure. Google has a great book on prompts. Please have a look. And then errors processing or management. Many say that the models are not stable and so on. So make it right. Your agent will be stable if you do it properly. At the first stages, add debugging. You know, it was like an insight for me. I have my code, then I have the line graph library, and below it there are some libraries. And when you launch your debug and it goes all the way down, well, some open source libraries can send some information to a post hoc. So this is not nice. So please know what you are dealing with, or switch it off if you don't want to send telemetry somewhere far away. So switch off these features. And one kind of questionable thing, the use of pure data. Now, when you trash your incidents, we add to the context the previous sorted out incidents. And I think that if you feed to the context the previous incidents sorted out by your AI agent, then it will not work too well. Why? Well, they're trying to use pure human-generated data to teach LLMs. If LLM model-generated data goes there, then in 4 to 10 generations, the quality of the LLM data will go down and dramatically. So if we add here to the context of the incidents which were investigated by the AI agent, then our SOC will be a poor performer. I will say that AI agents are bad, but as a matter of fact, it's our problem. We didn't properly choose the data to feed it. Okay, hopefully you understand now that we should build AI agents. This is not difficult. The code is there. In GitHub, it's quite simplified. I stripped it down to make it simple. We reduce the kind of load on analysts. We are talking about 2 hours, and this is proven by real-life facts. And I found a good video lesson in the internet on how to build your AI agent, and it will share with you some steps on how you should use this and how to build AI agents. And talking about security, well, I think we'll mention this next time. But please add authentication, authorization, filter incoming data, and so on. Use all these classical approaches. We talked about the web, you remember, or developing apps. So all these approaches are valid here too. Okay, the QR code generated by ChatGPT, you can use it to go to the repository. Okay, and my coordinates. Thank you, and I'm ready for your questions. Thank you, Igor. Colleagues, let's limit it to 3 questions. We don't have too much time.
Есть ли вопросы?
Как здорово. Я как раз не люблю вопросы.
Напоминаю, что за лучший вопрос у нас...
Yeah, for the best question, you'll have books from the Peter Publishing House.
Если вопросов нету...
Okay, unless we have any questions, thank you. A round of applause for Igor.
И пригласим...
Now, let's welcome to the stage Dmitry, Dmitry comes from the T-Bank SOC team. Dmitry will talk about his experience in the AutoML SOC.
Коллеги, всем привет.
Colleagues, hello.
Защитник
Today, I'll try to defend the AutoML. I think that we kind of forget what we needed for in SOCs because LLM agents are now conquering everything.
Пара слов о себе.
Okay, a few words about myself.
В интеграторе
I spent some time in the integrator, in the vendor. I also built the magic kind of triangle of Russian cyber security. I primarily dealt with development of security solutions. There are two parts to my speech. So we'll talk about the practical kind of use of this. So how can we survive if we don't have vendors? If we kind of have to build this from scratch, then we'll talk about your throughput increase, how to build the systems quickly, reduce the resources, and how to make the system autonomous.
Какую пользу у нас получается
Okay, what's the value
модели детектирования на
coming from detection model at the classical level?
примеров? Привел два обезличенных кейса.
There are two anonymized cases for you. I was asked to anonymize them.
Что есть
So in the first one, so we have some.
вектор критичный, атаки все равно как бы прилетают, и надо их
So this is a critical vector. We have attacks. So we have some automated systems. We have information security systems. So let's build the LM. Yeah, we have this, and we have reduced our white spot. Everyone is happy. And this is an opposite case. We have a detector kind of catching all the attacks, but it generates too many falses. So these analysts just work with a 24/7. And they're really unhappy. So we tried to begin with statistics, not rules, but statistics didn't help us either. And that's why ML helped us. We made it more precise. And we managed to find new attacks called anomaly detection.
Давайте немножко декомпозируем нашу
Okay, let's further decompose our task. So why
углубляемся и
we are going deeper here and using ML for detection? Well, we have expertise, we have ISS, so why
это на этапе
we should use it? So they use it in the SOCs at the coordination stage for gathering context or to analyze cases. Okay, why? Well, we can get rid of false positives, we can make it more precise, we can do aggregation, we can develop aggregates, so we can look at these false positives through ML agents. But if we miss something at stage 2, and this is most likely to happen, then we'll have nothing to filter through. So to reduce our blind spots, to see the unknown threats, we should target the second stage. So this is our vision, this is our personal opinion.
Какие у нас есть варианты, чтобы вообще эту
Okay, what are our options to sort this out? So we have rules and statistics, they work quickly, everybody understands how to do it. I have developed them myself throughout my career, but if we have some non-trivial case, then we have to invest too much time to support all this, to change the conditions, to change thresholds, populate the whitelist. So this is a nightmare. Here ML helps us, because if you build it properly, you don't need resources. We scarcely need any resources for ML models here, but they're a little bit slower and a little bit more difficult to interpret. But their interpretation is still higher than for LM detection. So LM detection is a new trendy field. We kind of narrowed down the data, and we look for things using the LLM. Well, it works for some cases, but in the SOC, most of the data is structured, and Ira mentioned that too. Well, you should use it. So that's why ML is a big thing, but LLM detection is also promising.
из чего он состоит? Значит,
Okay, the components. So you know that we look for anomalies, and we have a classification.
Наши модели в разрезе того,
So we look at our models. We understand that we need some binary yes/no attack on a given entity. So we look for anomalies using some indicators like the user, say the host, and then we look for different types of discrepancies. We have a lot of false positives. We don't know what to do about it. So we buy some solutions like EBA, then we throw them away, and so on.
в наших глазах не очень хорошее решение.
We don't consider it a good solution. How do we overcome this?
Все могут себе представить фонарик, который...
You can imagine your light torch, like highlighting some pieces of our infrastructure. Some light torches are different. You can change their aperture. And so looking for anomalies, we have this this light torch, and we can focus on what we are looking at, what we need to be looking at to reduce the false positives. So we kind of reach this understanding. We looked at some analysts and how they deal with alerts. So they don't usually think too much when they look at the alerts. They usually have some signals, and so they believe that, okay, this is suspicious, that is suspicious, and this is too suspicious. And all of this taken together is too suspicious. So this is most likely to be true positive. So this is how we look for anomalies. So we have classification, we have tags, so we accumulate them.
Если вы заказчик, у вас такая ситуация, вам сразу говорю, будет редко. Что же делать с разметкой? Все равно, потому что разметка нам нужна, даже если у нас поиск аномалий, все равно нужно как-то это все валидировать. То есть примеры атак какие-то нам нужны.
So we need some examples of attacks and some kind of good behavior. Examples. We have analysts, and analysts have their kind of judgments. We store all this. We have some artifacts. And we have different solutions, and we have simulations, manual automated data, we have pentest data, and we also have this weak learning. Well, people underestimate it. Why? Well, we have correlation rules with some thresholds. We have quite a lot of them, so we can remove thresholds from them and take the conditions. And this will become
сделать различного рода правила, по которым...
a set of rules for tagging our data set,
но при этом данных...
quite roughly, but we'll find quite a lot of data. So if we have a lot of data, and the data is not well tagged, but still tagged, this will increase our quality, just like a little data set tagged manually by an expert. So we should use it. And we also use some flags here provided by the, well, by the ISS. So we should use them. Active learning. Okay, we have some tagging, and we need to improve our models. Then those who deal with models, they might take some samples.
Выдает наименее уверенный результат.
If we see that the model is not confident, so we can manually tag this and do these iterations until you reach the level of quality you want. There are some other tagging methods. We don't think that we should pay attention to them, but sometimes they are helpful, but we don't use them.
Давайте поговорим о признаках, которыми...
Okay, let's talk about some indicators we can use to direct the model looking for anomalies properly. Well, we can use either the structure or the features. Let's start with the features. Say we have some table data. So here we build a vector, which is reinforced when the behavior of the entity matches our expectations. If we have time rows, then we look at the confidence intervals, and then we use these predictions to mix all this stuff together and to generate the features or indicators, which will also kind of mean that we have an attack or something. Then we can develop some metrics and timelines. The same works for graphs. There we have nodes, there we have kind of edges, and this will also kind of show that there might be some important events going on when the behavior of the entity matches this set of features. And we can compare this. In the graphs, we have the structural assessment of anomalies, and we can mix it with the target features. Okay, the models, what do they look like? Okay, the models are a set of blocks we can build in a proper way to see the pattern we want to find. So if we need timelines, okay, or rows, we calculate it there, then we bring it to the second level model, then we consider the target features, and then we find the anomalies. And the same works this way for the graph. You can mix it in any way you like, and you can add some other things here, not necessarily only the graphs and kind of trusted rows, so we can do it easily. Here are the libraries we have for this, and the important thing to consider is that you should properly select the entity. So this could be your credentials or host or subnet or whatever. So you should split your pipeline into train and prediction. So I think that you kind of understand how it should be done. At the optimization stage, the metrics to the right are optimized, and what we see in green is monitored online. So when the model doesn't work properly, when it should respond, nobody will be happy. Okay, it's enough for the models. Let's talk about speeding up the process, how to democratize it, and how to make it autonomous to an extent. Here are our results. We reduced the time dramatically, the time spent by one engineer to develop a system like that. Then we added to the AutoML ops some AI assistants, and we further reduced the time. And this makes us happy. Let's talk about this magical AutoML ops. So we have the pipeline for a project when you develop a system to detect based on ML. So we have some task, we gather data, we generate features, and we kind of prepare the ML and we deploy it. So we have three components: AI assistance, AutoML techniques, and MLOps practices. So we start with MLOps, you build it, and then it's AutoML. It helps you develop models quicker using various algorithms for optimization. You can pick the right features and models and parameters. The same kind of techniques mean that you have templates for your pipelines, and you can use it further when you develop a similar project. All the kind of predictions you have here, they should be shown to the analyst. So you should show the features which impacted the model, so that for them it should be kind of just as any other alert. A cherry for the cake. We make this a little bit more intellectual, because we understand that LM is just a storage of fundamental data, and it is likely to know more than you do. And it would be kind of weird to avoid it, because we need target and expert features in our situations, and experts don't always come with them. But here we have the LLM. This is a great thing to use. Okay, let's start with them. LLMs. Just imagine you are there in the SOC and they tell you, okay, we have a lot of correlation rules, they generate a lot of false positives. Okay, we are paying you well, so please generate SOC on LM. So what do? So they make an LM app, they feed all the code base to it. So in our case, it can be easily done because it's written on a well-known language. So we add some statistics, and then through RAC we add some analysis. What was the reason of the false positives? So the right decisions of the model. So we add all of this to the context. We understand the rules we should bring to the ML, and which ML templates should be generated, because the development of one AutoML template
нагрузку скопом, потому что мы сразу
will reduce the load, because several systems are ML powered now. So we have a list of detecting systems. We have the template. Okay, we understand where the documents should be. We send it to the libraries. So we have so we have the input, we have the output, we understand what the pipeline should look like, and this should be for you just the first draft. You should understand how it works, but this speeds up the overall process. Okay, and what shall we do if we don't have any attacks? What do we do? So we take a framework with some name, and so they launch it, they see whether the correlation rule works or not. So we try to find what we have in the kind of blind spots. So we don't necessarily see whether we have this alert or not. And for this, we have an agent. We give this agent the tool we use for a specific procedure, the tools which help him or it find the logic, detecting logic. And we launch it in our infrastructure in a safe way, and we make it interact with the environment to collect enough attack examples to further hone the model. So the model cannot generate any gibberish here, because we kind of feed it with physical tools, physically taking the steps we tried to kind of find and teach it upon. Okay, now we should kind of catch some attackers, and we need features, and these features should be generated by experts. We are not necessarily experts, so we have the LLM which will help us. So we describe the task and the reasons, we send the pipeline code.
Без этих всех волшебных обвязок беседуешь там иногда с аналитиками.
You sometimes talk to analysts, you talk about some cases, you talk about the time it takes, what you pay kind of attention to, what you don't pay attention to, and you add all of this to the context, and it works really nicely. And what can we get? So we have our features, we have the AutoML template. It works. We developed it using some system. So we have a task for a new detecting system, and we have some data examples. So it's not an issue for the ML to generate a YAML config, which would be several dozen lines long. Well, it will not give you the whole system, but you can use a template for agents. You can give it to them as a tool to build a model for classical learning to find some anomalies. So when you develop the model kind of doing it yourself, so we look at this as a foundation for our pipeline. Well, the pipeline without these new features. So we have the YAML, we have the template.
Подставляем YAML.
So we add the YAML to the template, and we roll out our models for training and retraining and tuning the models. So we get the initial versions of the trains. Then they work in the forecasting mode. We send the alerts to the analysts. The analysts are happy. So they now have few of them. We kind of connected with our tagging sources, and then the model for looking for anomalies. So the infrastructure part is retrained regularly, and the part kind of responsible for the detecting logic. So we either look at the new attacks or we look at some shifts. For instance, if some things are no longer considered attacks, or maybe we want to focus on some other things, and you should be careful dealing with a supervised system, because you shouldn't retrain the model without tests kind of blindly. And there are three important things here. So we are talking about adaptive learning. So we understand that Tinkoff changes overnight. Every day we have new infrastructure. Then we have built-in tagging in our working processes, so the flow of the ML kind of product. So these guys kind of develop. So it is all built in the working process. So the analysts don't even know that they are taking things. And the third thing is live learning. So models are like us; they learn lifelong. So they should obtain new knowledge throughout their life and adapt to new threats. So what does it look like in production? So here we are. We have some code, most likely with a Copilot. For this we use the CatDraw framework. Here you have some graphs, and you can process data frames, and you can add to one pipeline all the chain of data processing, all the way from getting it from a source and all the way to the forecasts and sending alerts to the analysts. We have some modules for features calculation, so we can commit there, and other experts can do it. LLM agents can also work there. We have an infrastructure for dealing with LLMs. Otherwise, you will not generate this workflow. So agents, if things are slow, we do it in Airflow. In workflow, the quick things are done through time. It all predicts something. We send things to the Kafka, then it goes to the Hive, and everybody is happy. The data we will take from the data, so it can be a storage or a stream of data. The artifacts go to a stream and fast grew. So we monitor this. So we know all this. Well, I go to Elastic, for instance. So Elastic is with me, and the only thing that a SOC wouldn't have. So maybe you'll need to add some experiment tracking system, because this is really useful. Okay, some conclusions. Okay, ML is useful. It improves our metrics for identification. It doesn't necessarily need sophisticated models or tagged data, so this is a myth. But we should properly pick the right approach so that you can tell your analysts why the model makes decisions. A weak model could be strong if it is supported by your expertise. So, if the rules are right and if the statistics work, it's fine. But if LLM works, you should use LLM. So pick the tool properly. Well, AutoML will reinforce everything. And well, you don't need a perfect system, only showing you to positive without making any mistakes and so on. Well, this is possible only when vendors work, because they have everything tagged. But in the customer's environment, if you look at your metrics of detection through some window, you'll see that point 8 of the weighted metrics would be okay in terms of completeness and precision. So AutoML can be an autonomous system. You don't have to invest time into supporting this. So we have a system I committed half a year ago, or maybe even 3 quarters ago. So if you set it properly, you just run it and forget about it. Okay, this makes LLM systems more simplified for non-LLM experts. Well, you can fill in the YAML easily. So we reinforce the LLMs, and we believe that SOCs should be mature for this. Well, dealing with this stuff, you should teach your own stuff. I don't think you will be able to hire anyone from the market. Please do hire an MLOps, because MLOps will be more useful than 5 LLM guys. And if you guys want to be ML experts, well, this is good, because they'll be more useful for you than a third-party expert. So you should add first models to the response time, then add to them the MLOps, and then you should add templates. Thank you.
Да, Дим, спасибо.
Okay, thank you, Dima. Do we have any questions?
Да, есть.
Добрый день.
Hello, my name is Alexander. Thank you very much for your speech. It's been really informative and exciting. I have a question. So, do you believe your LMs, or do you have any expert validation? Well, here's the way we have established it. If we build a new system for detection, we send it to production, and we look at this metrics. You remember, we compare it to the standard methods, so they run in parallel for some time, and then if we are confident that we don't use these classical methods anymore, we just phase them out. So do you mean whether we interpret the results? Yes, we do. Well, I mean the post-analysis of the decision of the LLM, either detect or non-detect. Okay, the analysts tag all this. So we look at this tagging and we validate the metrics all the time. Okay. Coming from this slide with the metrics, you say that you don't need much resources to support ML. And so is this something completely autonomous, or do you need to fine-tune it, to hone it, to double-test it, or to test it periodically? So we generate the traffic, we understand that this is anomaly, and so we look at the decision of the ML model, right? I'm a little bit lost in terms of your question. Okay, I mean, is it completely autonomous? Okay, if the framework is autonomous, if you kind of predict the issues you might have and how you need to respond, how quickly you need to teach your model, how to change the detecting logic, you can do it in an autonomous way. If this is not enough, you can add some statistical tests. If you don't have alerts for some time, but you should be confident that the system is still in a good shape, then you should come up with some options for stress testing for your system. Your security in-house engineer can help you with it. Thank you. Any other questions, please?
Да, Дим, у меня вопрос тогда.
I have a question.
Ты сказал, что
You mentioned that it's difficult to find a third-party ML expert, but you can teach your in-house guy to become an expert like that. But what kind of qualifications should this guy have? So who would be your good kind of candidates for this? Yes, I'll try. I'll try to mention this. Well, the situation in terms of hiring. So you have this classical triangle of data science, the domain field. In this case, it's the SOC, because cybersecurity comes in different shapes, and so on and so forth. So it splits in subdomains, like the algorithms and development. If your detection engineers use some language, be it for the rules, for the SEM or Python. So they're likely to survive some development of ML models, but they can give it the expertise. The third-party ML guys will have to spend, say, 10 years to have this expertise, to understand these indicators, which would be suggestive of a threat agent's activity. So I believe you should kind of look at these guys, so you can develop your own guys. But if you hire a third-party expert, well, I had a similar situation. I deal with other ML guys, and I ask them, do you want to join the SOC? They say, well, you have some strange and weird tasks. Frankly speaking, I don't want to go there. Well, I say, well, if it's weird, you have some growth opportunity. But they say, well, I don't know. Well, if this is a professional guy, he or she should show that they are making money for the kind of business guys. So that's why they don't want to go to the SOC. So you should develop your own guys so that so they shouldn't be afraid of hackers. Yeah, those who are about catching hackers, not about making money. Okay, thank you, Dima. Okay, Dima, let's give the book to the guy who asked the question. And I'm inviting Yuri and Vladislav. They'll be talking about the protection of Yandex Cloud.
Всем привет. Меня зовут Владислав.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vladislav, and I have Yura with me. We work for Yandex Cloud in cloud security, and we deal with security for the cloud and our clients, and we develop security services. So we will talk about the way we protect Yandex Cloud and its clients. I will talk about AI finding its way in this field. It is funny in a way. Vladislav is an architect, and he develops good features for the SOC. And we consider the things he makes for us, and we are the first to test this. You know, we are failing, and we have some experience in failing well, and we share with him our first feedback. When I joined Yandex Cloud, my first task was to improve the detection tree process. And, you know, clients come and they say what can be done, and sometimes this follows an incident when it's like a terminal stage, as we call it, and they come with the question, how can we give our client more Lego cubes so that they build a good protection system, so that they are happy. With this approach, we generated some statistics, and now we can see how hackers penetrate cloud infrastructures. And the first thing to consider would be that the complexity of cloud infrastructures is growing year on year. Now we have about 200 services in the cloud, and so you should know everything now, like an analyst. You should know how our service is used, because people will come to him asking questions whether they're suspicious or not, and this is really challenging. So you should somehow kind of cope with it. The second issue is the flow of data coming from the service available to the security guys. Now this flow is pretty intensive. We just measured it. It has grown 20% recently for our cloud. You can use it to identify anomalies, to detect things, but you should cope with it somehow. And, well, there are some risks here. We can see kind of first AI-targeted attacks. Some numbers.
Самая такая жирная категория – это попытки доступа к
More often than not, they try to get access to the
и понятное дело уязвимости.
information through some leaked secret data, and they also kind of find some vulnerabilities in the infrastructure and attack this. And we also have DDoS attacks. Okay.
ML, про AI тебе нужны какие-то
Talk about ML and AI, you need some building blocks, and that's what we'll be talking about.
Первое, о чем мы расскажем, это
Okay, the first thing we're going to talk about
real-time
will be our real-time
облако, ну и на самом
stock taking of all the assets in the cloud and outside of it. And then we'll share with you how
именно
we use this set of assets to perform our tasks, including configuration and control inside the cloud services. And we will also share with you some real-life examples, how we caught a threat actor using the database of assets.
расскажем, как
And then we'll conclude by telling you how AI helps us in our routine tasks in cloud security.
как бы, наверное, всем известно, что безопасность, она начинается с инвентаризации.
Okay, so we start with stock taking. So the first thing we did
Собирать
was gather information on all the assets we have in the cloud. This is not like a monolith servers. We have dozens or hundreds of loosely connected
все
services. All of them have their own understanding of assets. For us, an asset is any
сущность,
entity important in terms of security. It can be a cloud entity, it can be a client load entity, but now we are focused on the cloud entity.
то для сбора активов, как правило, доступны довольно низкокачественные источники.
We usually have low-quality sources for stock taking. This is about logs and audit information, audit events. So this is,
Не полную
I
информацию.
would say, incomplete information.
Основной сценарий внутри сервиса безопасности работы с активами — это
Major scenario
простой
of dealing with the assets,
системы.
well, I would say that this scenario
Это когда
is quite good
посмотреть
for all the
хронологию одного актива,
systems when we want to look at one asset history to see how its features changed in time, but it doesn't cover the needs of most of the security needs. And the most sophisticated
точкового времени,
scenario would be
интервал,
kind of backtracking. So we have some
смотреть, как
point in time, and we want to see,
интересного фильтра.
for instance, all the assets which can be filtered out by some settings we have applied.
Во время сбора активов есть, на самом деле, как бы три основные сложности.
When we do stock taking, I think there are three major issues. So why it's difficult to build a good database
Первое — это то, что
on your assets.
источники данных
Number one, the sources of data
часто предоставляют, они почти всегда предоставляют неполную информацию об атрибутах.
are usually incomplete in terms of the attributes of your asset. So you are not likely to see this condition for the asset which was changed by another condition for a given asset. Usually you'll get something like some specific attribute or a group of attributes of an asset was in this condition and then it changed its condition. And all the other attributes should be kind of received from some other sources. The next problem
Источники,
is that
они имеют такой своеобразный
the data sources, they have their own understanding of real time.
прошлого,
They
например,
can send you some events from the past.
машина сервиса какого-то одна конкретная, например, ушла, и
Say a machine or a machine from a service kind of
они приходят
goes offline, then it's online again, and it sends you some logs which come with delay in time.
в любых сервисах,
And the most important thing is that all services are
когда источник
prone to mistakes, and quite often the sources provide some wrong data, and then they send some corrections.
Самое, наверное, главное, чем как бы отличается наша база данных, которую мы используем для сервисов безопасности от всех
Our
остальных, это тем, что
security database is different from many other bases because it has a good timeline. So for security, we are not focused on the last kind of condition. So we need this condition spread throughout time or some time intervals. So the attributes might change in time, and we need to understand at any moment of time what these attributes looked like.
Еще одна сложность, с которой мы сталкиваемся при построении хронологии, наверное, самое существенное, это то, что...
Another important issue we face is that physical time, well, sometimes it matches the logical time, but quite often
аномалии, когда
we have anomalies when the physical time
оно полностью не соответствует логическому.
doesn't completely match the logical time. Those who've dealt with modern databases, including the
Две транзакции произошли
distributed databases, so if you know that two transactions happened at the same physical time, it doesn't kind of mean that logically they happened at the same time. And if you collect attributes of the source following the physical time, then your latest change will not be the latest state of the asset. And then you will kind of have a wrong understanding of the attributes for your asset.
Помимо хронологии данных, то есть
Okay, we have the data timeline.
данных внутри атрибутов актива, есть еще одна сложность.
So the data related to the attributes of the assets, we have another problem.
Он тоже меняется во времени.
And the set of attributes, the schemes, they also change in time, and we also should keep track of the versions.
Сценариев, когда
So we have some streamlined scenarios when attributes come and go, but we also have some sophisticated things in terms of some
атрибуты меняются,
scenarios, like when the attributes change the type,
переименовываются.
they move, get renamed, or move to some adjoining
В качестве реализации хронологического
entity.
хранилища мы внутри
Okay,
используем Яндекс Database.
we use our Yandex database. So the overall cloud is built upon the Yandex database, but we understand that for sophisticated scenarios, these classical databases are not good. That's why we use indices which are specialized. They're built on the interval tree inside the Yandex database. So we keep track of the versions using data buffs, and we also
позволяет нам достаточно быстро
store protobufs inside the database. This way we can
активов.
easily get the
То есть это какие-то
time
секунд на, наверное,
information for the assets or elements of the assets,
в принципе, вообще
and so that this would take just fractions of seconds, even for the biggest entities. And the Yandex database also gives us a chance to scale out almost endlessly and almost for free. Okay, so we have a cool system, a lot of code, how to use it. Okay, so if we have this chronological database of assets, it works really well for your investigations. So we considered a specific incident, and, well, sometimes, when you force the threat agent out, they just delete things along the way. And you could say, oh, we remember we had some APIs, and what kind of APIs are there? Okay, you would say, but that's it. These machines have been deleted. The APIs are kind of cut loose. And so, okay, then we say, okay, let's try this experimental system. And well, in the SOC, we usually spend hours doing this because you need to find the right logs, you need to understand which machines and the logs you should connect, all of this, and so on. But here you can do it in just a fraction of seconds. Okay, we just run the virtual machines and we see what was done by the threat actors. This should be used. This is a good tool for security guys. It works really well. Okay, talking about prevention rather than response. So we could talk about the hygiene of configurations. And as I mentioned, so we have some statistics. So, and their kind of statistical credentials, and they can be used for a long time. So this is a problem, a general problem for everyone. The second problem, your security guy should know everything. You have millions of layers of services, the same kind of complexity of security, and setting it all properly takes a lot of time and effort. Okay, so if you just look at the assets and you see, okay, the state in real time has changed and it should go back to some proper state, well, this thing can be quite helpful. And if you look at some statistics, Google, for instance, recently published their report for the first half of 2025 on the risks in the clouds, and they say that misconfigs and statistical keys cover 80%. So we would say 70%. So this is more or less a good match. So that's what we see on our radars.
Да, как Юра уже сказал, мы используем ту же самую хронологическую базу.
We use the same chronological database to control the configuration of assets, but we use it in a different way, not how it is done by the kind of classical systems. So we describe the condition of good and bad configurations. So we are not driven by some specific events, by the things happening in terms of logs or whatever, which causes incorrect configuration. We start with the overall condition, and we say that a good configuration of assets looks like that. And then the system will kind of control the things. So we know all the time intervals when the configuration deviated from this good state. If we try to kind of simulate a test for this, okay, I share with you an example of easily formulated test. Like at any moment of time, we shouldn't have virtual machines having access at the same time to the internal network and to the internet. So in terms of condition, this is easily formulated. But if you try to analyze the flow of events and to see which events with which attributes start violating this or kind of matching these requirements for all the machines inside the organization, then you'll have several dozen events, and you should understand how to respond to them, and they'll be emerging continuously. So there'll be new services, new features, and you should keep track of this.
Поэтому мы предлагаем
That's why we are not talking about classical CSPMs. We are talking about continuous CSPMs. And this means that we'll find the time intervals when the specific predicates or specific features are violated. For this, we use the flow change from the database. And we also use the back end to retrieve the right condition or the good condition from this database. And we use statistical analysis. We use the CSPM rules to understand how to quickly perform this reverse task, how to bring kind of this flow event to the surface to see which features or conditions are being violated. Okay, if you use query, for instance, you run some scans and you've got snapshots of the condition at a given moment of time. But the problem is that you don't know what the threat agents did between these snapshots. Like you have the S3, which becomes public, and then it stops becoming public, and in between this incident took place. So this is not really nice. So this is a way to make the life of security guys easier. Talking about AI, we have another building block we need here. So we should send this event somewhere, and Yandex Cloud is just any other cloud, like a customer cloud, not much difference. We have about 100,000 EPS. So we had to somehow digest all of that, and this resulted in this system. So we have the same principles, and so the things we see under the hood. Yesterday, our colleague Losha talked about this stuff. So if you are interested in this and how it is done, kind of technically, you are welcome to listen to the record. So the main idea is that we had two right assumptions. Number one, we need to have a good good context, and we should understand the type of data to add AI properly. And then we kind of did this denormalization, so and so on and so forth. So, and again, AI is quite good here. It hallucinates less with this approach. And one more final thing to mention. We kind of thought that, okay, new services get connected, and it should be done in a way that you don't need to renormalize it and to pull it and so on. So we do it through the audit trail, so that all these rules, all the new things should work together.
So the resulting thing looks as follows. There are several acronyms here, and probably you can see it clearly because it's in small font, but these are the small boxes that we can assemble through Yandex Cloud, so you can replicate the scheme. It looks as follows, and if you know Yara rules, you can probably recognize some of them. And we apply here the same approach with the flow of events. We move within this window, and within this 10-minute window, we are looking for suspicious actions performed by robots. Where is it applicable? Very often we get asked, how can you guarantee that your engineers will not tamper with data inside the cloud? Well, if an engineer will be assigning some special rights to themselves to fix something, that goes through Bastion host. And then there is another rule with the server that protects us from the situation when someone acts through the account of a robot. So we use these rules to see what happens inside. So how does it function? Here's another example from an investigation. It was during the night time, of course, as usual. It usually happens during night time on Friday. You are tired, but you get an alert and you need to somehow respond to that. So there is this suspicious activity because a weird IP address accesses the cloud and some basic defenses worked, and then you need to somehow support that to block the malicious actor's activity. If the prompt was written well, that can help you in the way that the timeline will be well structured, and you can feed the log to the system. You get this timeline, and from 42 minutes, it keeps completing this path. And you see that there are several backdoors that the malicious actor created for himself, and you know how he's going to act. I work with the cloud for 18 months already, but I still use help with because it's impossible to memorize all these actions. So AI helps a lot. It generates what has to be done to chase the malicious actor from the infrastructure, or to make the malicious actor to repeat the attack and to see what he's going to do. And we also used AI to analyze some defenses,
Насколько вы любите читать логи средств защиты информации, но я
some information protection defenses. And I don't know whether you enjoy reading these logs. I do, because sometimes you get just wonderful things within the same panes. You can see
и ты такой, чего?
just totally different sets of data, and sometimes you see that this pane is called P1, and you can get different things there. So AI helps a lot there as well.
Используется апармор.
We use Uppermore,
Срабатывание апармора
and
было делать.
here I think
Сложность срабатывания.
this example is very simple, and you understand what had to be done there. Sometimes situations are more complex, and you first need to read through documents and find the service, and to understand what's happening.
Легитимная нагрузка.
And then usually the hosts have some legitimate load and some illegitimate load, so you need to distinguish between the two. With AI, it can help you
У тебя есть база
because, for instance,
ты смотрел
you have a log of
нагрузку, как раз вот эту вот
responses when you were looking through legitimate
да, и
load, and
промпт составлен таком
there is this tool that helps you monitor the situation. And the prompt is formulated as follows. First, you check whether it's dangerous or not, and then you look at the probability.
как бы пиды, там еще что-то, все это.
And it does help because it just digs the right information, the data you need.
По часу. Вот. И
And then
суммаризирует, плюс суммаризация вообще это прям
you,
то, что делает АИшка.
your shift
Умеет вот
ends, and the next analyst starts working. So AI does help you with different interfaces, with different networks.
То есть ты можешь договориться, вот там типичная работа внутреннего сока. Тебе надо не просто
And then
сорвертить, да? Тебе надо еще
in a typical SOC, you don't only need to
там, о чем ты договариваешься, потом приходит твой коллега, и опять повторяется та же самая.
fine-tune your software. You need to really fix all the bugs, and
Что
your AI can help you there. And for instance, you can
неделя прошла.
ask AI
И второй момент.
to check whether the things that your colleague promised to fix were indeed fixed. And then in every company, there is lots of custom documents, and of course, it's just impossible to memorize all of that. And AI helps you there as well.
Одна проблема, да?
For instance,
Может тебе подсветить, что еще мы
you know that there is one problem, and then AI can highlight for you that you also need to mark the scheme, and that's how it can be done.
готовый ответ и
And some developers actually use AI not to read through all the documents, but to go straight to the point.
которые у нас работали и которые стоят.
And then
То есть строгая типизация точно очень хорошо.
the main
Для плейбуков АИшка
important cases that worked well for us, AI works well for playbooks. It's just that you need to check that your temperature was set to 0.
и помогает объяснение то, что
And then
принесло тебе на человеческий язык, неплохо может перевести.
if your
Из того, что
information
сложности, которые мы столкнулись,
security system
ошибается больше, чем в трети случаев, то аналитики перестают им пользоваться.
gives you the prompt, you need to make
Тюнить.
sure that
Если скармливать,
you interpret it well, and
то можно получать разные процентные
Then,
графики. Это вообще классно.
you can play with AI in terms of
Вы проверяли.
feeding different
по-разному
figures and models
интерпретировать. Вот. Но в целом,
to them, and you'll get different diagrams, so it can be useful.
всё, что показали,
You should
всё можно
test it out.
повторить.
So everything we showed today is repeatable. You don't have to
облаке
install any
улучшать.
special software. It's repeatable in Yandex Cloud. Thanks so much.
Да, Юрий, Владислав, спасибо.
Thank you, Yuri and Vladislav. Guys, do you have any questions?
Спасибо. В общем, вопрос... Слышно, да? Вопрос следующий.
Thank you. The question is as follows. If AI makes a mistake, if it gives you a wrong instruction, how can that be fixed? How can you
ошибок.
roll it back and understand the reason of that mistake.
Обычно аналитику дают
Thanks for the question.
3 варианта ответа на выбор.
Usually, an analyst gets 3 options of
И потом
the
он
answer.
выбирает тот вариант ответа, который
And usually the analyst
правильный.
picks
Таким образом мы потихонечку
the answer and
потом мы эти
likes
ответы анализируем и дотягиваем результаты.
the right answer. And usually we then analyze that and learn from that.
Не в попад, пока не нашли.
And so far, we haven't got
Второго
a
мнения.
single case when AI would suggest something
И аналитики дотягивают. То, что
completely weird.
Да, спасибо.
So usually we use it
Еще вопрос?
as a way of searching for options, and we fine-tune it with human analysts.
Коллеги, спасибо за доклад. У меня, собственно говоря,
Thanks for your presentation. I have 2 questions.
про непрерывный контроль конфигурации.
First, about continuous config control.
Вы храните, ну то есть когда непрерывно,
First,
и как собираете? То есть
what data
каждое изменение состояния собираете?
do you store, and
И где храните?
what data you collect? Do you collect information about all the changes, and where do you store that data?
С какой периодичностью?
And how often, how frequently do you
Первый вопрос.
save
И
that data? Every second, or what's the
вы рассказывали
frequency?
про боевое применение.
And question number 2, you talked about
Когда у вас
real-time,
не было айпишника, а на входе
real-life
что было?
use of
Название
assets
виртуалки,
when you didn't have
вы не знали айпишник.
IP addresses, but
Спасибо.
what did you have?
Первая часть ответа.
Was it the address of the virtual machine?
Мы храним внутри базы данных.
Answer number 1.
Реляционная база
Usually we
данных.
store data in our database. Usually it's a
Они называются
relative Yandex database, and usually we use the relative
штука. На
interval
самом деле можно
tree
использовать
for
другие вещи,
setting the
например,
frequency. You can
они
use
тоже такую задачу
geo-indexes as well.
конечно, целевое их назначение.
It is not their
То есть мы не
primary
храним
purpose, but you can use them for that as well.
снапшот для каждой точки во времени, но
I
мы
mean, we don't save snapshots for every point,
выдаст
moment of time, but we can write a request that will generate a snapshot for a certain point of time for us.
Мы знали, какие виртуалки были
And then,
удалены, да,
answer number 2,
и в логах были
we knew
то есть нам
what
не было как раз,
virtual machines were deleted, and in our logs we had IP addresses.
надо было понять, а чьи IP
We just
это в тот момент времени.
had to understand who
Например, облачных
were the
систем,
owners of these IP addresses.
меняться достаточно часто. Там,
And in the cloud, IP addresses can be changed quite frequently. It's very easy to get a new one,
другой машинке. И вот это
and they can be changed for every machine.
какие, потому что
So that was
в момент расследования
actually the difficulty.
того, айпишник уже был
When we were investigating that incident, that IP address was already
не до конца
assigned to another machine, and we saw this discrepancy.
были предназначены.
And then when we rolled it back, we saw what these IP addresses were related to. Thank you. Other questions?
Добрый день, меня зовут Крикун Александр.
Hello, my name is Alexander Krikun.
Насколько я понял, ваши сервисы нечто
As far as I understand, your service is like IP tables in the network protocol. It controls the
что может ходить.
status of packages and what can be transferred. Do you use AI that can block something?
То есть в вашем случае всегда человек
I
принимает
mean,
решение.
in your case,
То есть если какие-то уже автоматические
a person, a real person, takes a decision about what can be done. But do you use AIs that formulate rules and you just observe how they do that? Answer: we are not at that level yet, and that's the problem of models hallucinating at some point. It hasn't been fully solved yet, and probably we will not be able to implement that kind of models because the price of a mistake is production getting down, and in the cloud it's less costly. So you haven't experimented with that yet. Answer: well, no, we haven't yet allowed AI to be fully autonomous, not even within a testing range.
Да, Юрий, Владислав, спасибо вам еще раз большое.
Thank you, Yuri and Vladislav.
Выберите,
Спасибо.
пожалуйста, лучший вопрос.
Please pick the best question.
Тебе нравится? Что? Вот есть.
Да.
Все. Спасибо. Нам больше всего понравился первый вопрос.
We like the first question most.
Все. Не хотят. Так, второй
Okay.
вопрос. Так, где товарищ, который спрашивает?
Then, if you
Вот, все. Да, спасибо.
if you don't need it, we'll give it to
Да, друзья, давайте еще раз поблагодарим.
the second
Спасибо.
the person who asked the second question.
Без перерыва
Okay.
продолжаем.
Thank you. Without any break, we switch to the next presentation.
Нашей секции, и на ней мы поговорим, собственно, о ключевых
Here we are going to talk about the key tasks of an SOC:
атак, о реагировании,
cyber attacks detection,
о предотвращении.
response measures, and prevention.
Выступят действующие аналитики СОКов и
We will have
своими лайфхаками, своими практиками, своим
SOC analysts talking to us. They will share their practices and their experience with us.
Николая из
So please welcome Nikolai from Kaspersky Lab.
Здрасте.
Раз.
It looks like it works.
Да. Добрый день, коллеги. Тему
Okay. Hello, everyone.
вы видите
I think you can see the topic of my talk on the screen.
в источнике написано много правил корреляции.
There are a lot of correlation rules written for well-known and widely used sources, but sometimes an SOC can find out an unusual, undocumented source of attack. In this case, you need to analyze the architecture, you need to analyze the sector of attack, and create the response architecture. But what happens if there are dozens of such undocumented attacks? We don't monitor them until we find out about them. What's to be done? I'm an SOC analyst of external projects at Kaspersky Labs. I detect attacks and train other analysts. Another external projects architect was instrumental in putting together this presentation. So the basic idea is to land the SOC best practices on real premises of a customer. This is the basic information behind this slide deck. The fundamental approach is very well known. When you decide to monitor a source, you create rules, audit rules, you start to generate logs, and so on.
Мониторинг по основным направлениям, этот подход.
However, this is a too cumbersome and slow approach if the system that's attacking you is unknown and undocumented. You have to find out more about it. And we suggest an approach in which you cover almost 80% of the tactics in 20% of the time. It is based on a hypothesis that we don't know anything about the attacking system. We are relying on the users, settings, and networks. And actually, we suggest a uniform approach to non-uniform, undocumented sources. Just don't do the face palms, okay? We know all about this attack matrix. We're only interested in the tactics that work only if we don't know anything about the attacking system. An unknown system can be scanned. If they are reconnoitering, it can be monitored, whichever tactics they use. Initial access. A system may already have valid accounts with valid passwords, and this tactic would be quite relevant. Now, execution. Considering that our hypothesis is that the system is unknown, how to detect the execution? Well, so far we don't know how to detect the execution.
Закрепление. злоумышленник может создать себе...
So, if you want to dig into the system, a
даже если в Legacy
malactor may create their own account or misusing the privileges. If, for example, there is an administrator with specific rights in the system, the bad actor would need to escalate, to try to escalate. And if we want to look at the possible expansion of attack, the system may change the logging rules or may attempt to switch off the monitoring of some internal systems. And access to valid accounts. This will rarely happen, but a bad actor may want to understand which other accounts may be vulnerable and actually try to get access to them from inside. Detection.
Здесь, с учетом того, что система неизвестная,
considering again that we don't know anything about the system, we actually do not use this tactic because we don't know, we can't say in advance which tactics they're going to use.
на соседнюю систему с текущими кредами,
Lateral movement. I don't think we can detect moving into a neighboring system even with similar credentials. Collection. Well, if your system has been breached, they do it for a reason. So either you already store some valuable information or they want to actually persist in the system and try to expand their use. Command control, they may try to kind of switch off or stop an important component. Exfiltration, here you can actually detect them exfiltrating. And impact. Getting back to old settings is a specific action, but it is quite likely to be used in such an attack. So this is the first correlation rule, brute force.
Изначально предполагалось писать в Sigma-виде, но мы не знаем, какой event ID, и полное Sigma-правило не помещается.
So, of course, the full Sigma rule will not even get into the slide because we don't know who is attacking, and the thresholds need to be identified individually. In my practice, I remember
Учетную запись с комментарием «Ответственный не умеет писать скрипты».
that there was a profile of brute force with a comment, the guys responsible for this just doesn't know how to write scripts. A lot of things can happen. Password spraying.
Учетная запись на вашей legacy-системе
If the account in your legacy system is created with a standard password for a new employee, they don't even know about it and don't change their password, password spraying may well work. Sharing credentials. InfoSecs, they try to prevent users from sharing credentials because this is formally a breach. And no one but one person should know the password. And here we suggest several rules. We create dynamic lists and monitor successful and unsuccessful attempts to log into the system. Number 4, users first log on. This is an interesting rule.
У атакующих и у красной команды зачастую
the red team
доступов они не могут
and the attacker, they may not have the rights of access, and they can't obfuscate the entry point. And we as defenders, we are in a position to know the rules of first logon. They don't. So this is how we detect actually brute forces and password sprays when they come from an unknown address. And if this is done on first logon, we understand that it is most likely illegitimate. Of course, there will be a lot of false positives, and it would take some time to profile the rule before it actually learns. Next correlation, many errors types. So a lot of different types of errors. That may be the marker that people are just reconnoitering. This is how a bad actor is trying to get some information about your system. Privileges changed. A very important correlation. Illegitimate control over resources is control outside of a specific profile. Of course, you would need integration with various other systems to understand that privileges have changed. One integrator, for example, has a rule that if there is an activity of a user who has not passed through the access control system into the building, this is illegitimate. So you would have your own profiles connected to your accounts. But if we're talking about a legacy system, most legacy systems undergo minimal changes actually. Postgres, for example, you first set it up normally and then people log in. DLP through SOC. Here you can detect the biggest queries, the frequent queries, or just large numbers of queries. And after we profile and identify illegitimate activity, this is what we will see mostly. This is mostly we will see in the network. This will be marked as an attempt to exfiltrate. Next. Unauthorized backup. Outside of the profile of the user again. Why is this an interesting proposal, we think? Because many bad actors try to do it. If you want a simple example, is data sync outside of a user's profile. And again, if we have a legacy system that is not changing, any changes in the backup rules should be suspicious. Unauthorized changes, like changes in settings, including InfoSec changes and cleanups. Of course, we recommend to catch those events in all possible types of systems because this is very likely to be used. Not in profile. What if the system just doesn't generate the log? Of course, you might say that it is relevant for a system about which we know 100% it's not compromised yet. So we can scan such a system, create a snapshot, identify all the active network services, monitor the network traffic, and then just compare it to a snapshot that we know 100% is legitimate. And there are two possible ways how you can do that. Through the network, like you scan the network profile, you scan the traffic both ways, and at least you will get the IP addresses and ports, and the volume of a session. If it's an NTA, we get even the characteristics of the traffic, and we can classify the traffic into good and bad. Now, the second way is operational. If, for example, users can log in to a legacy system through a console or in any other way, we can profile illegitimate activity through dynamic lists. And the simplest basic rule that we suggest is to log that a console has started but not ended operation, or vice versa.
Довольно сложный подход.
This is quite a complicated approach, we understand.
Что же мы в итоге можем мониторить, когда мы закрываем
Now, as a result, what is it that we can really monitor if we try to cover such a system? We can identify a backdoor, we can identify a new scanning, using our system as a hub.
Ну, другие, скажем, активности, в любом случае, когда мы спрофилировали всю
and some other activities. Anyway, when we have profiled the entire set of activities going around our system,
довольно серьезное покрытие мы по мониторингу этой самой системы, потому что
so what you get as a result is quite a good coverage
не будут происходить,
of the
она необновляемая.
of the current system, again relying on the hypothesis that this is a legacy system, which means that it is not changing in the process of monitoring. So here you can see what the threat searches and threat hunting could look like. It's very important, again, that people doing this should know as much as they can about their system.
Через ханты мы это увидим.
For example, we can see through threat hunting that an accountant is trying to change connections between databases, but it may not be illegitimate activity. Maybe the accountant is doing that because there is an instruction from tech support.
Так в итоге что мы закрываем?
So, what do you get
Как и планировали,
as a result?
мы закрываем 11-14 тактик, что составляет...
So we cover 11 tactics out of 14, which is, again, a little bit less than 80%.
Вот так.
That's it.
Да, при подключении источника важно
When
правильно
a
сформулировать
source is being connected to your system, it's very important to create the right query to start the audit,
threat-хантинга и
because you need to audit only the logs that we need for threat hunting and for setting up the correlation rules.
мы передаем их на CM, парсим и
We
вставляем
then transfer them to RCM, we parse them, and then we use them for the threat hunting purposes. Now,
хотя бы потому, что
a couple of tips. Why TCP is better than UDP in this case? Because you're going to stitch together several events, and if you use UDP, this stitching just will not work. And of course, if you have TCP with guaranteed transfer, you get the events hierarchy, and if you get that right, and if you monitor this, at least
скачка событий при неполадках на IT-инфраструктуре,
you will know that you're not catching, for example, the increase in the number of events because of any other incident,
возможно, когда злоумышленник
and you can ensure that it is not a false positive.
и создает засветку на определенный
So
интересный
actually, it is a false positive from your side, but this could be just an attempt to illuminate your system by another attacker who is just sitting there and only listening.
в том числе для legacy-систем, то есть когда мы понимаем, что мониторить ее придется,
So you will have to monitor the source,
должны определить
but you've got to be very moderate here. Even for legacy systems, you need to only understand and use which audits are needed right now, but that doesn't mean that you won't have to find out everything about the system with time.
будет опубликовано. Вот, здесь
This is the table of detect complexity. I don't think I need to read it out to you because I will publish the presentation. It's kind of a guideline.
Сложности написания там, ну какие правила просто написать, какие сложнее.
Which rules are the simplest, which rules are more complex, and so on. If you have a really complex rule, that may depend very well on your architecture. And we have another table, actually.
Связанности, то есть какие именно поля, в каких именно событиях.
The table of connectivity. Which fields you need for which events, for which rules. Again, the presentation will be published, so I will not read it out to you. That's all from me. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thanks, Nikolai. Colleagues, again, we have a gift. I mean, the speaker gives books from Peter Publishers they are specialized in information security for the best question. So go ahead, please, with your questions. Hello.
Я понял, что мы смотрим метру, применимые техники.
So my understanding is that we look at Mitra, we look at all the applicable techniques and so on, but your focus is on events. That sounds nice, but have you ever thought
Или стоит ресурсы бросить на более...
What is best? To try to cover legacy systems?
На инфраструктуру, на базы,
or
на приложения. Вот, в общем,
concentrate your resources on applications, on databases, on infrastructure, and so on.
Detection engineering.
So, have you ever thought about this? Thank you for the question.
Довольно интересный, обсуждаемый. Здесь, мне кажется,
this is something that a lot of people discuss.
Каждый руководитель определяет степень актуальности угроз.
And every CSO, I think, would be in a position to make a decision on which threats are most relevant to them, what they can see, what they can't see, and so on. I think the first thing to cover is your enterprise systems currently in operation. So once you know that you have patched the system and there are no known, at least, vulnerabilities in the system, you can start using this. But sometimes it may so happen that you have a legacy system in your infrastructure, and this system operates critical business data. And whether we want it or not, you will have to cover it anyway.
По импортозамещению и данная старая legacy-система, она может быть даже не отечественного вендора, как.
And this old legacy system may come from a foreign vendor. This is the story of import substitution, of course. I hope I've answered your question. Any other questions, please?
Привет, такой вопрос.
Hi.
Не думали расширить список
Have you
уязвимостей в legacy-системах?
Thought about
Мне кажется, кейс
improving your list with detecting vulnerabilities in legacy systems?
написать правила.
Because I think you can write the rules if you have identified the vulnerability before the attack actually happens. Thank you for the question. Well, this slide deck and this talk is about a systemic approach. So you take the tables after the last slide, and you actually try to apply it, including to vulnerabilities, to understand which vulnerabilities you may have to cover. You need to know at least something about your system. Some things are obvious, some are not. And if you want to start monitoring quickly, you very rarely know which vulnerabilities are the most relevant. So this is a good question, but a best answer is offline. We have another question in the end of the room. Thank you for the talk.
Мониторинг в основном, да, опять же, на профилировании, не перекрывает ли тогда этот вектор?
Your monitoring is based on profiles, but you will have to cross paths with UEBA systems.
Через корреляцию, а не через UEBA.
So why do you only concentrate on analyzing attacks through correlations, not through UEBAs?
Скорее философский вопрос, как вам удобнее, так.
Well, that is a philosophical question, actually. If that is convenient to you, if you're comfortable with this, you can start monitoring in any way. So I don't think I have a good answer.
Давайте примем еще один вопрос.
Okay, we have time for another question. Yes, colleagues, go ahead, please.
Спасибо большое за доклад.
Thank you.
Вопрос навеян последними слайдами.
My question comes from your last slides with all those tables with fields and so on. Did you
По наличию логов, например, используя LLM, да.
Did you do it like this? For example, you have some logs and you use only the logs from OLMs to create a logical structure of a correlation rule, so that we don't cover the entire checklist.
Был ли у вас такой опыт и
So, have you ever done this?
есть ли идея в этом?
And do you have any ideas whether this is feasible at all? Well, let me clarify.
Да.
You have asked about LMs.
Через LM таких
No.
я не прогонял.
I have never done trying to run those logs through LMs. Because I think it's hard to train an adequate model for a legacy system. Even humans don't know what will work and what won't. I think it is feasible. I have never done this, but well, I think that why not? But I think expertise is much more important in this case. Thank you, Nikolai. Let's thank the presenter.
Выбери, пожалуйста, лучший вопрос.
So, Nikolai, can you choose the best question?
Который был издалека, да?
Yes, the question from the back of the room, you mean?
Второй вопрос, коллеги, кто задает?
Second question. Who was actually asking this second question in this room? Just own up.
Да, про уязвимость.
Yeah, about vulnerabilities. Very good. Thank you, and let's thank the participant for the question.
Thank you, Nikolai. And now let's welcome on stage Andrei from RT CyberSec.
И Андрей расскажет про атаки и защиту
He will be talking about attacking and defending the certification center.
Добрый день. Сегодня я хотел бы поговорить про такую тему.
Hi, colleagues. Today I would like to talk about attacking and defending the corporate certification center. I come from RT Protect SOC. My name is Andrei Fedorov. I will not be saying many things about myself. I'm an analyst of a monitoring center. I study at the financial university. I like writing rules and studying different tools, and I love when everything is okay and safe at the clients. Let's talk about relevant things. Starting from 2021, a lot of people talk about ADSC and how we can use it, but there's not much that is being said about how we can detect these attacks. Current red teams use ADSCS more and more to increase their privileges, and they use more and more sophisticated techniques and misconfigurations that can expand your privileges, actually get more and more complex up to level 15 or 16. And if the attacking team reach the certification center, it means that your monitoring has holes and somehow they manage to bypass the CyberSec defenses, or you have shadow IT that you need to fight against. A disclaimer, probably you know what open and closed keys are, the certification center, and you know something about the structure of open keys and how X509 is structured. If not, there is a post about all of that in our Telegram channel that you can go and read. So the organizers asked me to present a case from my practice, and several months ago there was a case in a company. Pen testers tried to test the system. We read logs and we found one thing, and it looked as follows. There was an event when CDI info was requested,
В данном случае это была машинная учетная запись пентестеров.
One of the machines, the
в какую сторону копать, собственно, раскопали.
penetration testers machine profile sent that query, and then we discovered how the privileges were expanded. Now let's look at the certification issue process. We have 4 entities: the Corporate Certification Center, AD, and the certificate template. What is that template? The certificate template is a number of policies that guarantees user rights, and then the template checks whether the user can use that certificate. If not, the template will not be run. And then there are several templates, actually, and they can be interconnected. One triggers the other. We'll discuss that more. So first, the user goes through basic certification AD, then the template is requested. AD sends a query to the template of the certificate gets issued, and all these actions are logged. They are logged in the security logs and
Security, вообще как настроить аудит, это довольно-таки важная вещь. Занимает
IS logs.
минуты, но очень сильно упрощает.
Let's start with security logs. It's very easy to set them, but then it makes it easier to investigate an incident if there is one. First, you need to go to MC set SRV, you go to properties and look at all the boxes that corresponding to the pieces of data that you want to log. And then you need to set audit policies and access to objects. So these are basic actions that will help you in case something happens. That will help you to trace and track all the actions. So now let's look at types of attacks. Let's start with the hardest one. Everyone heard about golden ticket, but there is a golden certificate as well. A user with the rights of a local administrator can save the closed key of the certification center, and that grants a right to issue any certificates later. So if that user issues a certificate, we can roll that back and cancel it, but then this user can issue a new certificate. That gives him an opportunity to compromise the NTDF did, and that can be caused by this drawback of the certification center. This has to be prevented. You should prevent this kind of abuse, because if this user gets the closed key to the certification center, you'll have to reverse the process. How can you track those actions? You need to look at start process cert utilities or backup key, or you can use ADR to detect that, and actually it's available at our stand, and all that allows you to block these actions. And in this case, the malicious actor will not get the closed key, and this hack will be stopped. Moving on, let's talk about misconfigurations that allows the user to expand their privileges. First, setting parameters autonomously. If in the template you have this box granting these rights ticked, and if the manager box is not ticked, the next box, then the user can issue the certificate for any user, transferring the argument user principal name. So we have an account with the low privileges. We select this certificate template, we transfer admin's VPN and issue certificate for VPN admin, and we can use it later for authorization, authentication, and compromise the process. And the bottom screenshot is not changing because everything leads us to this stage. So how can we detect all that? We need audit settings, event 4898,
Нам нужен
template certification center. We need
то есть пользователь сам передает,
CT
который он хочет
supply and subject flag, so the user
Также мы должны увидеть, что
controls
доменный пользователь у нас может выпускать.
parameters of issuing the certificate. We need to see that any domain user can issue this kind of certificate.
Тут у нас
That's the first misconfig. Misconfig number 2,
выпускать сертификат для
it
любых.
is when any user can issue a certificate for any purpose. So the user can request a certificate and use that certificate to issue a certificate for another
Немножко меняются
account.
аргументы.
And here the
Использовал
arguments are changed slightly.
прежде его для сохранения своего сертификата, а потом
So here we use this misconfig to save our certificate, and then we issue a certificate for the administrator's domain, and that grants us higher privileges. So how can that be detected? Again, we go to events,
что у нас есть флаг
downloading
для любых целей. Это явно подсвечивает, что
certificate template, and again, if there is a flag that a certificate can be granted for any purpose,
для любых целей.
you should eliminate that, because that grants any user a right to issue any certificate, because and that should be eliminated because that compromises your system.
Здесь сводится к
Misconfig number 3. That's more interesting.
шаблону сертификата.
Here,
У нас есть
certificate templates
первый шаблон
interact. So we have the first template, screenshot number 1,
Certificate Request Agent.
and
Также есть второй
there we have, you see
подтягивает вот эту
the
политику.
second
И первый шаблон сертификата заранее уязвим
certificate template that uses the policy from the first one.
самостоятельные аргументы.
And the second template is more vulnerable
Можем использовать
for the attack.
шаблон сертификата, который не уязвим, но при этом подтягивает уязвимый шаблон сертификата.
So
И
we use the second
наши привилегии.
certificate template that is not vulnerable, but it uses the first template that is vulnerable, and that's how the attack proceeds.
Меняется здесь прежде.
So again, in this way, a certificate for any purpose can be issued, and the purpose is the same, the template is different.
Также ищем
Then, how can that be detected? Again, you look for 4898. Again, you look for the line when the user can transfer its data, and then you see whether the certificate is used as a policy of
у нас уже некорректные права доступа.
using that template.
В первую очередь здесь некорректно разграничены
Example number 4,
определенного шаблона. То есть здесь
incorrect access rights.
пользователь
Here we see that any
читать и записывать любой шаблон сертификата, но что
authorized user can read and write any certificate template. That sounds wild. If the
берет этот шаблон сертификата,
attacking team sees that configuration, they can save that certificate template, modify it, because that is allowed for the user to transfer their data. They upload the certificate
как теперь это
and
тут уже немножко
compromise
например,
the administrator. How can that be detected?
безопасности. То есть мы можем увидеть, что кто-то загрузил новый шаблон
You
сертификата.
can go and see whether the security certificate was updated. If someone then
Звоночек, что у нас
used that certificate to get authorized, that's already a situation that you need to investigate.
на сей раз это не какой-то отдельный шаблон сертификата,
Another example of
когда у нас
incorrect segregation of access rights.
имеют права на управление
Here you see that an account has rights
сертификации и запрашивание сертификатов.
certificates with a certification center,
С этими настройками.
and they can request certificates.
Какой-нибудь
What can be done there? Here you can,
аутентифицироваться с
for
ним.
instance,
Мы
activate a certificate and try and
request ID, но при этом центр сертификации, поскольку у нас
get authorized there, but then the certificate center
управление центр
is supposed to block that access. But as we have rights to manage the certification center, we can issue this certificate, and then we can compromise the domain as a result.
это здесь уже цепочка из 3 событий. В первую очередь,
To detect that, you need 3 steps. First,
служба сертификатов
you
отклонила наш запрос.
you see that
Мы снова выпустили этот шаблон сертификата.
the certificate was requested,
Principal name,
the request was cancelled, but then the certificate was issued and the username is transferred.
Интересная, любимая часть для пентестеров ESC8,
And
принудительная
now,
аутентификация.
pen testers' favorite part, ESC 8 and 11. ESC 8 is a relay to HTTP center that is used for the certification center.
При помощи которого впоследствии пользователи могут
Microsoft allows you to get access to the certification center that allows users to issue certificates.
Тут уже просто связано это все с RPC.
And then ESC 11, it is linked to RPC if there is no encryption for RPC. So the attacker
утилитками
performs forced authentication,
у нас повышает, к примеру,
proceeds to relaying, and after that we increase the privileges of the domain certificate. How can we detect that? Windows logs are of no use there. And here we can think of
в данном слайде у нас продемонстрирована успешная эксплуатация, восьмерки.
ISS.
Пользователь у нас
We can think of ISS logs.
Она выглядит следующим образом.
To detect ESC 8,
Post request на один и тот
you
же
need to look at GET requests and POST requests from one and the same IP address to one and the same account. And then if you see that there is another GET request and the same IP address, that's a successful exploitation.
Мы можем убрать последнюю строчку.
If you want to see a step preceding that, you can look at the preceding line and
Нет, мы написали правила, прогнали ретро-коррелятором.
you'll see this situation.
Ну и поговорим про ESC16. Я планировал
Now,
остановиться на предыдущем.
ESC16, I wanted to explain the previous one, but last week there was a publication about this misconfig,
Порядка 3 лет после
and it was
в 2022 году.
unnoticed.
Для нее
It
нужно
was getting unnoticed for 3 years.
и некорректными
However, for this misconfig, you need to have expanded privileges, and it's difficult to detect it beyond the lab standard. First, you need to have a user with generic rights who's able to edit objects in LDAP. Then you need to have your certificates not being tied to CDC,
добра, что все верно выпускается.
because it controls that the certificate is
Незначительно, без не strong, а просто certificate binding enforcement есть.
correct,
В общем, значение ключа реестра не равно двойке.
and the register key should not be equal to, should not have a value of 2. And then you need to have the security extension implemented, the one that was added in 2022, and if it is cancelled, then you can exploit this misconfig. But when actually is this extension active? It's when we have legacy certificates that were configured back in 2020,
Только в таком случае мы реально можем
and only in this case you can try and abuse this ESC.
ищем какого-либо пользователя
How is it performed? First, you look for a user
или другой учетной записи, который нам
to make it EPN admin or
делаем shadow,
another role.
получаем
Then you
пользователя, и при попытке
shadow,
аутентификации с этим ТГТ
you
мы
get the
впоследствии
TGT of this user, and
закрытый ключ администратора.
getting through authentication with this TGT, you can get the admin's key. How to detect that?
Была модифицирована учетная
You
запись,
need to
когда у нас
go
поменялся атрибут user principal name,
to
также когда
the chain of events 4738,
был выпущен сертификат,
when this account was used to issue the certificate, and you can add the third event here when VPN was changed to the one the user had.
мы поговорим про харденинг, как все-таки немного
Now, let's look at hardening and how you can protect your ADS-CS.
сертификатов.
First, of course, you need to restrict the
У нас есть 3 центра
issue
сертификации.
of certificates. Let's imagine we have 3 centers. We only
Мы задаем его здесь в NL.
allowed to issue certificates through one, and that is set in
Стало вот так, что мы используем первый центр
the corresponding properties.
Также мы ограничиваем шаблоны, которые пользователь
Then
может
we restrict the templates that can be used by users. So we restrict our policies.
все шаблоны сертификации
So not all the templates are available.
сертификатов. Он использует только шаблон
Users can only use
Ну и также
users'
мы разбираем,
templates
кто
of
может
certificates.
вообще
And then
выпускать сертификаты,
we can segregate the categories of users that can issue certificates.
группу или добавить конкретного пользователя.
And we can create groups or specific users who have these rights. And that makes your
Также, если мы говорим про
AD
web
more
enrollment, то есть,
secure.
про
And then,
выпуск
talking about web enrollment,
ну что нужно
basically issuing certificates through web,
также запретить использовать
here you
антиспамовую
need to
аутентификацию. Это можно сделать в настройках и странички
set your
в
CPS.
миссии.
Then
Также по-хорошему настроить сегментацию
you
сети.
need to set your web authentication and your net config
Доступ до этого сервера.
to block
Надо ограничивать.
other users issuing certificates through the server.
Просто так и не устанавливать
And then certification center should not be
выделенный сервер.
installed just anywhere. They should be on a specially dedicated server.
Вот у нас прям
And then how can we respond to that? Let's imagine there is an incident. First, if you see that
увидели в ES логах или
the activity is coming from a specific host, and you see that through your
с которого идет атака, и также
ESC logs, then you isolate that host and isolate the certification center. If the key is compromised, then this certification center should be closed and a new one should be deployed. If we see that the privileges are changed, then this account should be blocked and the certificates should be revoked. And, for instance, if your audit is not set, but you still need to see who issued which certificate when, you go to the certification center, you run cert util, you look at the users who issued certificates, with which template, from where, and when that happened, and so on.
Хочу поговорить про общие методы детекта. Да.
And then a few words about the general detection methods. Yes,
будут использовать
there can be
выпуск сертификатов.
false
Если в вашей инфраструктуре просто присутствует СА,
false events there.
это делается несложно. Тут нам событие 5145, то есть доступ
Here,
к объекту.
it's easy to set it. Event
В центре сертификации,
5145.
что
You can go through
новому каналу.
the center or through EDR and see that access was granted
Когда у нас идет релей,
to the account name channel.
любая попытка выпуска сертификата, мы уже это можем как-то увидеть, покопаться, посмотреть, кто зачем.
With any event of issuing a certificate, you can investigate that case and see whether these actions were legitimate or not. And if it's illegitimate, you can respond to that.
Возможность поиска событий,
Then
которые укажут на то, что кто-то действительно пытался
there is a way of
через
looking at the log of events and see when someone was trying to get into the system through DCS. And if said CRV was used, then and they come from one and the same account, one and the same user, then again, you can investigate that.
Большие итоги. В первую очередь, всегда обдумайте необходимость введения корпоративного
First, you need to think about whether you actually need a corporate certification center.
Вот эту
Don't
плашку назначьте роли центрового
just
назначьте роли серверу
buy this
подряд.
idea of
Если вы все-таки решили сделать
having
корпоративный
different roles and
сделайте его отдельным сервером,
installing it.
хорошенько его захардените, если это по мере возможности, естественно.
And then, if you decide to go for a certification center, you need to
Событий это очень простит жизнь.
to set restrictions.
Если он
Then you need to set regular audits of events, and in this case, you'll be able to investigate events. Hopefully, you'll have none. And then check the certification center using
настройте базовые корреляции, например,
auditing
доступ к IPC
software. Then you need to set basic correlations. You can use
выстраивайте процесс
log on
мониторинга,
through
чтобы выявлять вредоносную активность на
CRV, and then
не доводить до
you need
эксплуатации.
to monitor the process to detect malicious activity as early as possible to prevent incidents. Thanks so much. That's it from us. We have a Telegram channel. Please subscribe, and we publish interesting things there.
Ну и также наши контакты.
And here are our contacts.
Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you.
Спасибо, Андрей. Спасибо.
Thanks, Andrei.
Коллеги, есть ли вопросы?
Colleagues, any questions?
Есть.
We have some.
Микрофон. Сейчас, минутку.
Добрый день. У меня вопрос
Hi.
по ESC8.
I have a question about ESC8.
Что защита HTTPS
You
может
said that
помочь
HTTP
каким-либо образом защититься от этой
S
атаки, но есть реальные
protection can protect you from this kind of attacks, but there are projects when that doesn't help.
при каких условиях использования
Question when HTTPS
есть 8?
Спасибо за вопрос. Вопрос
is used and still it is possible to
по-хорошему выполнять целый комплекс
ESC8.
эксплуатации
Thank you for your question. Actually, there are several measures that can block
не помогает, наверное.
ESC8. I can't think of a case when HTTPS doesn't help right away. That there are basic response measures that can block this technique from being used. I'm limited in time, but if you want to have a detailed answer, please come to our stand. I will be able to respond to give you a comprehensive response there. Thank you. Other questions?
Да, есть еще вопрос.
Right, we have another question.
Андрей, привет. Большое
Hi, Andrei.
спасибо за доклад, было интересно.
Thanks for your presentation.
Вопрос по большей
It was really
части
interesting.
по отключению скомпрометированных
I have a
шаблонов
question
certification.
about connecting compromised certification templates. Do you have any best practices that you could recommend in terms of responding to that, how analysts could deactivate one template or the other?
Да, если
Thank you.
мы
Well,
четко видим,
yes.
шаблон был использован, соответственно,
If we have the audit set, then we can go and deactivate one of the templates.
конфигурация была в моей истории. То есть
I didn't have time to talk more about the misconfig I had in my case. We had ESC8 when the user can manage the certification center. If we see that, then you should go and check the rights. ESC16, there you need to see whether the users' attributes were changed, for instance, VPM, so you can dig around there.
также, как я говорил,
Ideally, that should be done with the audit set. Then you can use search util to see who issued the certificate and which template was used for that. So you look for that template, you go to CA and you
Тут вопрос именно в
just
том, что,
delete
как
the
правило,
template.
допустим, у ИБ нет возможности
No, you haven't answered my question. Usually, cybersec experts cannot access the certification server to deactivate that template. And I'm interested in how that was structured, or how that was implemented with the specific companies. Well, first you need to let your administrator know, and if there is no access to the server, you act through the intermediary. You go to utility search util, and through EDR you can run this tool and start from there. So just highlight that to your admin, and hopefully admins will help you to respond to that incident.
Остается надеяться. А вот, допустим, про
Well, we can only hope there. But then you talked about EDR.
агент на
And,
сертификации.
for instance, there is an
Работает ли учетная
agent
запись, который работает в
on
вашей
the certification center, but
отключение шаблона?
is that account, does that account has enough rights to deactivate the template?
не проверял, но
Answer, well,
опять-таки вывод
template deactivation, I haven't checked that, but search util will tell you that.
правильной системы.
EDR usually works with system rights, but so theoretically it can be done.
Привет, спасибо большое за доклад. У меня такой немного
Hi,
сначала
thanks for your
провокационный,
talk.
наверное, вопрос, второй
I
философский.
have a provocative question and a philosophical one.
На
You
уязвимые шаблоны
mentioned
на
all
событии
the
4898.
detects
Дело в том, что она генерируется же
all the
при
templates
запросе
event
сертификата, там, при его изменении.
4898 is generated at the first request to the certificate when it's modified. Is that enough? Is that rule of detection enough? Or you also need to see the events when the certificate one was requested and you
Да,
need
согласен,
to
вопрос провокационный. Но, в
look at
принципе, на
additional
каждую технику в теории там
templates.
можно косвенно посмотреть там, другими способами. Там,
Answer. The question is provocative. Well, theoretically, you can look at all of that.
вообще используется.
It depends on how often you use your certification center. If it's deployed and no one uses it, then
Вы совершенно спокойно увидите.
you'll be able to detect 4898. And if not, then you need to look at indirect signs.
Как раз такой а-ля философский, учитывая
Okay, and
решение
a
EDR,
philosophical question.
выстраивать политику детектирования с точки зрения
EDR,
инвентаризации
is it
телефонов сертификатов. Ты говорил об этом в конце.
better to structure your detection policy through inventorying the certificates? And you said that it's better to set the audit, but maybe there is an approach how you can do that through EDR or how that can be done permanently
Можно сделать schedule task, который
in your infrastructure. Answer.
либо PSPK.
Well, you can schedule that task,
Что конкретно?
audit or certify.
Ну тут уже это, наверное,
As to inventorying the certificate templates, well,
в том числе информация
probably that is rather related to
наверное, в эту сторону.
SAR platforms, and probably you should go that way then. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Let's be moving on. Andrei, you need to pick the best question.
Да, коллеги, я напоминаю, друзья, что за лучший вопрос...
Colleagues, once again, for the best question we give, not us, but our speakers give bigs on cybersecurity.
Вопрос, который немного меня поставил в тупик.
Well, probably that question that puzzled me a bit, the question about the successful relay with HTTPS.
Да, и я приглашаю
Okay, thank you. And now please
Ильдара и Игоря,
welcome on stage Ildar
друзья,
and Igor from Positive Technologies.
и практики по детекту хак-тулзов.
They will talk about approaches and practices on detection of hot tools.
Так, ребят, всем привет.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. Hi, everyone. And it's good that we have a full house here. So we understand that we have SOC people and even better experts here, but we can see a lot of our students here, and it's good to share this expertise with them. So, how the blue team sees the red team? Let's find out. So, we've been talking to SOC people, and every time we talk to them, they actually sit there and monitor and wait for an event to happen. They will report it and they will say, this is something happening, it might be illegitimate, and let's engage the second line and let's try to find out. But this is not the only way how you either learn or teach someone. And of course, the more such incidents you look at, the better you learn. How to do this? Now, let us introduce ourselves, who we are. We come from Positive Technologies. We teach blue teams. You have seen the standoff. Our people are currently in the process of protecting the infrastructures. Igor's people have prevented several incidents in such a way that hackers have been helpless. But my people, they monitor the infrastructure of a bank that we have imagined for them, and we have ensured that this is a very effective, they're doing a very effective job. Now, a couple of words about the general approach and the research that was instrumental in this. We actually have shaped this talk around 4 different researchers. And since we only have half an hour, we have put a lot of information behind the QR codes. So you scan QR codes and you can read the things that we don't have the time to talk about. So let's start with the approaches. If a utility is working, you can Google it or you can ChatGPT it. Tell me what it is and how it works. But you will never know actually how it works until you try it yourself. So the best way to train is to actually do something all by yourself and using a test infrastructure for preference. So our approach is
вообще, наверное, зоопарк этих утилиток, можно обнаружить
that you can get really a whole zoo of those utilities, hot tools, within the standoff range. When red teams use all different types of hot tools to try to break into infrastructures. So we've done the real-time monitoring into which utilities hackers could use and what are their approaches. And we'd like to share this with you and with the whole world for everyone to see what kind of approaches are the most interesting and what can happen if certain utilities are used. What is the standoff infrastructure? Real hackers attack almost real infrastructure, which copies the infrastructure of a customer that we know. With the InfoSec system shaped in the right way. Because I think you will agree with me, we can get a lot of data to analyze and we can prevent most events if our InfoSec system is configured in the right way. We have identified hundreds of approaches and hundreds of utilities. We have selected the most important ones, and Igor will tell you how we actually did this selection of the most important things for you.
Мы являемся менторами, соответственно, синих команд и видим, что
We, as mentors of blue teams,
непосредственно делают на стендоффе.
see what red teams do during a standoff, which utilities they use, what they use,
критические события,
how they fire critical events, and what helps them get the desired result.
с Ильдаром как раз запустить такой механизм.
After the event, Ildar and I will launch this mechanism to debrief certain red teams and identify the rarest utilities used by red teams. Because, well, red teams are not stupid. They try to circumvent protections. And so far we have identified 4 utilities, the rarest, and they are the worst to detect. Yes, they are very difficult to detect. And one is the potato exploit. Several backdoors, like rover shell, reverse shell, backdoors, and privilege escalation. So these are the 4 utilities you can see in the slide. And we would like to demonstrate them to you, show you how they work. And of course, our report will be hidden behind the QR codes. Privilege escalation is one of the most difficult ways to detect. SOC people will agree with me, I believe. The previous speaker said that there are some ways to do that, but you have to do a very difficult selection, and it's really hard to prove that this particular event was a privilege escalation. So, we'd like to show you how it can be done. So, if you follow the QR code, you will open our report. You can read while we speak. Just in a nutshell, we have opened up the utility, all those parameters, and then created a test bench and executed it. We also developed some protections to detect this application, and we have highlighted the specific parameters that you need to look at to find out that this utility is working. God potato. Who knows anything about the potato family or any other privilege escalators? Yeah. So many people, well, less than half the room, but nonetheless, many people. So I need to tell you a couple of words about this. God potato, hot potato, juicy potato, and all the other potato family utilities, they can launch within Windows, and they escalate your privileges within the system. it doesn't work for all Windows versions, and God Potato is the latest version. You can actually download it and try it, and you will see whether it works within your system. How exactly it does that? It integrates you into the pipeline of the call request. You create a fake request, and you kind of act on behalf of the system itself. Without boring you with the details, the important thing for an SOC man is to understand which steps you can identify to see that this utility is actually working. So, this is what you need to look at in order to catch the God Potato. Not just God Potato, but any utilities escalator, any privileges escalator. Again, what do you look at to find out that privileges escalation is taking place? This is what the blue team needs to understand in the process, that bad actors are trying to escalate privileges. 1. Usage of processes launched on behalf of system or unexpected parent processes. Using of DCOM or COM objects. They may be legitimate, but you need to look at them. For example, some new DLL is being launched through COM. That's weird. That's not good. Or unauthorized Windows launched of a command line interface on behalf of a user that has not logged in. Several rules. You can try those rules and Sigma them as well. One is launch on behalf of a system, DCOM shells, and that's it. So this was the first utility, privileges escalator. Again, you can read our report and you can ask any questions on that report offline. We're here. Next one is Kirby Relay Up. While you scan the QR code, I'll give you the background on this.
Одна из как раз красных команд выполнила очень интересную...
A red team
почти реализовала очень интересное критическое событие, которое
has almost executed a critical event
учетную запись.
By creating an account on a domain controller.
Это сделать. Давайте рассмотрим.
This is what this utility does actually.
Каким образом она работает? У нее есть несколько компонентов.
Let's see how it works. It has several components.
Сделать. Первое — это непосредственно
that enable this.
Заставляет систему
Cursor
NTLM relay перехватывает и пересылает.
Makes the system to authenticate. NTLM relay intercepts and relays the NTLM token from system. Kirby SCM uses privileged interface to execute code, and token duplication uses the system privileges without proper authorization.
Моменты, которые здесь нужно рассмотреть, это вот это.
The important thing is this schematic.
Покажет вам.
This schematic shows you
выстроит, скажем так, структурную логику.
In a structural way, how this works exactly. So you have the victim. The victim activates an authentication unwittingly. SMB protocol, for example, whatever.
Злоумышленник может перехватывать этот запрос.
This is where a query can be intercepted. And if it is intercepted and utility is fired, the query
этот запрос легитимным. То есть это достаточно
relays. The query is relayed, and it goes back to the system as legitimate.
Это утилита.
So this utility can work at this particular rare moment, and then it collects the data for identifying the subsequent vector of attack. So this utility creates a legitimate user,
на легитимного
and the query to create this legitimate user comes from the system.
означает, что эта утилита уже достаточно
So the fact that this has happened shows that you are witnessing this utility at work. We have also drafted several rules using which this utility can be detected. The most important thing is CMD exe PowerShell. So if we know that if CMD exe is being executed, something's happening, then you get queries for target user system authentication. If this happens on a domain controller, you need to really be very suspicious about why do you need to actually use the command line interface.
на непосредственно IP-адрес 127.0.0.1.
And if the IP address is 127.0.0.1,
что что-то могло произойти, зайти просто в пользователя
you find out what's happened if you log on the domain controller, and if you see that a new user has been authenticated there, most probably it's this utility at work.
Мы выбрали что-то мега редко, можно оставить. Что-то мега редкое. Вы когда-нибудь видели бэкдоры?
So, have you ever seen backdoors? Have you seen a real backdoor living in your system? Yes, one person. Okay, so this is one of those backdoors. We have found it, we have disemboweled it, and you can find the paper about this backdoor. This is a failless backdoor. This is a utility that never is written on a disk. It executes, and actually it connects from inside the infrastructure in such a way it can load payload from GitHub. There are some, there is even a hyperlink from a repository at GitHub. It downloads the content and changes the content in the process. So it works in the memory. It only lives in RAM. So this voidor can be recorded in a scheduler. So the scheduler from time to time puts it into memory and downloads things from GitHub and then kills it again without writing anything to disk. I think people knowing how it works, they understand that the disk is the first thing that you look at. For example, if you want to solve an incident. Of course, you always ask for a memory dump, but you not always can get it. So this thing launches a reverse connect, and the bad actor gets full access to your infrastructure without anything being written to disk. So I've given you the schematic. So it gets things from GitHub, collects information from the system, if it has launched on a Windows or on a Linux, and this is a multi-platform thing, because it can launch and execute commands in both such systems. And the most important thing is, how do you find it actually? So it's there, it's being downloaded, and it's working, but you can't see it. It's complicated to find it because it obfuscates the code. And actually, our colleagues gave us the tip that it uses encryption. And why we chose this utility, voidor, in one of the last standoffs, we looked at it, it was very interesting, and we actually saw something weird at a certain moment. It was used in a standoff, it was used on our range, and that means that this thing has already been used for a specific commercial customer. That means that it has been used in someone's infrastructure already.
Непосредственно по принципу работы. Да, то есть он сначала
So, this is how it works.
Да, как я уже сказал, что
It calls a loader downloads content, builds an executable,
внутри текущего процесса определенный свой дополнительный процесс.
and initializes a process within the process which executes the specific commands that give bad actors access to the system.
Не работает.
So how do we detect it?
Да, спасибо большое. И немножко про детекты. Два вида детектов.
There are two ways to do it.
Да, то есть непосредственно в памяти где-то найти
Through a Yara rule,
загруженный уже вариант, можно Yara правилом
find, scan the memory, and you will see it if it's there,
и, соответственно,
and
ну, может быть, блэк-листы для
do the network connect and actually create a blacklist. For example, if GitHub is on your blacklist, you will see the event.
репозиториев, то в этом случае
If you have several feeds, for example, downloading things from GitHub repositories, well, you might see it because you monitor it. You should monitor it anyway. And last but not least, we don't have a lot of time. So the last but not least utility is called RevB shell. It's also a backdoor.
Использованная непосредственно красными командами на...
And it has been used by a red team in one of our standoffs.
Применяет стандартные все протоколы, которые...
It uses all the standard protocols like HTTP, CMTP, and so on. Everything that we know. And it's very hard to detect.
Внутри непосредственно
because
протоколов и передает трафик как раз
it works within the known protocols and actually generates outgoing traffic without any breach of those protocols.
Работа этой утилиты заключается в том, что есть клиент.
What it does?
У клиента, соответственно, есть...
There's a client and a server.
Единственный...
The client has its own config file.
Злоумышленников...
And the only problem for the bad actor
конфиг-файл занести жертве.
Is to get this config file and plant it on the victim machine. We all know how it can be done. That's the standard story, which starts with phishing. So we send a phishing email or whatever. If you click vscript is executed, it creates a connection with the server. And within one of the allowed protocols, the backdoor is getting onto a machine and it changes the config file.
У нее есть конфигурационный как раз параметр, который
It has a configurable parameter
в несколько секунд обмениваться с сервером данными и
to exchange data with the server once every several seconds, and it can interrupt the sessions. Because some providers actually do it as a form of preventative. They interrupt TCP sessions.
Ну, в принципе, я уже чуть-чуть рассказал. Это инициализация запуска скрипта.
This is how it works. It initializes a script.
Сам скрипт, получение команды.
The script is launched. The command is received. This is what the bad actor wants, actually. The command is executed.
Сохранение передачи результатов. Ну, естественно, последнее это...
The result is collected and transferred. And this cycle will go on and on and on and on, but not constantly, so that you can't identify this backdoor working.
Поведение
Detects and responses.
Это скрипт...
This is a vscript process.
Запускается с помощью, естественно, cmd.exe. Дальше...
It can be launched through command line or PowerShell.
Файлы с командами.
Then you get access to a COM object,
Vim или планировщик и логирование.
WMI or scheduler, and script logging works against this utility. Unfortunately, it's hard to detect it using just one of those. So the simplest way is to restrict the launch of vscript. So that it could not be launched by system. Several correlation rules. Suspicious scripts. But you need to really see which scripts are fired and on whose behalf. Looking at the commands that are executed on behalf of a certain user, and event ID 4100, the use of the script shell.
Итого, мы посмотрели там 4 утилитки, да, которые сейчас успели.
So we've looked at 4 utilities,
Мы на самом деле сделали еще несколько.
everything that we could pack into the allocated time. But we have more reports. And all those utilities have been published
Да, это
on Positive Research.
и DIRSearch.
So Ligolo NG and DR Search. Ligolo is a great utility that imitates a connect to a reverse shell. It is encrypted with TLS. And so if it goes to the TLS port, it kind of imitates a user connecting to a website. If you know things about TTLS, you kind of can understand how it imitates the user. So we continue to generate reports, and maybe we will look at these utilities and add something else. My friend once asked me, so you do this great research of hacker utilities. I want to do it myself. I want to try it. What do I do?
Также посмотреть на новые утилиты, где их взять?
So where do I get the researchers who might want to look at new utilities? So you can Google it, of course, and there are online communities like this, and you can do... You can try your hand in a standoff. You may even really go for a cyber bonus, where blue teams train to detect red teams. But we have a different approach as well. You can see all the events that have been fired. So you have legitimate and illegitimate events fired by the Reds. And you can look at all the events launched by the Reds, and you can look at it and try to see whether seemingly legitimate events were really illegitimate. This is how you can get to possible exploits. Thank you very much. Thank you, Igor, Ildar. Your questions, please.
Большое спасибо. Большое спасибо за доклад.
Thanks for the talk.
Вы упомянули, что на прошлом стендоффе,
You said that
на которых еще не было правил.
in the last standoff, you found new utilities without any rules available. What about this one? So, have you already found the utilities you're only going to write reports on?
Что-то интересное уже было.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
Потому что ребята сейчас...
I'm not in a position to say there have been interesting things. We're looking into this. But I think retrospectively, we will sure find something interesting and we'll publish it. At least you will have a full report about this year's standoff. Maybe we will just publish a debrief of all utilities used during the standoff, whether they were new or not. Great idea. Thank you for the idea. Well, it was supposed to be a question, but I think it may lead us to something new.
Еще вопрос.
We have another question.
Спасибо большое за доклад.
Thank you for the talk.
Скорее подхода. Вот вы говорите,
I have a question about your approach.
допустим, LPE на хосте через CM.
So you can say that we can find an LPE on a host through a CEM, and we can respond to it, but with a certain delay. But if we are on the host, can we block the execution of a payload?
Potato, который в целом достаточно известный, или Kerberos.
Potatoes, they're quite well known, and can the host kind of block them themselves? Well, we can do kind of anything, and there are a lot of various approaches to prevent privileges escalation. Antivirus software, if they find the signatures, they will prevent this, but an EDR system does behavioral analysis, and it can block as well if it's installed on the host. If there are some actions, you can work through a correlation. And maybe you could would act after the privilege has actually been escalated post-action. The previous speaker talked to you about these certificates, how people misuse certificates to get legitimate rights. An action like this, it could be indirectly detected by CEM if we have a rule that this host, for example, just can't escalate privileges.
Еще вопрос?
We have another question.
Сейчас подождем микрофон.
Работает? Добрый день. У меня вопрос касаемо правил, которые вы...
My question is about the rules that you have showed on a slide, and maybe those rules are not new.
Max Patrol CM.
For example, Max Patrol CM already has them. But if not, the question is, have you tested them on a bench or on real-time infrastructure? Because one of the most painful issues is to default.
О котором вы говорили.
I mean, for an SOC. And if they use the threads, use the voidor. So one of the ways to detect this is to actually see whether they have connections to GitHub. But if this is a developing company, they always have connections to GitHub. Yeah, that's a great question. Does Max Patrol have it? Yes, it does. Our colleagues have already opened it up and debriefed us on, and it works okay. If you look at our report, you will see that we have tested it on a bench. We tested various options that could be detected. And on real life infrastructure, we have talked to our colleagues, and they said, yes, we can see whether it will work. So if you create a blacklist of addresses, that's the simplest way. So voidor looks it connects to GitHub, but we don't restrict all connections to GitHub. And if this thing connects to this repository, even though it's through HTTPS, we restrict this. And if we have proxy within the infrastructure, and if we see that through those proxies someone goes to all the weird hosts, that would be another detect. Okay. Igor and Ildar, please choose the best question. That's a hard choice. I leave this to Igor because I don't want to be responsible for this. I think the last question was the best. The most interesting in terms of Max Patrol, rules, and so on. So let's thank the colleague for this question.
Да, друзья, спасибо. Мы продолжаем.
Следующий у нас два доклада в режиме fast-track. The next two talks will be in the fast-track mode, and that means we won't have questions after them, but that doesn't mean they're not interesting. So please welcome Anton and Nazar from Red Security.
Раз. Коллеги, добрый день. Сегодня расскажем вам об одном из способов детектирования SSH-туннелей на Linux-хостах.
Good afternoon. We'll talk about SSH tunnels detection with Linux hosts.
Меня зовут Антон Грищенко, руководитель первой линии
My name
SOC Red
is
Security.
Anton Grishenko. I'm the head of line 1 at SOC with Red Security. My name is Nazar. I'm the leading analyst of line 1 of the same SOC. I'll start and then the colleague will pick up.
С определения SSH, исходя из английского, это Secure Shell, безопасная оболочка,
которая
позволяет...
The definition SSH is the secure shell. That's a technology that allows to safely get connected to to hosts and manage the data stored there. And the particularity of the technology is that all the data is transferred in a safe way. It uses the 22nd port and it is used widely.
Назар, повыше микрофон.
Почему вообще выбрана тема SSH-туннелирования?
Why we picked this topic? Why we decided to talk about SSH tunneling? It is used by administrators. It's a useful tool, but if a bad actor uses it, it can be a powerful weapon. They use tunneling for several purposes. The main one is to bypass network restrictions and to get into the safe perimeter. Then they use it to obfuscate traffic and anonymize their actions. That makes it difficult to detect incidents. Then they create reverse tunnels. And of course, they also can use these tunnels to transfer malware, malicious tools. For the protecting team, they need to understand how these tunnels may be used. They need to be able to detect these tunnels in their operation system, because at the level of traffic, as traffic is encrypted, it's difficult to do that. And of course, you need to be able to detect and isolate the initiator of this activity.
Туннелирование — это, по сути, использование SSH как прокси.
Tunneling is using SSH as proxy. There are three main types of tunnels: a local one, a remote one, and a dynamic one. First, let's take the local one. Local rerouting of ports is a way to create a protected channel. When traffic is sent to a specific port of a local machine, and it is rerouted through SSH to the identified server. So here you see the intruder who initially doesn't have access to the target host, but it can use the intermediate host that is linked to the target host. And by creating a tunnel, the bad actor can get the access to the target machine. So here he used port 9999, and then it is the traffic is rerouted to the target port 5432. The next tunnel is a remote tunnel. Here, a port of a remote server is used, and the traffic goes through that port to reach the target machine. So the intermediary host has a port, and that port is opened to reroute through it the traffic to the target host. And again, the in-reach port is 9999, and through the tunnel, the traffic goes to the target host. And in this way, the bad actor can get additional access to the infrastructure and act there. And the third type of the tunnel is a dynamic tunnel, the most flexible type of a tunnel. Here, at a local machine, a port is activated. It acts as a SOCKS proxy server, and it is used to attack the infrastructure. The previous two types of tunnels were linked with the target host, but here you can access the whole infrastructure from the intermediary host. And actually, these tunnels leave very few artifacts that you can use during your investigation. How can we detect these tunnels? Every Linux server has an SSHD daemon that supports all the SSH sessions, and it generates bind and connect, which is called to get connected to the target host. These calls, with high probability, signal creation of a tunnel, and it's enough to just log these actions with the audit D. If you use this approach, you will not have to analyze the network traffic. A few words about each call. Syscall bind. That opens a port for for scanning.
В первую очередь будет интересно, как
And here there are interesting panes. During investigation, it's interesting to see which port was opened.
в сессию какого пользователя это
Then you look at the interface and at the user that was used. And looking at the session, you can see what was the authentication method.
хосту прокидывается доступ, куда идет
This
коннект.
is called connect.
В событии тоже
You
есть.
also need to see what port the connect was going to, and then you analyze the user and the port. And now I'm
Какие события нам нужны для решения?
handing it over to the colleague.
Нужно настроить сбор
To
соответствующих
see what events you need to look, you need to first collect the events. And here you can see the config of audit
bind и connect.
EN that collects bind and connect calls. Linux systems
Bind события
open bind and connect events at its local host. These events are of no interest to us because they are not related to the network connection to other hosts. What we need is A2 parameter, the
можем ограничить события.
length of the structure. Using this parameter, we can limit the events to those who are actually related to IPv4 or IPv6. After setting that, you create the detecting logics. You have the examples of sigma rule and kuma rule here. The logics is actually simple. We look for system calls for connector bind from SSHD. That's the basics, and then a few details. First, you need the command line to have the SSHD subline. Without that, we will be responding to legitimate, regular SSH connections, which are not actually related to the tunnels, whereas the tunnels will be leaving traces at SSHD line in command line. Before firing the rule, you need to profile it. Based on the logics I've just presented, we had approximately 300 activations of SSHD, and then we brought it down to 4. I'll tell you how. What I recommend is that if you have a lot of false positives for a rule, if you have a very interesting rule but it has a lot of activations, don't use it. Don't implement it, because if you, in the company where you're going to do that, SSH tunneling is used, you will get new and new ports appearing. And then what happens to the frontliners when the rule is activated all the time, even if you have the real alert, no one will pay attention to that, not a person on duty and not even the person responsible from the client's side. But if you still decide to monitor these abnormalities, you need to profile it. Then you go to SSH line, we exclude
Фактически обмен изображением происходит в рамках туннеля. Поднимается.
this part, and the tunnel
это плохой.
is created. You shouldn't just exclude all the ports from this range. You need to really be very specific about excluding specific ports and hosts. If you can't profile it as that, then you exclude the whole range.
Начнем составлять плейбук для аналитиков. Что ему делать, когда он зафиксировал?
Playbook for analysts. When you have an alert, what do? Here you can see the basic events of a penetration tester's activity. The key aspects here is that we see an event with a
на порт HTTP
DVX address.
249 хоста.
You see
SSHD обращается на
that this SSHD was addressing a specific SSH port. The person on duty should look at the number of the session. At the lower screenshot, you see how that host was accessed, and that shows you the source host. That's host 253. Then you look the events of this host, if it's being monitored, and it was monitored, and what the red team did, they created a local tunnel at their host, at their hacker's host, but of course it had a different name. And then within their tunnel, they wanted to get a direct access to the target host. And in order to do that, they created a local tunnel, and now accessing port 9999 of their hacker's host through a tunnel and the proxy server, they were directly accessing their target host. In a similar way, the connect can be established via a dynamic tunnel. And we continuously see that facing real-life attacks. What's the problem there? They can only be detected only thanks to our rules, because we will never learn what bad actors did, because their hosts are not monitored. And from our last case, we saw many connect calls to many ports and hosts, and it's obvious that they were scanning. Here you can see proxy chain, proxy server, and act without leaving any artifacts. But you can use that rule to catch the bad actor.
Про бинт расследование будет начинаться аналогичным образом.
With bint, investigation starts in a similar way. We'll look at ID of sessions, and here we see that the port is open for scanning. And then we'll look at how the host that registered that event was accessed. Then we can look at the events of the source host and see what the bad actor did. In this case, the connection was from the target host, and what's important here is that with the local tunnel, the tunnel was created from the hacker's host. And here, our pen testers created cron in Linux. So there was a command that you can see on the screenshot, and regularly this command was creating a remote tunnel. So from any host that has access to this proxy server could use this command at any time, from any point, through this remote tunnel. They could access to the service that was their target through that port.
Спасибо.
Okay, thank you. A few words about hardening. Here you can see the SSHD configuration. That's the ultimate solution. Probably you shouldn't do that right at once. First, you need to study the situation and ask the colleagues who use that host whether that will disrupt their processes. And from my experience, I can recommend that you need to have security standards, because if you just say that that's unsafe, that's not an argument. Here on the slide, you can the screenshots of the rule and how you can formulate it, and that standard can be used. It is specific. Dear colleagues, thank you. I'm ready to take your questions. Thank you, Anton. Thank you, Nazar. Okay, we are moving on. As I said, it's a fast track, and we don't have a lot of time. Right now, I would like to invite Sava from Bison. He will be talking about detection in containers.
Раз. Так, всем привет. Поговорим
Hi, everyone.
о теме, что многие аналитики
Let's talk about the following topic. Many analysts, they think that this topic is very complex, but in fact this tool is very simple, and you can easily write logs for it. My name is Sava. I'm an L3 analyst with Bison Hacks. I research sources, I write rules, I do quite evident things. So, what are we going to talk about? We are going to look at what Kubernetes is, because I see that many people don't understand what it does. We'll look at what events we want to collect and how it can be attacked, and then the ways of detecting these attacks. So what Kuber is? It is an orchestrator that is used in cases when you have 1 million of containers and you need to manage them in a centralized manner through one config, just to describe them and not to deploy them manually.
Он исходит из записанного как раз в конфигурации.
It uses what is set in the configuration at from the desired state, and then it checks the status of containers, the status of nodes, and brings them to the desired state. It is stated in config that there should be 2 replicas, and if only one pod responds to live prop, then it goes to the next node and recreates a replica for it. So Cuba has lots of nodes, and apart from demo tested versions like Minikube, they can only be deployed on virtual machines. So we have masters, workers, and balancing tools. I think balancers are always present. And the same things on a scheme. So the nodes can be viewed in a following way. There is an AB server that interacts with the scheduler, the manager, and it manages controllers, replica site controllers, and other controllers, and
описывающие сущности, они хранятся в
all the data described in IP server
там, в принципе,
is
довольно в простом
stored in ABCD.
если хочется.
And you can access it from there. AB server accesses workers through IB couplets that interact with runtime, and through that pods are managed. So how administrators interact with the Meisters, they send a request
через либо питоновские, либо вебчиковые реализации есть.
Through Python or other tools, or through Cupstill.
Собственно, едем дальше. Какие у нас варианты по сбору событий?
So what are the options for compiling events, the meaningful events? First, from workers, we need to take both processes and file operations with files for meaningful detection. And then at the cluster level, only Cube API can give us a good log. Let's start with endpoint logging. You can do that through ABPF, or you can monitor it through subsystem of audits in the Linux core. But then there is a nuance. All the data is logged for containers, but as you can see from that screenshot, adding that to audit
посмотреть, где именно это выполняется.
Has the open status. And it makes it difficult to view this information through worker. But there is a workaround for that. As we can customize this part, we can take this bit. We can read this C group, and it has the ID of the container, and using that ID, you can request this information from the runtimer and access information about that container. Then you can see in which container this process is run. Cube API logics. First, you need to set the audit policy. That's a fun process, really interesting.
Мы, исходя из вербов,
Here the process is very well structured. We use verbs and HTTP. We use the context, the groups that access this information. With all that, we set the log level. Log or request response. Request response is actually a redundant thing. If you send your data through syslog, these events can be coming through in a reduced format because of the technology. And then in the request object and response object, data can be doubled. Within metadata, only the data about objects is logged, and
строчки для
With the
запуска,
request object,
образ, что примонтировано.
you have information about the container, its image, and what has been preset for that container.
Модификация.
Having set our audit policy, we can modify the manifest of the API server. You should do that for every master. And there, in launch parameters, you need to
Путь до логдира, формат логирования.
set the route to audit policies,
После этого
format of storage,
обязательно нужно прокинуть и логдиру, и
and then
policy в
the log
API server.
dir and audit policy should be put under API server,
Были такие проблемы.
because even if you set the routing, without that you will not be able to read these logs. So how can you read these heavy logs? Through GQ, you can
Через GQ очень удобно смотрится, но
view these logs,
HTTP-шные поля по типу
but you need to pay attention to HTTP fields.
По request объект самое, как известно,
And for request objects, you can find a detailed description of the object,
и у него родители.
what it consists of, the containers, and its parents, which is also very important,
Чем угодно, это
because
будет реплика.
the pod can be created by anything.
Ну и информация по юзеру там
It can be a replica, and then
нетривиального.
you have the user data, and again, it's very evident.
Смотрим примерчик чейна и
Another example
его детекта.
of a chain and the options of how you can detect it.
Это пробив именно сервис в поде.
A common attack is getting through the service in pod, vulnerable app in pod.
Надеюсь, это не так.
Sometimes you have internet in your cube app, but it's not always so.
Группам они вполне стандартные.
And then I already showed the examples of detect. They're quite standard. They are common
Все обычно.
command lines and launching through services. After the
Видят, что
bad actor accesses the server,
и вьюны
he starts seeing that this system is limited and restricted.
Он захочет
There are alpine addresses, and probably they want to
по процессам.
look at mount and
Важно для попытки
the things around, and
информацию о
as an attempt to escape, probably
как это может
they will collect information about capabilities.
ну, через
What it can look like through mount,
можно по
it can only be done through pod hunting, or
по ручному чтению
you can do that manually
процесс
through
это ловить
manual reading
также
of the environment and CFS.
чтение STDA, да.
Then STDA reading
Это один из вариантов. У нас есть два варианта посмотреть.
and process status. That's one of the options. You can look at
Через
you can look at
process статусы.
capabilities of the container. First, you can grab the process
вот по
setup and decode it,
можно это
or you can go
что это за capability, либо через KPSH, но KPSH будет отсутствовать в контейнере, поэтому
cup SH, but very often it is not present in the container, so there it's not sure.
едем дальше. Дергать
Moving on.
кубапе неудобно.
It is not very
Поняв, что мы
convenient
в контейнере, стоящем отдельно в поде,
to
злоумышленник
move
попытается
around the
загрузить
container, so
как вариант, это куб CTL, который порой,
the bad actors usually use additional tool.
по-хорошему, это
Usually they upload cube CTL. Usually they do not leave that
утилиты
in
специально
the pod, but sometimes they do. That's a utility to interact with cube app,
по каким
but it can be used in the compiled form, which makes the task easier.
это либо через
How can you catch that?
либо
Through Coral we get, or
Python и PHP
then you need to take into consideration the interpreters like Python or CSP,
ставят
because
контейнеров, в которых
in
нет,
pods very often we see images of containers without
будет исхитряться. Следует учитывать, что
KURL, and it's important to prevent it from
подгрузку относительно.
faulting,
И это может
and usually
Поэтому лучше учесть
Indeed, there are additional downloads when launching, so it's important
условно
to
больше минуты. Это уже
measure the activity time for the container. If it's above 1 minute, then it's interesting already. Then to interact with
токен сервиса,
Cube, you need a token.
к которому можно обращаться
In the token, you have a service account that can be
в Kubernetes его сервис-аккаунт или Warrun.
triggered, and you can find it in
Там много
War Run account or in other accounts. There are several options of how you can do that. It depends on the amount.
нет возможности
If you don't have a possibility
обращаться в Кубапе, это как бы единственный
to
способ дальше продвигаться.
run, then
Можно ловить это
to run away from there, then you can only move on with the
либо
tokens.
по чтению при
Then
большом аптайме.
you can use utilities
После получения
to
токена
catch that.
Discovery
So how discovery
делать. Мы можем
can happen after
мы
the
можем
token is received. We can list several objects, we can list pods, we can list
но как
users, everything we find, but how we can see our own rights, we can see self-subject rules reviews.
в kubectl есть вариант это
In
делать просто
kubectl, you can do that through CNI command.
который скармливается verb, тип объект,
You feed it with verb, type of object, and
юзеров. Могу
the response will be whether you can impersonate users, whether you can create pods, and so on.
события это можно успешно
What
благополучно.
events can be used to track that?
Множественный лист
Either
для разных kind, либо
you see multiple
запросы,
lists,
либо опять
queries, or multiple get queries, or multiple
для запросов
401, 403 queries from the same account.
под сервис-аккаунт. Вот тут стоит отметить, что сервис-аккаунт поды указывает,
Service account in
если он есть у них.
pod is
И в таком случае можно
marked when creating a pod, and then through the dynamic list you can implement that rule and it will not be faulting.
subject access review для
And then
личных прав.
self-subject access review for critical rights. You can check them with that.
Созданию мутейтинг веб-хуков.
You can use that for impersonation or
После нахождения наличия прав.
mutating web-big. After you've found and defined the rights, the bad actor can create a privileged pod that will be tied, that will be linked to the master through the same center.
Злоумышленника root
You
на
can
мастерноде. Root на мастерноде.
run bash, and he has
Кубадом
a root through master node.
это у нас полный доступ к
And that gives full access to all the entities in the cluster, which means that the admin cluster has been taken.
детектить в данном случае.
What can you detect there?
Привилегированных
Either you can detect
объектов.
creating privileged pods without
Мутная история.
parents,
Явно привязанные к мастеру, потому что на мастера
then privileged pods linked to the master, and usually there are no non-system pods present with master,
shell сессии
or
через N-Center.
opening a shell session through N-Center.
Инструмент для легитимного
That's a tool through legitimate exiting the container,
Можно, опять же, профильнуть это по набору нод.
and you can profile that with
Да, забыл подчеркнуть.
the set of nodes.
Всякую историю вроде lins
And unfortunately, you can't use lins here
нодом
because
исключительно через N-Center.
they get attached to nodes through N-Center.
Есть вариант импакта после
So what are the impact options after we detect all that?
Если
The
там
most frequent impact in Cuba
это раскатать в него майнер, собственно, KinSync один
is to use something like KinSync,
вариантов.
a miner,
Создавались вот такие вот контейнеры.
and at this example you can see container creations. It is
Создаются нечасто.
very much detectable because diamond sets are not created often.
Распространение KinSync.
Usually they are used to with the miner
KinSync использует
within KinSync technique. KinSync also
путей к образам на публичных регистрах.
uses that to
Ну и по
specify routes for public registries, and by commonalizing container
почему на это нужно алертить, курлов
for these lines, I think you understand why we need to alert that, because it just looks weird.
Для персиста злоумышленник захочет заюзать крон.
For persistence,
Выполняется по расписанию. Это
bad actor will probably use cron job.
по дефолту.
And everything that
Кронжобы в кластере создают поды по
you see there is persist by default. They create pods on schedule.
Желательно привилегированное, чтобы
And
можно было
there you want to create a pod with reverse shell to get access to
в случае с
the node. Why reverse shell, not SSH? Because with SSH, the
сервис и публиковать на
malicious actor would have to create a service and publish it.
как раз-таки через который был доступен initial, ему бы пришлось создавать сервис и отдельно публиковать поду с SSH, что как бы лишний шум в логах.
That would definitely create unnecessary noise in logs.
На сервер.
And the only thing that can prevent us from connecting to the server with open listener is the network policy.
Создается оно так же, как и поды, в принципе.
You create it in the same way you create pods.
Поменять kind, добавить расписание и готово.
It is just defined, you add kind, you specify the schedule, and
Этого, да,
it's done.
командные строчки контейнеров
To detect that, you look at command lines of the container when pods are created, but you need to
забирание из
look
команд.
specifically at the format
На версии
of the record.
разрезаны аргументы по частям, и их нужно соединять через...
The arguments are split into parts here, and you need to put them together through the pipeline of event processing. If you use Fluent, it's an easy thing to do through Lua scripts. If not,
Это кромсайт
you'll need to cut it with Python at the intermediate stage and then put it together
в целом.
to get the line.
Тот сервис-аккаунт по созданию cronjob, это тоже странно.
Pod service account
Его добавить.
that creates cron job, that uses cron job,
Из инфраспецифических
is weird as well.
вещей. Это то, что в некоторых
And in terms of infra-specific things, in some infrastructures,
все создают cronjobы
there is a very limited pool of
от whitelist
DevOps.
по роли, либо по
And then you can start from whitelists by roles or by accounts.
событий. Переключись, пожалуйста, спасибо.
What else can you look at apart from the events?
Превентивно.
Well, first, as a preventive measure, it's better to deploy local registries like Harbor,
на котором будет дополнительно сканиться все
and there you will be scanning all the images to detect any surprises,
и просто в него клонируется условный докер.
and you will be cloning
Клонируются образа, те образа, которые не
document registry
отбрасываются.
there, and the images that will not get through scanning should be discarded.
Не знают, какие у них роли в
Then people should know their roles within the cluster and their rights.
Кубхавен, в принципе,
And
отлично решает
Kubehaven,
представление о
that gives you a comprehensive solution to cover the content of Airbag.
нормальная история.
And then
Он хороший, я про него
general hardening, I think that's clear. I will not be talking much about that. During the incident, first you need to dump, and then you need to
не скопируете файлик из пода и ее
be deactivating it, because if you will not copy the file from the pod, when you relaunch that pod, the file will not be there. So you copy the file, after that you deactivate the pod, and depending on the situation, either it's only the pod that is broken,
Если сломали,
and sometimes the node gets
пардоните и выводите с шедуль.
hijacked, and then you need to take it out of the schedule.
Часто встречаются.
And then
Стоит,
several problems that
во-первых,
we observe sometimes. First, you need
никакого разграничения, плюс
to avoid putting all the pods in one space.
capability с большим объемом
Then
не нужно. Это
capabilities should not be assigned in the amount that is
включение пода, которое является частью,
in the necessary amount.
ничем не поможет. И полезные ссылочки. Это
And just deactivating the pod will not help you much.
аудит.
Useful links.
Начать строить.
Alibaba robbed the
Hound — это, ну, как Bloodhound, только для
audit policy that you can use
хороший — это Trivia.
to structure your Kubernetes and a few more useful links.
Спасибо. Да, друзья, у нас небольшой технологический перерыв, чтобы мы могли продолжить.
Now we have
Да, ждем
a break.
14:30,
Let's be back at 2:30 p.m.
в том числе с нашими спикерами.
And of course, you can talk to our speakers outside this room.
Друзья, всем добрый день. Спасибо, что вы с нами. Мы продолжаем.
Hi again. Thank you for being with us. Let's continue. And the next session will talk about sharing experience, practices, secrets on the SOC technology. So the technology behind SOC.
Регулярно. Вот, напоминаю.
What we use on a daily basis.
Регламент.
I would like to remind you about the timing. I understand it's not positive, it's painful, but
Вы можете задавать спикерам вопросы.
the timing is as follows.
Спикер подарит вам
The timing is for speakers. You can ask them questions. Speakers will
издательство Питер.
choose the best question and will award a book to those who ask the best question from Peter Publishers, specialists in information security. Now, let's move to the next speaker, Yuri Morozov.
Юрий Морозов из компании «Информзащита».
So he represents Informzashita.
Приветствую всех, кто сегодня в зале, а также смог
Hello everyone to
представить вам свой доклад, который
everyone who are here in person or online. So this is WEC troubleshooting, a debriefing of what you can do to resolve the event relay at Windows. I represent third line
интересных инженерных
analytics at Infozashita. Like many people in third line, I have to analyze a lot of automation events, and this includes the topic I'd like to share with you.
Вкратце расскажу
Before troubleshooting,
механизм пересылки событий.
I need to say what WEF is about, Windows Event Forwarding, how it is set up, which subscriptions could happen, and I will give you several troubleshooting cases from simplest to the most interesting.
И немного теории о нем.
So, web settings and a little bit of theory.
WEF позволяет настроить сервер сбора событий Windows 7 Collector.
WEF sets up WEC, Windows Event Collector.
Подписок выполняет сбор
Through subscriptions, you collect events from all the necessary Windows hosts across your infrastructure
локальное хранение, журнале
and
Forwarding Events.
puts them into the forwarding events log.
Который установлен непосредственно на WEC-сервере, выполняет их пересылку.
The WEC server then
Собственно, изображено на слайде.
forwards those events to the SIM.
В составе
This is the pipeline that you can see.
Windows Remote Management. И таким образом
This is one of the functionalities of Windows Remote Management.
каких-либо дополнительных
So you don't have to install any additional components or software in order to make it work. And that may be very critical if you talk about high-load servers, for example.
они довольно низкие.
The system requirements are not very high, and they're quite scalable on on how many
Два основных вида подписок.
on how many events are fired per second. There are
Информацию о своих подписках.
two types of subscriptions. Source-initiated,
Они узнают
when hosts get information on subscriptions from server, or collector-initiated, which can be set up in the policy.
к хостам в структуре.
Collector-initiated works when
Начинает как бы вытягивать события.
the
В рамках
server connects to the infrastructure and pulls events from there.
запустить подписку. В случае
We will be interested in how
для этого необходимо
a subscription can be renewed.
запустить службу
A
Windows.
source-initiated one needs to work through restarting a service, but a collector-initiated
Будут тут же перезапрошены, подписка переприменится.
will just
Параметр подписки — это
retry it and it will re-interrogate all the hosts.
Какие журналы, какие события с хостов. Для его настройки просмотр
Query
предусмотрен.
tells you which host you are going to interrogate.
В слайде приведен пример его настройки.
This is an example how you set it up and the query that is the result of such setting.
Немного ограничен, поэтому
This functionality is a little limited.
исключение, зависящее
So if you need any exception that depends on the value of a certain field, you cannot do it through XPath.
для чего тут
But you can always, through XML, set up an XPath query manually.
который будет задействован при работе этой подписки. WinRM может работать по HTTP и HTTPS.
This
Когда речь идет о HTTP,
subscription can work through HTTP or HTTPS. And working through HTTP doesn't mean that all the events will be forwarded as open text. The verification is done using Kerberos, and the session is encrypted with a session key. With HTTPS, the client is certified, and the encryption is through TLS. And this is, of course, the preference for non-domain hosts, because, well, HTTP just can't be used with non-domain hosts.
как раз непосредственно с тем, как выпустить, обеспечить своевременное обновление сертификата.
However, the certificates need to be renewed in time. And even though we will not talk about HTTPS issues, you need to be mindful that there are such issues.
На нем необходимо
In order to
Для этого можно воспользоваться
prepare a WEC server, you need to activate the WEC SVC service. And WinRM should also be active on all hosts. It is already active on a Windows server, but if you also collect events from workstations, you need to activate them.
какую-то команду либо ручную настройку нет необходимости.
Of course, you don't have to go through each host. You can set it up through policy, which will be activated in the next
Делали доступными все
auto start.
управления, связанные с ним, в том числе Windows Remote Shell и PowerShell.
Of course, you need to harden the Windows Remote Shell and PowerShell remoting. They can be deactivated either through group policy or through a specific command. Port listening is also done by WinRM by default. And if your subscription is source initiated, the policy could be not to listen to ports, but all ports needs to be listened to if the subscription is collector initiated.
Оснастки просмотра событий, параметров для настройки.
There are also some parameters which are not accessible through from the interface. Push or pull is source initiated or collector initiated.
Интересный параметр.
Now, optimization delivery max latency
False, означающий, что
read existing events is false by default, and which means that when the subscription
это может быть полезно при
is activated, it does not only read the recent events, but all events which are in the log, which may be good if you are doing retroactive analysis. And content format is an interesting parameter. Render texts and its locale or events.
просмотр событий.
We actually, when we look at events view,
указан в параметре локаль.
the event descriptions are generated in the same language which depends on the locale. But you can change this language if needed.
Для того, чтобы мы смогли собирать все события, нам
In order to collect all events, we need to provide access to logs.
Source initiated, нам нужно предоставить доступ учетной записи на Network Service.
A source-initiated subscription would need access to the network service journal and several others. but it can be applied only after a reboot. Or you can optimize the SDDL, actually adding the specific account. For a collector initiated, you only can do that through adding an account. However, you may have a problem with the logging group policy, so you need to prevent that. Now, we have set up the WAC, we have set up the subscriptions. Now, which logs are we most interested in?
Мы увидим именно на хосте те ошибки, которые возникали при работе с подписками.
Forwarding, plugging, and operational and remote management will give us the most information on the source, and on the WAC server you can see also there are several logs that will be important. You also need to look at the runtime status. With source initiated, it's not going to be very informative because it only has the list of hosts that have used this subscription in the past. With collector initiated, we can always see an exact status of the subscription, whether it works now and whether it works with an error. The first such error, WAC address is not available. You have connected to this address, but with an unexpected response. Maybe the URL is wrong, maybe VEC SVC does not work, or if we're setting it up for the first time, maybe the VEC SVC does not have the rights to go to the 5985 port. Starting from Win10 version 16, if there is not enough RAM on the host, a lot of services work only locally. So by default, the access is only for WinRM. So you need to add WAC SVC into the whitelist of services. A more typical event is connection timeout. This is a checklist of what you can do. You need again to check your URL. You can do test connection. You can test whether WinRM works actually, whether the service is active, whether it's listening to the right port, and whether it gets access to the host. And you can actually reconfig if you have found something wrong. Channel reading errors. 102 with the code 5004 means that not a single channel was readable across the subscription. This is unpleasant. 101 is kind of less bad. Means that one of the logs you want is not accessible. And you can see the RR code of the log that has not been available when you tried it. Error 5 is error access denied. 15001 invalid query. We may have been wrong with the format when we manually mistype something, or the query is too complicated. We may have listed more than 20 event IDs, or may have introduced too many conditions, and so on. This can also lead to 15001. And 15007, channel not found, again, mistype, or something else was wrong with the address or with the query itself. 105, access denied when you try to get a subscription from the subscription manager. So we have connected successfully, but all available subscriptions do not work with this host. So we need to check the subscription that you're trying to fire.
Следующие ошибки связаны с работой протокола.
Next.
Наиболее интересно вот это верх.
These errors are related to Kerberos.
Она говорит,
The most interesting
когда
is this
наш век-сервер обратился
is this error in the upper part.
как раз коллектор initiated.
So if you have a collector initiated
Событие, он сначала
and the web server has asked the host for the list of events, it first gets a TGS with the HTTP prefix.
зарегистрирован этот префикс.
And if there is an account this prefix is registered to, the error may be that the prefix is related to that account, not to the current host that's trying to pull.
Так ли это? Можем
In order to check whether this error has fired,
необходимости в этом SPN, может быть, это когда-то что-то раньше настраивали, сейчас уже не надо, мы его спокойно...
you can delete the SPN, or you can set up another SPN for the machine account of this host with specifying the port 5985.
Такого SPN не нашлось совсем. Ну и также...
Next error, no SPN found, again, should be a typo.
Большая разница. О временных хостах может быть там...
Maybe the time difference between the hosts is too large, or maybe the host is out of the domain temporarily, and so on. But if we don't understand what exactly the problem is, you may temporarily add this host to the trusted host list. It's not without danger, but again, I'm saying that you need to do this temporarily. You can read more about this if you follow the QR code.
События. Здесь как раз-таки уже пойдет речь, в том числе про рендер-текст. Если
the text misrendering, if the message with the interpretation of the event was not forwarded together with the message,
на скриншоте сверху на век-сервере не было...
the web server returns an error. So, for example, the web server was not updated, and therefore it has not recognized the log or the event.
И получили немного другую проблему. То, что у нас...
So you update the web server and get a problem. Not all the fields are populated from the event parameters. This is called not full interpretation.
Ориентируется именно на этот...
And it may do harm if our event collector at CN relies on this particular template. What can you do about this? Do the update.
И убедиться, что все-таки
and make sure
передавался, потому что
that the text was forwarded in the first place, because in most cases it does solve the problem, because the host actually knows how the event should have looked like. What are the most interesting errors that have happened with the web server?
Здесь продолжаем тему как раз интерпретации событий. В данном случае ошибка скорее связана...
This error is about event interpretation, and it's not about the mechanism, but it's about the reading mechanism. On the right, you can see an example of a command that corresponds to webdev.
Пробел превращается в %20.
So you can see if your space is Cyrillic, it is converted into %20 combination. And actually, the system misreads this as error code 20. The system is unable to find the device. Another example is you create a log file, and it has a %4 reverse slash in its name, and parameter 4 thus fires an anomaly.
Здесь,
So the process that should be part of the event log finds itself in the file name.
XML, они
Nothing can be done about this. So you need to read XML if you want to be sure. And if you actually have doubts about this, you should look for 4688. Now, let's look how Windows Server 2022 executes this. And it executes differently, because if for some reason the render was not forwarded together with the event and we still have the subscription description is empty. And the DCN agent will also see that it is empty. Don't use the Windows Server 2022 with this problem strangely unresolved to date. So Windows Server 2025 is much preferred. If you don't need to transfer rendering info, and if you have XML, you really can set it up as the only reading format.
Хосты, для которых вроде бы все настроили.
Another problem. The hosts have been set up and the subscription should work.
С них события не поступали.
But for some reason, the hosts just don't send the events. So the subscription was applied and cancelled almost momentarily. The problem actually happened with Windows 11 2022 H2 version. Starting from that build, Microsoft narrowed down the language resources for non-English locales. In our case, it was Russian, and the subscription worked in English. And WebTPDL UI was affected by this. So the subscription contains certain keywords that may be read as the XML tags. When we changed the type of subscription for collector initiated, we actually identified that this was the case. Because it also returned error, but the error was different, XML incorrect. In order to do something about it, you either need to download the file, this file, WebTAPDLL-MUI, it's several kilobytes, or you need to install the full English language package onto all the hosts, and the problem will just go away. From time to time, a subscription may be cancelled. A subscription may be cancelled legitimately, or because there is a network problem. But here we look at a case in which the host is overloaded, and this subscription collects very heavy logs. For example, a domain controller may have this problem. So a subscription may work and work and work again and then cancelled. And after an update, it works again and then is also cancelled. So you need to look at the hosts. And if you see too many superfluous events coming from that host, you can actually cut those events through an audit. Maybe there are too many parameters and so on, or the CCMO, or you can introduce more precise exceptions for these subscriptions. Or what you can also do, you can split this subscription into several subscriptions. If they're heavy, this won't resolve your issue with the payload. But anyway, you will not lose the entire audit. You will get a more granular sort of errors. Another problem We set it up through XML, source initiated, collector initiated, it was push, now it's pull, but runtime status returns the error that there is that the host through 5985 is not available. Another subscription connected to this host successfully. So if you look at the interface, the port is 5985, but the port monitor tells us that this subscription tries to connect through port 80. So you need to clarify and specify the transport port in the XML scheme. You can change it through the interface or you can write a command. Several Windows updates that corrected the problems. I hope you all have those patches, but since these things happen from time to time, it would be a good idea to look at the patches. Maybe they already resolve the issue without any additional work. Wrapping up. WEF is a complicated thing. It has its problems, but nonetheless, it is convenient, it is effective, and all the issues that it can come up with, they are solvable. If you don't need render text, don't use it, because it will resolve a lot of potential issues, and it will also save a lot of space within CIM. Errors are not always what they seem, but logs are your best friend if you troubleshoot. Don't lose your events. Any event may prove critical afterwards. Thank you.
Скажи, пожалуйста, за какое время и на какой инфраструктуре удалось столкнуться с таким перечнем ошибок?
So how long did you have to work and on which infrastructure to catch that many errors? Well, we are a SOC integrator. We have many customers and the infrastructures are different, but I think this is a collection from 3 years of experience. Actually, yes, we can say that those errors are passed down from one generation to another. Okay, let's move to questions.
Раз. У меня вопрос по поводу XPath запросов как раз.
I have a question on XPath queries.
Долго не могли понять, в чем дело. Оказалось, дело было в избыточности или. Использовался как раз коллектор.
We did get a lot of errors, but it turned out that we used too many OR operators. In one query, there were 12 ORs, but it turned out it works correctly only if you have 10 ORs or less. And on these queries, can you really walk around this? You can't do anything through suppresses. Because we needed to log 12 different events. Maybe a collector. Well, when I tested, I think it worked with even 23 ORs and so on. You may use a range of IDs, if applicable, because XPath queries are quite flexible. Or, if all else fails, you can really set up several subscriptions.
Еще вопрос?
Добрый день.
Hello.
Спасибо за доклад.
Thank you for the talk.
Не хватало мне в свое время как раз-таки подробного гайда о том, что такое век и какие...
Actually, I wanted, not long ago, a clear guide on what WEC is and how to work with it.
Работоспособности век, используя решение Supercharger. Может, что-нибудь...
I used a supercharger to monitor WEC servers. No, I don't know what it is. Well, the problem was, and so far I have failed to find an optimal solution for it. So the problem is,
встречаются две записи с одинаковым SID,
when you have two accounts with the same SID,
работать. То есть
the subscription just ceases to work.
каких-то
The service works,
WinRM и Windows Event Collector нет.
and there are no errors in the WinRM and Windows Event Collector logs.
SID тоже ошибок не наблюдаю.
And on the host, I can't see any errors at all, but events just are not sent.
Удаление дубликата SID.
And it only helps if you reboot the WAC and if you delete a double account, double SID. Yes, we could talk for a couple of hours about all the errors. Yes, I have an experience with such an error. We did see such a problem. It is quite a rare situation with the duplication of SIDs. Normally, through the user interface, you can't do this. Okay, how do you manually delete this? I don't think it was manually deleted, but I can't tell you how. Thank you, Yuri.
Еще давайте один вопрос примем.
Yes, we can accept another question.
На самом деле было два вопроса, но если у нас мало времени...
Well, I had two questions, but I'll have to choose if we don't have the time.
Коллег по поводу XPath.
My question is also about XPath queries.
Можем ли мы как-то отслеживать их изменения, потому что...
Can you track how they change?
Проблема, что если век-сервер будет скомпрометирован...
Because if our WAC server is compromised, a bad actor may try to obfuscate certain events from being logged by CM.
Интересный вопрос, но...
Well, that's an interesting question.
Вообще довольно далекий этап, что, получается, мы умудрились упустить...
You're looking very far ahead, which means that a bad actor has already infiltrated a critical server.
На стороне CM. Ну, как минимум, со всех ли источников мы получаем события.
You can look at it from the CM side, whether we get the events from all the sources and
В экспас-запросах, насколько я знаю...
whether there haven't been failures. But I think all those XPath queries are logged.
Мог задать еще один.
Well, if I have time, can I ask another question?
Отказоустойчивости.
On the resilience and
может быть таким
fail safety.
Узким горлышком в мониторинге. Ну, как...
A WAC may be a bottleneck in monitoring, especially when it tries to send the event logs to CM. So do you think some categories of servers
так, чтобы эти категории серверов не посылали события в век,
could be configured in such a way that they don't just send their events to WAC, but to CM directly?
Сбор, вы, так понимаю, имеете в виду, что напрямую отправляем...
Well, this means that you use the second option, right?
По части отказа устойчивости, если мы боимся...
Agent collection.
Век, мы на какое-то время его теряем, еще чего-то. На самом деле можно...
We may also be
может оказаться, но дублировать на него...
suspicious that we may lose a host if it is updating and so on. Well, we can launch another subscription manager, and their subscriptions can work in parallel, and only one of them will send those events to CM. But then there will be an issue of duplication. Some CMs have event aggregation, which use deduplication. And in this case, you can work with the two subscription managers. Okay, thank you very much for the talk. Okay, you choose the best question.
Ну, вот молодому человеку про... который тоже сталкивался с теми же проблемами и болями, что мы.
Yes, I think the guy who reported the same pain as us, I think he deserves the book. Okay, thank you for the best question.
Спасибо.
Thanks.
Еще раз спасибо за доклад.
Once again, thank you for the talk, and we continue with the next speaker. Our next speaker is Vyacheslav and Timur from CSB, and they will give you the experience of creating a test environment for a SOC.
Коллеги, добрый день. Меня зовут
Hello,
Фарзалиев. Я являюсь
I'm Timur Farzaliyev.
категории в
I'm Category 2 engineer of UCSB SOC. I am Vyacheslav Titenko. I also work for UCSB, and I am a chief analyst of L2, L3 group.
Перед нами стояла самая нетривиальная задача — это
So our assignment was non-trivial to deploy a test range for teaching young SOC guys. But it kind of expanded on the way, and we would like to tell you exactly how. We're not going to talk about a default sandbox. We will debrief you on a solution that can roll out automatically, integrate with external services, and play an attack from the beginning to the end.
киберполигон или тестовый стенд.
So, what is a test bench?
И без специалистов ответить на этот вопрос не составит труда, но давайте все-таки
A
проговорим.
lot of people know, but we have to say that for people who may not be familiar with this. Junior analysts will learn how to work with SOC applications, and they learn about principles. And for senior analysts, it's a platform for upskilling and a platform for trying to prove hypotheses. And engineers can use such a test bench to, again, as a playground.
Прежде чем перейти к практической части, давайте поговорим
Before passing on to the practical part, let's talk about the technology, the underlying technology.
структуру как код. И поэтому я рекомендую
So
использовать
you need infrastructure as a code
автоматически.
in order to create such a service.
Также, если вам
So,
требуется облачная масштабируемость,
if you need cloud
ну, можно обойтись и локально.
scalability, you can use Terraform, but you can also use local solutions.
Управлять виртуальными машинами на
Vagrant, for example,
через файл конфигурации, то есть разворачивать
can use a config file to
создание
manage several VMware machines.
в фиксированном режиме.
And it's important to make sure that
Про то, как мы разделили наш
a
киберполигон.
bench can be cloned, launched, and rolled back automatically.
Research и
So we have the playground zone, research zone, and operations.
первое — это самая основная playground зона, в ней находится
The playground, the most important zone,
инфраструктура корпоративная,
includes the imitation of attacked infrastructure, the domain controller, email servers, workstations, and so on.
это research, это аналитический центр, грубо
The research zone is the analytical center. This is where the SOC guys live. And
которая является управляющей инфраструктурой для двух изолированных.
the service zone is the zone of infrastructure controlling both zones and the common entry point for the infrastructure.
Что будет полезно? Это про, допустим, единый доступ к инфраструктуре. Очень удобно.
Let's now talk about single access to the whole infrastructure.
Построение VPN.
It would be good if no VPN tunnels were needed or
Можете настроить подключение к
or anything like this. So you can use SSH, RDP, and other protocols in order to
по определенным ролям и определенным.
log in. You can create several roles and two-factor authentication if needed.
Можете использовать Prometheus,
Monitoring.
Grafana,
You can use Prometheus plus Grafana
собирать метрики с инфраструктуры.
to collect metrics from the infrastructure and document the workload. We use Zabbix, for example.
Функциональный вариант — это
And as a router, I use very basic but very functional pfSense.
настройки, это
pfSense has VPN, DHCP, and all the other things that are needed for setting up.
модуль, который
pfSense has also a built-in module that can send logs through syslog,
без
and it has very flexible audit setup.
для корреляции
CIM
событий.
is, of course, needed to collect and correlate safety events.
Для
IRP platform for
Ну и мы также
a full incident response.
хранить
And OpenSearch is used to store the events from the range.
инфраструктуры Playground на текущий момент.
We don't want to depend on the momentary status of the bench infrastructure.
Полигона это 170 гигабайт оперативной
The resources are 170 gigabytes of memory, 94 CPUs, and 2.2 terabyte disk. And this means we were not greedy about resources. It has a cluster of DC servers, an email server, about a file server, several workstations, and so on and so forth.
Можете сократить потребление этих ресурсов, используя то, что вам необходимо.
You can cut the resource consumption if you actually understand what you need. A playground is also modular, so you can allocate as much resources as you need. The analytical stack.
Мы используем конвейер из CTI-платформы.
Mostly we use a CTI OpenBAS Diana.
В своей инфраструктуре мы используем OpenCTI. CTI-платформа позволяет...
OpenCTI is a platform that analyzes malware patterns and generate new reports. BAS, many people know, it can simulate attacks automatically.
Ну и Diana хоть и не является представителем какого-то...
And Diana is not a representative of a recognizable class of software, but it's a very powerful tool based on an LLM for senior analysts to write correlation rules and write the incident investigation playbooks. This is an OpenCTI report.
Репорт содержит множество различных сущностей, начиная от йоков, заканчивая TTP, но мы...
There are a lot of entities on the report. Let's focus on TTP. So you can see that TTP is associated with at least 12 patterns.
Платформу OpenBAS в автоматическом режиме у нас...
And we relay this to OpenBAS.
Платформа сама мапит...
The platform will automatically map all the injections from the micro teams or TTP or from the report itself.
Атакуемые ассеты и перейти...
The analyst needs only to identify the assets attacked, and after you do that, you can start planning the scenario.
Каких атакуемых источниках это будет выполнено?
You can also see what exactly will be executed and on which attacked sources and so on. And after a scenario is played, you can see
Это связано с тем, что...
that you will get a report with all injections. Not all injections are described as success because some of those injections were prevented.
Команды, где были проведены, мы можем в ручном режиме повторить.
And since we can see which commands fired them, we can repeat them manually and see for ourselves that the internal policy was blocked, for example.
Однако это нам не помешало, и мы в OpenSearch, о котором говорил мой коллега, все же видим лог. Это событие 4688 создания процесса.
And nonetheless, we can see a log with 4688 creating a process event. We can see which source created this event and what the payload is.
Вы работаете с басом, потому что он может генерировать инциденты.
BAS and your SOC people need to remember that. Can generate incidents, and you will have to do your explaining if you receive an alert. You need to remember that.
Повторили TTP, которые там были указаны, посмотрели, как они отображаются.
And after we roll this out, we looked at the TTPs, we looked at how they are read in our storage. We need to start writing the correlation rules. It's not just important to describe the rule, but to create a structure for it.
Это сэмплы.
Samples are also a good idea.
Сигму, 3 примера, и 3 лога событий Windows. Но стоит здесь обратить внимание на то, что
But if you pay enough attention, if you use, for example, cloud providers, you need to take care of what you transfer, because your samples should not contain any sensitive information. So Diana helps you write correlation rules on Sigma, and any correlation must come together with the description of the logic. For an investigation, Diana generates a number of steps.
Для удобства справа краткая выжимка того, что было написано Дианой в качестве ответа.
So this is a wrap-up that comes from Diana, and it can do so in Russian.
А именно процесс расследования live-систем.
So, how an investigation on a live system works. We use framework volatility as an interface, which makes it possible to work with an Imperium process and use plugins.
Работа плагина, вывод command-line процессов и работа плагина для анализа альтернативных потоков.
As an example, you can see the two different plugins. One of them analyzes alternative flows. This playground is a very good tool for the entire SOC team, from junior analysts to engineers.
Которые мы успели выполнить в рамках плейграунда. Во-первых, это полная настройка мониторинга информационной системы заказчика.
One case is to monitor the newly built customer's monitoring system. You can train junior SOC teams.
Мы также улучшаем контентную базу на проде.
And the tests run on the playground can improve the production database on prod. We can also test and fine-tune the system. The financial cost of this was 0 rubles.
К примеру, CM или RP вы можете...
There is some...
Если вы используете платную вендорскую, то есть большая вероятность попросить лицензию для тестового стенда, и вендор вам, скорее всего, предоставит, поэтому...
There is some expenditure in terms of man hours, but...
Времени, потраченного на этот стенд, это 120 рабочих часов.
It does not contain any specific financial costs. In some cases it will, and there may be more than 120 hours, but this is what it took us. The technical resources turned out to be 32 gigabytes of RAM, 22 CPUs, and 184 gigabytes of disk, 25 for Diana, 50 for OpenBAS, 50 for OpenCTI, and 60 for VolWeb. VolWeb does consume a lot because with less RAM, it just could not analyze memory.
6 для OpenCTI и 8 для VolWeb. Тут ничего особенного.
22 CPUs, 2 for Diana, 6 for OpenBAS, 6 for OpenCTI, 8 for VolWeb, the same thing, and the disk.
Поэтому тут нужно подогнать.
It depends on how many reports you're going to store. This is a little bit more than you might need for the playground to work, for reports to be simulated, and so on.
Что касаемо VolWeb, тут нужно отталкиваться от того, сколько дампов вы планируете хранить в этой платформе.
The resources for VolWeb really depend on how many dumps you want to do and how frequently.
В итоге мы смогли построить стенд, который...
So we've been able to build a bench that was very useful for our team. It was first for free. Secondly, it became a universal, flexible, scalable platform and tool for real-life tasks. OpenBAS, Diana,
И даже на проде
And VolWeb
используем в наших задачах.
became very important and useful additions. Of course, this doesn't mean that we're not developing the bench. We are. Good luck with your own test range or test bench, and we're ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Два вопроса, и потом перейдем к вопросам.
I have two questions, and then I will pass on to questions from the floor. Timur, my first question goes to you.
Неоднократно, что решение бесплатное, что
You have said several times that this is a free solution, but what is the bare minimum of
на оборудовании. Тогда сколько этого оборудования?
of equipment, of hardware, and is it cloud or on-prem?
Антон, к тебе вопрос.
And I have a question to Anton as well.
Решали с помощью данного полигона, да? То есть
What cases did you solve in this range?
таких кейсов. Ну и в целом общий вопрос к вам. Планируете ли вы это все, раз это все на open source?
Well, if it is open source, are you going to publish it?
Первый вопрос, что касаемо железа, все это развернуто на...
First question on hardware. It's our own hardware within our SOC infrastructure. The minimal requirement, again, I will repeat, it is modular. So you've got to really see how much you need.
Подстроить эти требования. То есть тут я вам не скажу, что вот вам минимально нужно там 4 гигабайта
I
оперативной
can't say that the minimum is 4 gigabyte RAM
определяется вами.
or something else.
Какие-то испытания провести
You decide.
домена, то, пожалуйста,
If you need to test a domain controller,
то, соответственно, и для съемки. Ну и плюс
you need to have some infrastructure for a domain controller, then for CM, and so on. So I don't think there is a lower threshold or an upper threshold. It all depends on what you need. It all depends on cases, yes?
Касаемо кейсов.
Yeah.
Ну, обучение. Обучение первые аналитики, которые полностью по планам
The first analysts who were to be trained on this range, we actually planned this for this summer.
Это аналитиков. По работе старших аналитиков, ну, постоянно
That's for training.
проверяем
Senior analysts
от правил конфигурации
work on this all the time.
источников сбора.
They check the correlation rules, how they work, they check the collection procedures, and so on.
Сложно. Они не ярко выражены, не обособлены. Это постоянно непрерывный процесс.
And it's hard to classify the cases even because they change all the time.
за пару дней до отъезда от ПХД, ну, на ПХД у нас
Just a couple of days before we went over for this festival,
благодаря Playground
a customer
готовы развернутая
asked us to set up the monitor on their operational system, and since we already had this scenario, it took us just about 2 hours to do this.
первой линии, то зачастую у нас аналитики сами даже запрашивают доступы и как бы сидят и могут сами
Well, first line, analysts can get first line credentials and generate incidents and
нашим зрителям
okay.
короткий ответ на вопрос, планируете ли в
To give some more time to our viewers, are you planning to publish it?
тоже так сложно ответить на это.
The short answer. No, there is no short answer.
Опубликовывать как бы особо нечего. Это все это
There is nothing to publish.
из этих продуктов.
It's all being written in the documentation of each product that we use.
Стек про вот совокупность этих технологий, которые мы принимаем.
Okay, thanks, I understood. Now let's pass the floor to our colleagues on the floor.
Здравствуйте, было очень интересно.
Hi. It was an interesting talk.
Уточнить пайплайн обработки событий.
What's the pipeline of event processing?
OpenCTI.
So your range
как
gets an OpenCTI,
системы обработки вот этих самых событий.
and I understand the systems that process those sources. Through OpenBAS, we use simulate an attack, and through Diana, you run the correlation rules.
Подскажите, а как вот OpenCTI, Воздух и вот Diana, они все друг с другом соединены и
But how are they all connected in RAM?
У аналитиков?
And how does the processing pipeline work on the analyst side?
Сейчас я отлистаю. Конкретно связаны OpenCTI и OpenBAS. Там есть специальная форма.
OpenBAS and OpenCTI are connected, there is a special form, you can download it automatically. And it all happens manually, there is no pipeline.
И передать отчет
OpenCTI and OpenBAS, they actually are very friendly, and it doesn't have any problem to run a message between the two. Diana is worked with manually, of course.
А основная платформа, в которой работают аналитики, это ERP-система?
So what's the platform in which the analysts work? Is it the ERP system? Yes, you could say that.
Взаимосвязи OpenBAS, OpenCTI, то есть вы можете открыть любой репорт из CTI-платформы, который вам понравился, допустим,
If you open any report from a CTI platform and you can task your analysts in running that report, so it has here on the screenshot. So the OpenCTI has a button, Simulate. You connect the two platforms and you don't have to do anything more. It will automatically load it into OpenBAS.
Атак паттернов, то есть и они уже непосредственно в самой платформе выстроены, и вам только необходимо...
You will see the attack patterns, and you only need to set up on which hosts will be quote-unquote attacked.
Где используется здесь?
Ну, конкретно в этом конвейере она используется, мы ее не отобразили, она будет использоваться в конце, когда вы напишете про залить туда. Она, ну, это больше ответвление, мы не стали ее указывать, потому что...
So the rules will not be used here. It's just a branch. So we decided not to write the rules checker in the schematic. So you can check it manually, and then maybe it will work for you.
Инструменты Диана.
Okay, you write correlation rules in Diana.
И он отлавливает события.
But Wazoo has their own correlation rules and its own syntax. Have you married Diana and Wazoo?
Там, если не ошибаюсь, порядка 8 всего есть описанных.
Well, we have only 8 languages of correlation rules. Many people know Sigma, so we decided to show you Sigma. What about Wazoo? Wazoo and Diana would not integrate. We showed you a tool which can work, but I don't have anything to add about how Wazoo works.
Скажите, пожалуйста, а какие вы использовали в OpenBAS или откуда в OpenBAS залили эмуляторы или сами действия, которые...
Which emulators you have deployed? The emulators, and if you use updatable emulators, how do you emulate them? We use a Duodera module.
Прикрутить и какие-то эти СЗИшки, мы их не трогали, они западные. Сейчас с ними проблема работать.
You can connect to it some protection modules, but they're Western. They don't work now, really. But I think you can also add manual injections.
Вообще платформа сама по себе очень такая готова к интеграциям, то есть вы можете написать...
The platform itself is integration friendly. If you write an integration, you can create an attack pattern manually or through the modules that are already set up.
И второй вопрос.
Да, yes, I have a second question. But this is a pickup question.
Обучаемости SOC.
Could you use the same modules to automate the learning of the SOC? Not teaching the analyst, but teaching the SOC to update. I don't understand. Well, automating the writing of correlation rules.
Создание правил корреляции, да, верно.
Ну, я думаю, да, можно использовать. У нас нет готового решения.
Well, I think it can be done, but we so far don't have the solution to exclude a human being.
Беспилотный сок, это уже больше в ту сторону, когда-то мы доживем до этого.
I think pilotless or unmanned SOC is still science fiction.
Снимается? Окей, да, вопросы уже были?
Okay, the previous speakers also have a couple of comments.
Баса реальных кейсов, которые
How many times BAS, when you initiated their cases,
и насколько сок был
how many times did BAS actually penetrate?
Давайте я так подведу, что
Well, the best answer I can give you is that the range is still a very young project, and we are only starting to work in these environments. So I don't have a good answer now, but maybe next year we will be in a position to tell you what the outcome was.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So Vyacheslav, Timur, choose the best question.
Вот коллега, который... Ну, я не знаю, Слава, давай ты. Да, он...
Yeah, I agree that the colleague who asked that question actually gave us a very good idea.
Да, спасибо. Мы продолжаем.
Okay, let's continue this. And our next speaker is Artyom and Kirill.
Известный, но редко применяемый, как мы понимаем, в соках технологии.
They will... Artyom Kirillin.
Всем привет.
Да, привет.
Давайте начнем. Мы расскажем про технологию Identity Firewall.
And Kirill Ilyin. So we will talk about Identity Firewall, a 15-year-old technology, but people still talk about it.
Да, жух. Со мной выступает Кирилл Ильин.
So I'm Artyom Kirillin, and my co-speaker is Kirill Ilyin, who works at Italma, which makes a lot of hardware for car industry.
Эту идею выступить с ID Firewall. Артем Кириллин, да,
Artyom actually gave me this idea. Artyom is Deputy Director for Monitoring, Response and Research at Bizone.
Итак, давайте начнем с определения.
He gave me the underlying idea. So, what Identity Firewall is?
Позволяющая управлять.
It's a technology that controls network access using the credentials of identified users on computers or servers.
Управление этой технологией используется
for convenience.
IDFW группы либо organization unit.
IDFW groups or an organization unit in a domain are used.
Этой технологии заключается в том, что
the key feature of this technology
NGFW, без него никак. Но он должен
is that you need NGFW.
Взаимодействие с доменом, LDAP и обмена
because it needs to support IP address exchange, account exchange, and group exchange. For dynamic access policies, you need to know how to control your roles. This is a very basic story. If you introduce IDFW and you don't have any access management, why do you do it in the first place?
Только для разграничения пользовательского и сервера.
Or you may introduce it to actually create a wall between the users and the servers. But that's not very effective, actually.
Управление доступами, ролевыми моделями.
So for IDFW to work, you need already some access control.
Использовать identity.
And if your network is zero trust, IDFW may really work. Well, normally how it works. Let's take our case. In the beginning, we only use IDFW only for the authorization without any management of policies, rules and roles, and so on. But now it's different. So this is a generic network scheme of any organization, right?
Это сеть организаций, которая подключена к внешнему сервису SOC.
So it's connected to an external SOC service. It has EDR agents. It has event sources. And green arrows
все взаимодействия, которые контролируют.
Show all the communication controlled by IDFW.
Мы будем далее говорить.
And we will talk about how to control these green arrows.
Взаимодействие в сети.
This is how
без использования IDFV. Для начала
It works without
IP-адрес там как бы конкретного хоста.
NGFW. The IP address of a specific host goes to a specific resource, to a specific port. NGFW just runs it through a list, whether it can go or cannot. So, a couple of barriers.
IDFV на базе
This is how you introduce a static IDFW on an organizational unit in a domain.
сверяется не IP-адрес машины.
Here, you don't look at the IP address of a machine, but you look at the name of the machine, whether the name belongs to the domain,
Машина нет.
and you check actually whether this machine exists now or not, and so on.
Схеме, про которую, собственно, мы
But this is static.
и на которую мы надеемся и внедряем,
Dynamic, this is something we're doing now,
как бы такой
has a domain agent. A domain agent
маппинга IP-адрес
is an entity that
и доменная группа.
holds the mapping table, IP addresses, names, and so on. There is a small trap whether there is an IDFW static working at the same time. So it also generates a query,
Учетная запись пользователя.
but it transfers the credentials of a user who requests certain network access. NGFW goes to the domain agent, asks who is it, and gets a response. This is the user, belongs to this group,
У него такой-то IP-адрес. Набор.
and this is their IP address.
Авторизован на нескольких хостах. Собственно, NGFW проверяет, если эти как бы
NGFW
прописаны у него
checks it, whether the access lists have those groups.
классическому
If yes, it goes through. If no, it's rejected.
регулярно
This domain agent
контроллеру домена
regularly addresses the domain controller once every 5 minutes or every minute and gets those mapping updates.
Дальше поехали, раскроем уже.
So this is how access is being provided. Now, let's look at what do you need in order to deploy this. NGFW, this is a must. You also need to set up a specialized account in the domain to
таблицы маппинга.
Get this mapping table from NGFW.
Использовательского сегмента.
Network zoning rules.
Они отделены.
That there are two different segments, and you can walk from the user segment to the server segment, but they're different. And there is also an NGFW or any gateway between the server segment and any external segment. Again, if it's dynamic, you have the domain agent. How to use it? Kirill will tell you how it works within an infrastructure, and then I will talk about the SOC situation. I will ask a question to the room, and if someone guesses which NGFW is being used in this scheme, I will give you a big fatty like.
Да, у нас есть рабочая станция.
On our infrastructure,
надо флаг кинуть. С функцией прилогона.
We have a pre-logon workstation in which the first factor is the account login and password. Then there is a request to Radius, which is the borderline resource. He maps which host has come, with which IP, with which certificate, and so on. So the request goes to the domain says either okay or not, password pass, and then we ask NGFW, challenge request, and so on. And in the next stage, we identify the role of the person who are getting access. An employee connects to a VPN from a host. So IDFW asks the domain, tell me, which group does this user belong to? Which rules do I need to apply to them? For example,
сегменте,
if the user is in the user segment,
просто работает,
for example, an accountant,
к примеру. Соответственно, для него доступ по SSH вообще, в принципе, на любом в сети будет запрещен. Вот, соответственно,
they would not get access to the network.
вот динамических историй.
And this is the profit of using the dynamic story. I will talk about static first, and then I will add the role dependencies to tell you about the static role.
Как раз-таки, что, кто
In the dynamic, we check the content. Who came to us from which host, whether this machine has a certificate, whether it is protected,
хост доменным,
whether this host is a domain host or a corporate one,
проходит все эти чеки и
and
возвращает
whether it passes through all those checks. As a result, we give the overall response, whether this user can get access to the corporate network or not.
возможность доступа сотрудников.
This approach actually does not allow employees to change corporate networks. But what if this is a BYOD company and people work from home?
Реальный кейс.
And this is a very real case. An employee
Устройство бьет.
goes
NGFW и плюс
through the corporate firewall with the BYOD, and the IDFW looks at the rules whether this device can get access to critical resources.
на конечный ресурс.
So it goes to NGFW, and it is allocated resources, and it is isolated into a specific group, which is isolated from the rest of the segment, but it has access to the corporate messenger, for example, to write a report to support if something happens. Now, we promised to tell you how we use it, and Artyom will be your man there.
Не просто для управления доступом.
IDFW can be used not only to control access, but to respond to incidents.
Нужно понять, что мы локализуем, как мы локализуем.
In order to do that, you need to understand what we localize and how we localize it. If we localize the workstation host,
У вас в офисе находящийся, то создаем одни группы и как бы определяем набор ресурсов, которые должны работать даже.
there is one thing that we know about the groups and about the resources. For example, the resources need to be there for forensics, for this to be forensic auditable, and so on.
DNS, домен,
Here,
сервисы и
you need DNS, basic domain services, and EDR with an antivirus.
таким образом создать соответствующие аушки для машин.
You also
группы для пользователей.
create AUs for machines and IDFW groups for users for SOC localization. You give them the names, and you limit their change privileges.
Рабочие станции.
So IT specialists who manage workstations should not have the privileges to change the groups and AUs.
Доступа на NGFW, то есть добавить access list.
Then you limit access to NGFW through access list.
Применена. И вот
So the access list is created, the configuration is
на NGFW заходить
applied, and
просто
in case of responding, you don't need even to access the NGFW. You just change the composition of the groups.
компрометацию учетной записи.
So this is a case with a
Необходимо делать. Ну,
compromise of an account. So the classic response is you block
на том или
the account.
И блокировка
However,
записи не разорвет сессию, пока не
malware will still be active on a host, and the blocking will not break the session until the domain is rebooted or the host is rebooted.
конкретного хоста, который мы знаем.
And to localize a specific host that we know already is doing this through the antivirus or through the ADR, there are a lot of ways to localize this.
То есть, и последнее, как бы, это уже перемещение учетной записи пользователя в IDFW-группу для локализации. Это делается двумя
This is in fact
специалистов, выделенных узкого там круга лиц.
done through changing the groups for localization. So our IDR can do that, or the local IT specialist can do that if they are prepared to do so. So we have prepared the analytics and compared these two approaches.
Так как и надо. Службы разные. Это мы уже более зрелые.
Doing this manually, it is very time intensive because the services are very different.
Оформил, заявку взяли в работу, выполнили.
So in our company, it's already quite time intensive to create the query, execute the query, and only then run the script.
Time to response.
So 70 to 150 minutes time to response is quite optimistic. Through automation, you can put down the response time with a compromised account to 15 minutes.
Выглядит на схеме на нашей
Let's see the schematic.
сети. Заблокировать атаку везде и сразу, собственно, заблокировать все взаимодействия,
So,
где бы не было авторизовано.
it is impossible to block all the connections
Наполнил группу
without this IFFW.
и отработал.
So you have put all the compromised users to a single group,
Перезалил станцию.
and you have worked with all the hosts, and you have then ungrouped the compromised users, and you have just renewed the image of the station. So you have isolated the host, and of course, forensics will need to work with that host for a while. So you can block the communication at 3 layers.
Учетная запись бывает техническая учетная запись.
You have blocked the account, but the account may be of technical nature.
Начинает подлабывать всю остальную инфраструктуру, когда
There are cases through
секреты и прочие штуки. Вот здесь очень хорошо.
people trying to siphon off your secrets through GitLab.
Вот. И третий уровень вы можете блокировать уже.
So you can block an account at the network level, and you can block this through EDR, block the host on a specific, the account on specific hosts. This lets you respond faster.
Соответственно, действия по локализации инцидента.
And you can start localizing the incident and free up more time to analyze what's really happening.
Теперь покажу, как это выглядит для аналитика. То есть
Now I'll show you how it looks like for an analyst.
по условному обозначению.
You go to the EDR server, you look for IDFW groups and specific tasks to execute policies. Privileged or unprivileged users, maybe in the groups. You choose the task,
Компрометированного пользователя.
you put in the compromised account, and you press, and magic happens. Yes.
Но на самом деле не все так просто, как бы.
Of course, it's far from magic.
Есть часть там.
It's complicated.
Либо ошибок, которые
Есть
могут.
швабры,
And there are
которых можно очень больно наступить.
really a lot of rakes hiding in the grass. So there are certain things you shouldn't do. First of all, don't type in accounts manually when you add them. Do it through scripts. Get the variable from SOAR and introduce it into EDR. Whatever. Try to escape the human factor.
Пользователей из AZFV группы я выше говорил, что нужно ограничить, собственно.
Removing a user from an IDFW group because admins have unlimited rights.
Неосведомленным пользователям со стороны IT. Ну, собственно, блокировка сетевых доступов на серверах.
Blocking network access on servers. If you're doing this for the first time, and if you think, okay, we've tested it and it works, here are our ITs, and I will block this, and the other. But if they are authorized in Active Directory, the Active Directory will actually be blocked. And only NGFW can reverse this. So don't shoot yourself in the foot. And if hardening is not realized on AD,
но не в суде, а в инфраструктуре.
So this technology is being used against you.
Здесь последствия тоже могут быть печальны. Вам и права подрежут на изменение этих групп.
Your rights to change those groups may be limited, and all your network access may also suffer. So you need to be very, very careful, and digital hygiene is a must.
Делает эту меру бесполезной.
And of course, all this is useless if you don't have basic network zoning.
Зачем?
Because if you don't have network zones, the traffic will just circumvent your IDFW groups. And last but not least, and that was one of my lessons learned,
Банально наличие
is very trivial.
записей авторизованных на хосте. К примеру,
There are two authorized accounts for a host. For example, a tech support remotely is helping a user doing something.
набор другой, и, соответственно, как бы
IDFW groups
режутся доступы
have different sets,
работы у
and so the host actually cuts the access for both.
исключения для тех пользователей.
So you need to think of specific exceptions
Статические доступы
for specific users and make static IDFW groups for them
группы, в
and create priorities.
будут менее приоритетны пользовательские.
So user groups will take priority over tech support, for example.
Про проблемы основной, вот ты очень правильно сказал, что вас могут выкинуть из инфры. Вот это самое
So the biggest problem is that if you don't harden, you may be knocked out of your own infrastructure.
Пробив и AD-шки, соответственно, у вас
So if the malware just breaks into your AD, they will be capable of putting you in a group,
полностью заблокирован для всей компании.
or they can create a group of one, particularly you, and you will be thrown out of your own infrastructure. This is one of the complicated cases that you have to be ready for.
Если у вас нет сетевого зонирования, это вообще...
And if you have network zoning, I would agree, it doesn't make any sense to do it.
Вот. Давай, наверное, к плюсам перейдем.
Да.
Yes, and we will talk about the advantages of the system because
Мы топим за динамическую схему IDFW.
we actually prefer a dynamic IDFW. It is more complex to execute, and it has it needs more resources. You need network zoning. You need to understand which servers with which nuances on which protocols they work, who is the initiator of connection, host, or server, and so on. You have to really understand and set up the system in a very careful manner. But I think it's worth it because you get to a next level of network security. This is a very big step forward toward zero trust, and it optimizes your remote support with maximum flexibility. New systems will change. People may come and go. People may get remote access to the infrastructure, and so on. A growing company will need all that, and dynamic IDFW will do all this. And another advantage is that NGFW does not need to be changed more than once. For user access, you have set it up once, and you work at the level of domain. With IAM, you can do it in an automated way. You don't have to penetrate the user interface at all.
Таких вот из одних неочевидных кейсов, которые действительно помогают в первую очередь не только ИБ, но и IT.
Non-trivial cases that help not just InfoSec but IT
Вы начинаете
are as follows.
понять, а что у вас...
In order to implement the dynamic scheme, you need to understand what's happening in your network. And then actually people may find out that it's a good idea to do network zoning, even micro zoning one-on-one, and so on. As a minimum, you start looking at your traffic on endpoint servers, and you connect specific certificates for it, improving the transparency of the traffic. the transparency of your infrastructure. And that's a step to harden your ID. And one of the key advantages from the point of view of the client path, it is very simple. It makes users' lives much easier because their queries are executed much faster, and they have a single access point in which, magic happens. And it works irrespectively of whether you are accessing from a corporate device or from your personal device. This is one of the big pluses that the company gets if you use this dynamic IDFW. Okay, thank you very much. Questions, please.
Пока не ответили на вопрос, не задали вопросы.
While people are thinking about this, can you answer my question?
Не про нас.
What was the question?
Что за NGFW?
It was NGFW. What is it?
Поднимайте руки, говорите.
Холодно.
No, it isn't.
Фортика нет функции прилагона. Тут прям явный флаг.
Not Fortic. Fortic doesn't have a prelogon function. I gave you the flag. Yes, you're close. You're close.
Ушел, дальше начинал концепцию NGFW.
If you departed from checkpoint, yes, exactly. So that was the right answer. The right answer was off the microphone. Okay. Who raised your hand to ask a question?
Да.
Такой вопрос. Для внешних пользователей, если без использования VPN,
For an external user, if they are accessing the system not through the VPN,
открыт вовне.
if you have a DMZ service, for example, it's open from the outside.
Для внешних
So
пользователей
can you
домой с доменным ноутбуком
block external users? For example, he's gone back home with a corporate notebook and he tries to access a non-critical part of the company infrastructure from their home without using the VPN.
На самом деле,
So can you use this to block them?
понятные, которые используются в большинстве.
There are some technologies, and a lot of Western vendors can do that. They use the critical portal. Fortica, Checkpoint has it, and McAfee, and all the other vendors.
Вам не нужно строить VPN-сессию.
You don't need to create a VPN session and so on. You have authorized on this portal, and you get a store of applications that are applicable to you according to your role. So you don't publish them.
Может быть, это и работало бы со внешними пользователями, или это только для...
But does it work only with external users also?
И конкретно
You can give an account to an external user, and on this portal you just give them the rights to this, and the other.
Вот такой кейс. И он, собственно, подключается с рабочего хоста, для него доступно это веб-приложение.
And this web application, for example, will be accessible to them, only this web application, without further access to the corporate network. But it will come with without credentials. Yes, this is why I'm asking, because he comes without credentials. He's an external user.
Нет, тут вопрос именно...
My question is,
можно ли было бы именно этот механизм использовать?
can you use this mechanism for this selective blocking of external users?
Тут нужно уточнение. Для каких внешних пользователей?
We need a clarification. Which external users? Corporate or your contractors, for example?
Он спокойно определит то, что это...
Corporate. Well, if it's corporate, this IDFW can identify the notebook, for example, whether it is a domain notebook or not.
Information profile.
So you look into the host information profile. So if the certificate is issued by your center, ID, it lets them through. If not, it creates a different client path. That's it.
Именно на пользователей, но про группу...
Secondly, you've talked about IUs and security groups. Security groups are managed in the same way. Yes, exactly. We have time for another question. We've talked about corporate users, but what about, complete third persons? Depending on what is your model. If those third persons admin your infra, you create an account for them with a specific identifier, external partner, and so on and so forth. Okay. they can get access through SSH, through PAM, or through NSAT, through the administrative domain, and so on. Or you can publish an application for them.
Приходит, соответственно, вы 1С ему опубликовали.
1S, for example, you have not published it for everyone, but for this particular group. It works. And if your third person lives in your infrastructure, some outstaff, you can limit their access to the rest of the infrastructure, but give them access to the internet. Because this is a very good tool for internet access. For example, your accountant can go here, here, and there. The lawyer goes to garant.ru, consultant.ru, and nothing else. And if you want to limit their access to active resources, you create the rules in IDFWs, and it works very, very well. In the slide with VZI, you have talked about network zoning. But will this work without NAC? Yes, it will, and NAC is not needed, but if you don't check the marker of what is installed on the end device, the policy check it's called. So the connecting device, the device connecting to the corporate network, has to go through a specific stack of security rules. Without NAC, this will not work.
Если мы говорим про западный сегмент,
in the Russian segment. In the Western segment, for example, there is a function that builds in NAC with host information profile check. So the host information profile is sent to NGFW, and NGFW makes a decision what kind of a device has connected. So it depends on the functionality, actually, but you can configure it. Can I ask another short question? Unfortunately, no, because we are out of time. You can find us here and ask your question offline. Thank you. Thank you, Artyom and Kirill. You choose the best question and you give the book.
От молодого человека был прекрасный вопрос.
I think this gentleman asked the great question on
как пускать пользователей.
How to provide access to very, very, very external users. Okay, thank you for the question. You get the book.
Да, спасибо.
Thanks.
Мы продолжаем.
Let's continue.
Со своим докладом выступает Максим.
And our next speaker is Maxim from Security Division.
Всем привет.
Hello, everyone.
Меня зовут Максим, я из компании Security Division.
I'm Maxim, and I represent Security Division.
Про то, как за счет интеграции.
The topic of my talk today is how to integrate BAS and SOAR to control the correlation rules and prevent false positives. A couple of words about the metrics that I'm going to talk about. A SOC may have a lot of metrics, like incident closure quality and response time, but the most important ones are the comprehensiveness of the correlation rules, how many of the attacker techniques we can cover, and what is the coverage of our infrastructure, all the possible cases. And precision is measured in the number of false positives. Both metrics, they calculate false positive to false negative ratio and true positive to true negative ratios. And you need to understand that they all influence each other. The more coverage we have, the more falses we have. The less falses we have, the narrower is the coverage normally. Why this is a problem? Why false negatives are going to grow if you increase the coverage? Because you don't want falses. Negatives are positives. Analysts don't like all the falses. that they have to press the button close as false positive. Analysts don't like that. But they don't actually notice the false negatives. Nothing has worked. And then something bad happens in the system and you don't know why. So they don't want to see a lot of false positives, and they make more complicated rules, and the network segmentation has changed, and the IP that we gave an exception to because we scanned the network from that IP now hosts some critical service, and it's got an exception. So you only find out about false negatives when you have a real life incident. You can pen test this infrastructure, of course, but a pen test has an objective to demonstrate the proof of concept that someone can get to an incident. And the pen test will not give you enough coverage. A pen tester needs to be lucky only once. So it will show you only one branch that actually put you through all the defenses in the system. So pen tests are not going to help. So this is how we do conceptually quality assurance. You need to put the check scripts into the BAS. Ideally, you need to check 100%, but we know that there is never 100%. You start the rules. You look at the incidents, whether they come or not. You look at the report, and you compare the two reports. What we have launched and which incidents have been reported actually by the system. And on simulations which does not have alerts, you change the correlation rules, and then you test it once again. It looks like it's simple, but there are a lot of variables. Whether the infrastructure has logged it correctly and so on, whether it did log at all, whether the logs were parsed well, whether the correlation rules were processed well, and so on and so forth. There are so many variables that finding the root cause is very complicated. Why some event has not been fired and reported. And if you do this process manually, well, this is problematic. Yes, you see, problematic. My slide advancer doesn't work. Now. A couple of slides about who is going to do this. Who checks whether the correlation rules work and whether their coverage is broad enough. So the first responsible for not catching an incident is going to be the blue team. But they will be working with specific incidents that have already happened, right? They don't look for the breaches that have not yet happened. The red team, their function is to look for the possible attack sources, and this is something that we have not covered, and so on, but they are not going to actually check all the things that have not been covered. So you need someone in between. People who can work with the tech techniques, but very few SOCs have enough maturity to have a purple team as well. And manually, you need a lot of people, and this will not be very efficient in the first place. So we need automation. Automation means tools. There are some free or commercial attack simulators. Colleagues have talked about Caldera, Atomic, and OpenBAS. And in order to analyze all those alerts, you need to work with raw data analysis. I think you can read the slide, okay? Now, automation technology. This is our view, at least.
Сама схема получения инцидента, то есть
So how do we get alerts about the incidents? Bus knows when it has started a simulation, what is the source, what is the recipient, which processes they have created, which users, and so on, and all the necessary artifacts.
либо в тестовом сегменте, если это
Then the simulation starts either in the test segment.
в боевом сегменте срабатывает.
If the scripts have been tested already, you can do it on prod, and you compare the two incident reports.
Это запускать стрёмно, потому что
But of course, it's kind of tricky to launch it on prod because the blue team will not be happy with you if they think that this is a real-life incident. So, in our scheme, bus tells SOAR
информации.
that I have launched this and this and this simulation.
Далее
The defense generate their own reports, send it to SOAR,
характеристикам, чтобы не допустить ситуации, в которой
and SOAR compares and puts together all these reports because it's a very bad idea actually to miss a real incident in a segment just because you have tested a bunch of other incidents, simulated incidents, and therefore you decided that nothing is happening in real life. It does.
не в каждый скрипт, то есть там, например,
You can't install a simulation marker in any script, for example. So it's complicated to create a script which will tell a SOAR that it is simulated. If the simulation has not worked, SOAR can pull this from the infrastructure.
то же самое и
So the log is being created, but why the script hasn't worked? And if the
нет, окей.
agent has not worked, SOAR can also go and ask. As a result, SOAR generates the report. We understand what we simulated and what the system has found.
С глаз долой.
Whatever the system has found marked by a red flag and processed, so we're not interested in all this. We are interested in only in the entries which one system tells us. We have simulated this, and the receiving system has not reported that it has seen it. So we create a ticket, we parse this, and we try to kind of debrief what happened and why the system has failed to notice an incident.
Возможности и ограничения, то есть
What are the opportunities and limitations?
что порождает под собой какие-то артефакты в виде логов.
If you have any incident which is logged, which leaves other artifacts,
как бы это сказать?
I mean, I don't know how to put it.
То есть такие, понятные правила корреляции типа того же самого брутфорса, типа
Correlation rules like brute force,
там, попыток доступа к DNS-серверам и тому
like attempt of accessing the DNS server and so on.
Например,
if this leaves an artifact,
да, понятно, что
it's friendly to this.
работают на Икара, но никто не будет запихивать.
If there is a signature analysis, it does not work very well because no one will really put a ransomware into a prod system just for testing. Man-in-the-middle attack is not very friendly, is not testable by this, and insider threats and leaks.
Сложно автоматизируемо.
It's hard to automate the response to social engineering, for example.
Нужны специализированные
So here you would not want to use such a simplistic thing.
Такая
On
автоматизация
the one hand,
снижает нагрузку на
this automation
действия, поскольку
really relieves you of a lot of workload.
с синей командой, и проще согласовать, что
There is much less communication between the blue team and the red team.
они знают то, что их это не перегрузит.
The blue team, they know they wouldn't be overloaded by the incidents. And if you see the two reports and you can eliminate a lot of what's in both reports and you can only look at what's in one and not in the other, It also is very simple, and in some cases you can really go out of the testing system, out of the sandbox to the prod.
SOAR по фильтру может...
One other bonus is that SOAR, through a filter, can put together the incidents
То есть в чем смысл? Что
that
полную картину,
look like what was simulated by BAS. BAS is the only one who knows the full picture, but something may have been lost between bars, CM, and SOAR. So if you see that SOAR has generated a report with less than full data,
такую, да, интеграцию, это можно...
you can put it together with the raw report from BAS and actually understand where your system leaves incidents unresolved. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please let me know. I will stay at our booth for today and tomorrow, so approach me and talk to me. That's all from my side now. Okay. We don't have questions? We don't have questions. Thank you, Maxim. Okay, guys, we make a break, a technical break, and I think we will reconvene at 16:30. Thank you very much, in 15 minutes. ready. Okay, give us 10 sec.
Друзья, добрый вечер.
Okay, dear friends, good evening to you, and thank you for being with us this late. Let's continue the SOC Lifehacks session. Here we share our tips, thoughts, experience, how to provide protection.
Нашей секции
In this next part of this session,
и практика соков
which is called Experience and Practice of SOCs,
про то, как они
our colleagues will share
задачи
real-life examples
в инфраструктурах.
on the basis of their real-life infrastructures. And our first presenter is Sergey.
Всем привет. Мой доклад про опыт.
Hi, Sergey Bnyatov. This is how we created a hybrid makeshift SOC, and this is how we survived with this.
Меня зовут Бнятов Сергей, я делаю по лет 9 ВБ, и с Offensive начинал, и мимикациями инфраструктуры.
I have worked for InfoSec for more than 9 years, and right now I have progressed to a SOC builder.
Мегамаркет, круассаны, молоко по утрам, это вот мы, 700 заказов в день.
I actually work for a company that in 9 Russian cities does deliveries of foodstuffs and so on.
Наша текущая модель, что у нас получилось?
So, the plan of this talk is what we did have, how we chose MSSP provider, what's the current model, so what's under the hood, and conclusion. At a certain point, we were at a point with 3 different infrastructure, different landscapes, 3 different operations teams, and so on. 3 absolutely different operations teams. Different guys with different control verticals and so on. And we had only 3 months to start monitoring and resolving incidents. So what were the problems?
Первая проблема, что кликер не
And
работает.
our challenges. The first challenge is with the slide advancer, of course.
Необходимо, как я и сказал, выстроить независимый процесс.
So we had to create an independent response process.
Независимых инфраструктур.
This was necessary because in these independent infrastructures, some MSSP providers were already there. So we had to take in the current landscape and try to marry all those different landscapes to one another. So we had to choose the MSSP provider because historically this has not been done. And of course, this had to be done quickly. So have you ever chosen an MSSP provider? Yes. Only one person. And who thinks it's simple or complicated? Complicated, yes.
Правда, люди из моей команды поднимают, остальные, видимо, стесняются. Ну да, значит, у нас...
People from my team, you're not allowed to raise hands. So if you split this into 2 parts, you have the commercial requirements,
возможности масштабирования,
contracts, NDAs, scalability, and so on. But we're not going to talk about this. We will talk about the technical requirements.
сами себе задали вопрос.
And in the technical requirements, we have asked ourselves the question, what do we want to see?
Порядка где-то 70 требований.
There were about 70 requirements.
Мы хотели бы передавать
For example,
на сторону MSSP и получать
we want actually to give IOCs to MSSP and get responses with analytics, and we want 24/7 service with line 1 and line 2 because we don't want just to respond. We need to influence the landscape.
Посидели, собрали.
We need to
посидеть и поковырять эти требования.
Put together certain cases, certain incidents into a case, and There is no such thing as a perfect SOC. In fact, this is the basic idea behind my presentation. And there is no such thing as a perfect MSSP provider. Because you've got to understand, this is normal. They're all imperfect.
Спустя 3 года ты это понимаешь и смотришь на это уже.
3 years later, you really understand this, but, well, not then. My tips to people who do this right now is that the analyst and MSSP provider very rarely understands the context. They don't understand which machines, they don't understand the scripts you're running, and so on and so forth. And if they just are allowed to block everything, your prod may fall down. So different analysts generate different reports on the same problem. It's normal again. It could be even an advantage, but you've got to know how to live with this.
Потому что фиг, кто тебе даст доступ к сырым логам, даже если ты очень сильно просишь.
Access to raw logs. Very few people can do that, but we decided to do that, and actually we understood that it actually makes life a lot easier for us, because analysts can go into the console and see what was actually happening.
Правил кастомных, да, бывает так, что прям надо...
Attention to detail and additional custom rules. So, of course, it's good that you can write a custom rule right now, which can start sending alerts right now. Writing one rule for 6 months is not good. A good SLA for you and for MSSP. This is routine, but it is very time-intensive, and it's good to have a good SLA.
Где у нас есть внутренняя команда in-house team, и мы...
So we have an MSSP and our in-house team. The synergy that we've generated, it really optimizes the processes and gives us opportunities for quick starts, because actually what we wanted. Because for within 3 months to create a core of correlation rules, it's, to put it mildly, unrealistic, right? If someone has done this in 3 months, tell me, I'll shake your hand. So you cannot do it in-house. So we needed a provider with experience, with internal processes, and we also needed to put our in-house team in order. Because whoever the provider is, we need to understand who calls who can do what, and which reports are then generated within the company. So this hybrid has advantages and disadvantages. The pluses are that between them, these people have full spectrum of information, including business criticality, escalation, which units are the most vulnerable, and we can write our own playbooks and so on. MSSPs have 24/7 service, they have a process, they can build rules and so on, they can scale out, and of course to do size in MSSP is much easier than in-house. And of course MSSPs have broader experience. We're not their only customers. Many our colleagues in retail have the same threats and same vulnerabilities, and MSSPs have some experience there. The disadvantages are processes again. Because your escalation process needs to be generated both in-house and on the MSSP side, and this kind of blurs the areas of responsibility. For example, we've had an incident and we have assigned a status to this incident, and MSSP just doesn't have a good automation. And our controller actually says that your response time is shit, but our response time was okay, we just didn't report it. Integration with custom logs. We do our own development, and actually giving our custom logs and integrating our custom logs with MSSP provider, it's either expensive or doesn't make sense at all. Also, the processing of custom logs. you just can't walk away from the fact that you're in-house and they're not. So they're not processing your custom logs. And of course, there is a lot of managerial workload here. On the one hand, you need to grow your external expertise, and on the other hand, you have to manage the relationship with the MSSP provider. And of course, it costs extra. So L1 are MSSPs. We actually give them anything that they can absorb. L2 is our SOC team. They do the response. And L3 is our IT, our InfoSec, anti-fraud, and so on and so forth.
Дальше что? Окей, инциденты идут, что-то мы там делаем.
So incidents happen. We resolve them according to our playbooks, but we need to escalate, we need to alert the C level. This is why we have two different matrices. One for escalation, when you, for example, call up the duty engineer and it's Friday evening and they're drinking beer and they're on a barbecue and so on, and it's very hard to tell them that actually they need to throw it away and go back to the production system because everything is on fire and so on. So within this matrix, the analyst actually knows who to call, just not call everyone and the biggest boss in the company. And of course, depending on the criticality, the escalation may be quite different. If something is very critical, you need to alert the product owner and so on, because the product owner can make a decision. The cost for resolving the incident, are we going to resolve the incident, or maybe the resolution will be more expensive than the product itself? Of course, this is not the decision that engineers can take single-handedly. Now, the typical playbooks. So for typical playbooks, we have not thought anything else. 4 stages, just like anything. Investigation can really jump between different stages. This is where we start documenting, calling people in the night, and so on and so forth. Under the hood, I understand, I don't have the time. People who work for a SOC, I think you have seen this, that you start doing security and then you're wanted to repair the coffee machine and so on and so forth. And it's really, you can't do it manually, you can't do it in-house. 2 companies of Junes, maybe, but it doesn't work as well. So you need to automate. What do you automate? Event source management, asset management, incident routing flow, and matrix, because, well, SOC is matrix. Now, the former. Our challenge was, in the very beginning, was that you populate source information manually. And the information host was also manual, and everything was very heterogeneous, and so on. People have mechanisms, but we didn't. Now we have it. So we sat down and looked at off-the-shelf solutions. Actually said, no, we will make our own makeshift solution, and that makeshift solution now actually works in production. This is the aggregator. We pull data from ADR, from AD, from Insight, from many, many places. So the analyst has a dashboard and looks at it from one point. So we used to have 3 infrastructures, now we have 4, and you have just one dashboard to look at all the incidents that have happened in all of them. So it is convenient, and I should have given you the beautiful GIFs, how it works, so you need to take me on my word, because we don't have the time. As a result, we have one asset management system, everything visible from one place, getting information from all aggregated sources, and again, you have just single point for matrix calculation. Incident routing.
Инциденты
which starts from source detection and target detection.
инцидентов работ в случайном
MSSPs from the very beginning took the processing of incidents independently from the in-house analysts and so on and so forth. So we could not just manage all this workload in a transparent way, and there were no ways to assess which analyst is underperforming and why. Maybe they're just ill. Okay? So, we came up with this interesting flow. So we take the data from our provider's portal, we pull it to on-premises, and it works like a download. We have 3 analysts on the queue, one has 3 incidents, the other is processing 2 incidents, and the third has 0. So the new incident will go to the one with 0. And
он тебя уведомляет о том, что на тебя назначено.
Who actually notifies you that you're assigned is a TG alerter bot.
Это делать. Все это дело идет там в тикетницу, в Jira
All this is copied to Jira for a ticket repository, and there is an administrative bot that manages the queue and then calculates all the metrics. And you can always show all the metrics and all the stats to CISO. This is how it works. The description of the incident, the link to the incident, who works with the incident, and the status of the incident can be changed by the bot himself. The admin bot. We have written a lot of preset functions. For example, I want a week-long statistics for the response time for a specific analyst or for the entire team. Well, when Telegram was being disrupted, we decided that this is too important to us, and now we have created a duplicate bot which works in the corporate chat. It doesn't have some of the functions, management functions, but the notifications actually work in sync with Telegram. Telegram is the messaging app, of course. The outcomes are visible in the Corp Messenger, in Telegram, and so on. And right now, the analyst just cannot decline starting processing an incident if they are on the queue. And right now, there is transparency. And why have we responded slowly yesterday, and so on and so forth. Runbooks, playbooks, and playbooks as code. Again, this is a long story, normally. I think we reincarnated playbooks 6 times or more.
Где там куча ветвлений, делай это, делай то, вроде все надо.
A lot of people, when they wrote playbooks, they started with those novels with different branches and so on and so forth, and it doesn't work. There should be a very short manual. You see this, you do A, B, and C. And if you work with this case, for example, with this process, this is the full list of what you need to do. And playbook as code, again, it's automated playbook, which can be reused from one playbook to another. As a result, we combine 3 approaches. We get standardization, automation of routine. This is playbook as code, and it can be reused in SOAR, and so on and so forth. If you have written a code which works once, you don't need to rewrite it 10 times if you want 10 playbooks to do this. And of course, you still are flexible. You don't have to rewrite all the different manuals and instructions. So you're flexible on the one hand and scalable on the other.
Значит, продуктовые инциденты — это наши личные отдельные...
Product incidents. Well, this is our very specific pain because we have a lot of development teams, and if you deep dive into it, you will look like this cat, okay? I mean, burnout.
Не везде есть стандартизация.
Product-specific incidents are a problem because not all products have standardized logs, and not everyone documents their code and documents their scripts and so on. This is the full list of challenges. I will not read them out to you.
Маленькими кирпичиками, скажем.
But it can be resolved with those small bricklaying. If you don't know who to call, we need to document the AOR.
Включается на звонок ИРТ.
And if we can't call here, we have the next number, and so on. And whether it's Easter, whether it's PH days, they need to respond.
Если мы уже столкнулись с какой-то проблемой и понимаем...
Some standard playbooks or playbook components, we fix this, we document this, and we reuse in the next playbook.
Много, но если планово работаем...
So, there are a lot of challenges, but if you work in a well-planned manner, you get much less chaos, and you can respond in a faster way. And when you come to yet another team and you tell them that we need to do it in a new way, you need to give them the example that all the other teams have already shifted.
Если бы подходил к продуктам. Продуктовые инциденты или...
What would I do now?
Архитектуру закладывать. То есть...
You need to create an architecture for product-specific cases. It will make your life much easier afterwards. A product-based incident is the same as playbook, and within this model, it does not create a difficulty. So once you have identified the root causes of the incident, you can automate this into a new playbook. And even though this automation is makeshift, this code will be crooked and so on and so forth. If it generates value, use it now and just buy time to maybe improve it later. Our metrics today are EDR coverage, SOC sources coverage, mean time to reaction, mean time to contain, LLE time to report, and time to task. This is the time it takes us to write a report when this is a typical incident, and creating the task. And of course, the statistics. How to categorize incidents? At first, we had just two categories, the manual incidents and MSSP incidents. And there were so many manuals that it was absolutely difficult, sometimes impossible, to understand what the root cause was. So we decided to introduce more granularity on this, and now we have leaks, internal leaks, external leaks, MSSP, phishing, IT help, and so on. So, create categories. If you don't create categories, you have a lot of noise, and analysts just don't understand how to resolve them.
Заканчивать буду. Очень много всего хотел сказать. Время мало.
I understand I need to wrap up. I want to say much more than I have time for. So, what would I advise myself if I were offered it now? First of all, don't go for it. Because I thought it was easy to build a SOC. No, it is difficult, it is painful, and it doesn't always pay well. But I would build processes in an automation-friendly way, without a lot of manual work. That's what I would do. The second thing I would do, you just can't forget about I write a process and it works from here and forever. No, it will change very quickly and you will have to rewrite this. And we now only have the understanding that all the processes need reincarnation from time to time. Team development. It's no less important than an SLA. SOC means people. If you don't have people, you don't have a SOC. This is the basic idea, because if you have a team but you don't have people, actually, that doesn't make sense. How to train on incidents? please allow some time for exercises. Especially on your real system, because you find a lot of different things with unauthorized blockages of accounts and DDoS and so on and so forth. And during the exercises, you can actually try to patch this up and delegate. Of course, this is yet another tip. Trying to do all by yourself, it doesn't mean that you're a hero. Doesn't mean that you're a fool. If you can buy a product, buy a product. If you can outsource, outsource. And for me, a SOC is not a sprint. It's a marathon, and it's a marathon that has not ended yet. Don't even try to promise to do it in 1 quarter. Do what you can within 1 quarter, but then you grow, and then you continue changing, and you are cool-headed about this. Just very quickly, what do we want to see within a couple of years? Our own technological basis, build engineering capacity. A SOC doesn't work about this. Your automation will just not work. And what we also want to see is a good balancing act between development and operations. That's all from me. This is my self-advert of my Telegram channel, how to create an in-house SOC. That's now really all from me. Thank you. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Спасибо, Сергей.
Thanks, Sergey.
Друзья, я напоминаю то, что
I will remind you, friends, that you will get a book
нашего партнера из
from Peter Publishers. Of course, the book will be dedicated to info security. And your questions, please. So the book will go to the one who asks the best question.
Добрый день. Вопрос
Hi.
автоматизации, получается, события, конкретно по...
When you automate an event, how do you distribute events among analysts? Because some incidents are interconnected, and when different incidents go to different analysts, if they are interconnected, those analysts won't know this. Well, we connect cases through SOAR, but my understanding is that you're not asking about SOAR. Well, the same incident, well, not the same incident, but connected incidents when they go to different analysts, how do you prevent that? Because if you don't, different analysts will not understand that they are looking at the same case. Well, that's a problem, yes. How we dealt with it? If it's a typical story, which actually takes you 5 minutes, it doesn't make sense to overcomplicate the logic. If it's happening within 1 day persistently, so there is a source that connected to provider, and all the incidents, they are kind of being bombarded. And we are trying to respond, but it won't stop. Well, first of all, you need to filter out all the false positives. Because there may be some noise in the traffic. And in some cases, of course, we would put all those incidents, according to Mitre, to one person. Next question, please. Hello, and thanks for the talk. So what's your relationship with the IT service? Because sometimes you would need an engagement from IT service to reach your matrix, and they have their own, and they're not the same as yours. I have a short and a long answer. The long answer I wouldn't tell you. The short answer, it's a problem, and it takes a lot of time. It doesn't work through administrative resource. Sometimes it just pays to go and say and beg, "Hey guys, we don't want to make your life more difficult. Please help." Of course, they have their own objectives, and you come to them with a 20-minute problem, but it turns out to be a 2-day problem. So it is painful. In a large company, as one of my colleagues says, this is a corporate tax that you have to pay.
Спасибо за доклад.
Yes,
Такой вопрос.
thanks for the talk.
Поступила вот такая же задачка, только у вас нету никакого провайдера, и фактически вам надо сделать такой же сок, только внутренним.
What if you get a similar task, but you don't have an MSSP provider? What would you demand from your bosses? I would demand a lot of money. If you have a blank check and the boss says, okay, you have open hiring, you have some time to put together a team, okay, I would agree to it actually. But if they are giving you a stick and saying that you need to dig a big pit now, we are making a SOC for students, for example, and we just don't have an external provider. Well, then I don't have a good answer for you, because if people work, they tend to do it for money for some strange reason.
Дадим возможность задать вопрос.
Okay?
Да, добрый день.
Yes.
Полина.
I'm Polina,
Patio Retail.
and I work for Patio Retail. We're also building our own SOC. And our problem is building the processes that you've talked about. Technology is one thing and people are another, but it's all put together by processes, right? Can you give a couple of tips how to build processes within this? We've run into this problem. It looks like we understand the process, but it's connected to other processes inside the SOC, and how to marry those processes. This is an important pain to address. Well, I'll start answering with the end. We have end-to-end processes. At first, I didn't even understand what this is. But if you really have an end-to-end process, your entry point can integrate with anything else in the company. For example, if you understand that you need anti-fraud within a SOC process, you know how to integrate this process. It doesn't always work perfectly. But
у тебя есть точки входа и выхода в разных местах.
You have entry points and exit points in different places. And if at a certain moment you want to go from A to B, this should not result in the change of the entire architecture of all the processes. So you need to have end-to-end processes.
Я бы дробил вот на кирпичики и по возможности.
And I would turn all the processes into those bricks that can be automated. If you can automate it, automate it.
Начинать типа а как, а что? Но
there will be a problem starting this.
Как бы так целенаправленно.
But if you try to beat this drum,
плюс-минус.
I think you will get to the end, and the picture will be more or less clear. Thank you, Sergey. Sergey, can you choose the best question?
Так, блин, на самом деле вопрос забавный был про бесплатный сок.
You asked a great question about a SOC for free.
Что молодому человеку можно.
I think it would be very good for a young man who works for one of your SOCs. So I think the book just has hit the fan.
Друзья, мы продолжаем. Я приглашаю на сцену Алексея и Романа.
And our next speakers are Alexei and Roman, and they will tell you how to build a SOC in the digital flow world.
Раз.
Они же нам не дали презентацию, да?
Понял. Хорошо.
Всем привет.
Hi everyone.
Про
Our talk will be
с помощью
about
практики
how to survive using
расскажем про
SOC architecture practices in the world of
огромный сок, который
that
обеспечивает
is flooded with digital technologies.
в защите.
We'll talk about large SOCs
Поделимся
that
какими-то такими
support
большими, может быть, лайфхаками и
large infrastructures.
может быть, даже постулатными
We'll share with you our life hacks and
обрабатывать большое количество инцидентов,
share with you
бороться со
some of
злоумышленниками
our
и
conclusions about how we can
требования регуляции.
survive, how we can
Немножечко про нас.
combat with criminals and comply with the regulators' requirements at the same time.
Я являюсь
Hello everyone, my name is Roman. I'm
и в
head
прошлом
of
я
SOC,
был программным и аппаратным разработчиком.
and
И в целом
I used to be a hardware developer, software developer, and I always followed
Алексей.
managers and optimized processes.
В лаборатории Касперского архитектор.
I'm an architect. I work with Kaspersky Lab.
Как раз
We develop SOCs, we build SOCs, and our main function is consulting SOCs. This presentation was co-authored by us and Nikolai Sovetkin, a great analyst. So here we really brought together our common expertise, and we tried to include the technicalities of the process.
Каждый из этих людей, которые участвовали
All the experts who took part preparing this presentation, they have extensive experience with different technical domains. So
аналитик, и одновременно там, как я,
we had a developer, an analyst, an architect, and then we share interesting managerial skills, experience in structuring products, conceiving products, marketing products. So we really bring together different kinds of experience.
основных
Now, a few words about the main
железные балки,
parts of our presentation, and these are the principles our SOCs are built on. And that's something that helps us to stand against this flow of
применениями тротлинга,
automated mechanisms, and we use the automation a lot, and we manage to bring down throttling at every step.
где-то приближенный минимум инфраструктуры в данном контексте.
So what's the initial data that we are looking at?
3 миллиона алертов, это уже
1 million hosts, more or less. And then per month we get approximately 3 million alerts. And that happens within profiled cases with well and fine-tuned defenses that were developed during years. And we add new ISS,
постоянное развитие SOC.
and we keep doing that. So in that context, we continue
Каждый месяц
precising the profiles, developing our systems. We do that year on year, every month.
что у нас есть объединение
And on top of that,
отраслей,
we bring together, we look at different industries, industrial industries, technical industries,
области, поэтому
educational industries, electronics, IT
чтобы
domain. And that experience allows us to automate some processes, to control it better, to, for instance, control the flow in a better way, and make our profiles even more precise. And then we understand the bad actors better.
повторюсь, каждый год
We
меняется.
have profiles for them as well. And once again, every year we add new ISS, we adapt ISS, because with every year digitization
Поэтому все приводит к тому, что
continues, and
постепенно приходим к тому, что алертами мы просто
e-data becomes
И добавлю, что
grows in volume and we get more and more alerts.
иногда обособленные, но есть такая некая точка сосредоточения, где мы
We have a lot of branch offices, but there is a center that makes our SOC
схему, где
an SOC, a center. And sometimes we
видим там процессов
compare our activity to an electric scheme
выглядит как некая такая электрическая
where
система, где есть какие-то резисторы.
people can be compared to components of this electric scheme. There are resistors, there are other components, and
Сопротивление влияет
when they lose
структуру,
resistance, that can impact the whole scheme.
гиперболизированный поток данных.
And sometimes that results in
Потихонечку переходим такой к
a hyperbolized flow of data.
про людей, да, то есть
And now we would like to talk about
людей, может быть, в конце.
human resources as well.
То есть большой
Many people talk about human resources at the end. I'd like to talk about them right away.
в некоторых
SOCs are large teams.
маленького масштаба данные команды
In some SOCs,
какую-то в одну большую команду. У нас
these teams are merged into one large team. We indeed have several teams, and their roles are specified. We have
инженеры, аналитики,
architects team,
на большие
engineers team, analysts team, and analysts have their sub-teams. And
быть
what's most important, these teams have to work in a coordinated manner, in sync.
и иногда даже там набором РПшников. Но если возникает какая-то проблемная история, проблемная синхронизация между какой-то
And if there is a problem with the coordinating and synchronizing some parts of this team, this will impact inevitably the whole team. So they have to be in sync.
договоренностью между командами очень увеличивает
And it is important for the teams to be in touch. That results in better quality treatment, and that improves the results of the SOC and other departments as well.
наверное, кирпичик нашего фундамента.
Yet another brick of our foundation is inventorying.
Наверное, с точки зрения активов,
Inventorying
рядом каких-то
is often viewed in the context of assets or some devices. We inventory everything.
На каждом этапе, на каждом
At every stage,
цепочку, которая у нас есть на,
if we take, for instance, this scheme presented at this slide,
мы стараемся проводить
at
инвентаризацию
every stage we
и
inventory data and content. We start from the source, and then, of course, inventorying the source is
но как только он начинает передавать
that's one of the best practices. That's very basic. But as soon as we have data transfer, or as soon as we set
мы их
an
тестируем,
audit, we perform checks.
там база
We
знаний,
test things, we
продолжаем это
check things, and we record information. And then we keep
версионно
monitoring, checking, issuing new versions,
этапе
so that during
какого-то потока данных в конце. То есть даже вот
so that during
история
the first stage, nothing happens that results in a large flow at the end, at the output. And then we monitor the system continuously in order to eliminate the parts that are not functional, and thus we shape the system's architecture.
активов, да, она производится,
Asset
производится различными
inventorying.
различных
We perform that as well
источников, их достаточно полно, есть у каждого SMDB.
IT tools, and
Ну, я хотел как раз
we
акцентировать
have SNDB systems that we use for that. And here
в целях вообще информационной
I
безопасности.
would like to talk about why actually we need to perform inventorying for cybersecurity purposes at an SOC.
То есть один из
That gives us the data that we can work with. And one of the most interesting sources or flows of information in our SOC is the net flow. There we can track new assets emerging, or sometimes we see interesting cases that we can use to
например, один из интересных
to detect new cure locks.
хостов, точнее, мы в основном мы выявляли серверный сегмент без антивирусного обеспечения.
One of the interesting examples is detecting
То есть заполнением активных листов
hosts without defining their segments.
Удаляют запись.
So we used QR locks
У нас есть
and analyzed segments that delete
некий даже, ну там, с какой-то,
records about hosts.
где занесен серверный сегмент.
And
Мы последовательно
we have a
выявляем, где
space where this, where the information about this segment is stored.
правил, которые друг друга дополняют.
For that, we use correlation rules, and they'll help us to build the overall logics. And finally,
но без алертов.
we
Есть
have
СВЗ с алертами, но без
hosts
И после
with alerts, with the
список каждую неделю и отправляется на
automatic mechanisms and with alerts. And after that, we form a list every week, and then we keep improving this list of hosts.
нарушениями, может быть,
So, acting like that, we
СВЗ. Само собой, как я немножечко до этого указывал, что фиксируем все в базе знаний. Здесь мы базу знаний иногда рассматриваем как некий датасет, потому что в будущем есть вероятность, что, может быть, он применен к какой-то внутренней машинке для машинного обучения, чтобы выстраивать...
we compile all that data and keep it structured to be able to use it for machine learning in the future, probably. And of course, the database for that should be of good quality.
Постоянно описываем плейбуки, которых большое количество, и фиксируем...
We write playbooks and we record the rules for continuous correlations to register every change.
большую роль, потому что
Modifying of the detecting logics is very important here as well, because at every stage what happens is that we run a cycle of
должна быть красивая картинка.
adapting each package. Unfortunately, the beautiful picture is missing from the slide, but yes, we develop new correlations, we detect new sources, and we add that layer on top of what we have in our SOC. We add that to our database in order to generate
одна из самых основных
corrective actions based on that.
форм алерт-менеджмента. Здесь некая такая структура
One of the most beautiful things about SOCs is the diversity of alert management forms. So here is the structure of how alerts get into our system, or generated in our system, and alerts are a database for investigations, for response measures. And then
дает возможность группировать алерты.
we have the rules of our group. Some people call that rules of segmentation or segregation, and that's the heart of our alert distribution, and that helps a lot to automate the processes and to really classify alerts when they come in a large flow.
Большое количество правил сегментации.
In a large SOC, there are a lot of segmentation rules, and here
этих правил.
we listed just 1/5 or 1/10 of these rules, and they, in fact, help us to organize our work, because we have a lot of branch offices, we have a lot of penetration tests, and thus we have a lot of segmentation rules. Okay, my turn. Let's look at what segmentation can look like and why we need it. In the first case, a desync attack,
блокирует хост, источник.
an analyst panics, it's night time, and
И компания
identifies the host. As a result, we see that that was a penetration test, and the company lost the money that it paid for this service.
этого бы не произошло.
Had we had segmentation by IP addresses, that wouldn't have happened.
Это правило плохого тона, с этим надо бороться, но это
In the second,
долгий этап. Вот. И
secondly,
что сейчас идет работа на каком-то сервере. И тут
that's just bad manners with IT experts, and of course they shouldn't act like that, because if that's an administrator who comes in, you
на сервер.
think that this is
Вы не увидели это, потому что
an
сложный алерт со сложными событиями.
admin and you do not respond to that alert, but then at the same time another user accesses your system and you miss that alert.
У нас есть,
Another example.
когда есть нужные правила. Правило очень нужное,
We have
но у него
a problem that requires a very important
ресурсов коррелятора.
rule.
Помните, да, что я бывший разработчик, и я сейчас буду выносить...
This rule is very important, but
Вы видите примерное распределение ресурсов и
that shows how important evolution of correlation is.
основным компонентом CM-систем.
You see how
А на этом слайде вы видите классическую систему потока события, маршрут.
what are the requirements of
Получить данные,
the CM segment to resources, and that's
должен проверить на цепочку
how
правил
correlator
события.
operates. The correlator has to create a record about the event, and the storage has to store all this information. But now look at the rule.
Правила есть в каждом CM.
That rule is present within
Что там страшного
with
написано?
every CM, that's ports scanning. And
Посчитайте в голове, какой у вас парк вычислительной техники.
now you can think about your fleet of computers. And let's
В пике мы получаем
think that all of them are
IP на
in interaction in the network, and it means that every connection of every host gets an IP address.
99,9% корреляторов.
And they sit there before they are eliminated, and 99% of these containers wait to be eliminated.
Решение выступает дата-майнинг. Мы меняем
As a
классическое
solution for that, you have data mining. You can
событие не с коллектора, а из хранилища.
you can change the classic solution for rerouting, and you can launch it not from the collector but from the storage.
Который
You
полностью
send a query to the storage that repeats the correlation rule
отдается в коррелятор.
with a certain frequency. After that, it is sent to the correlator and interprets it as alert and sends it to your ERP.
У этого способа есть один большой недостаток.
That approach has one drawback. You're going to see it, hopefully.
Это выглядит сложно.
That looks complex.
Поддерживать.
It's difficult to maintain it.
Есть всегда риск потери
And there is always the risk of losing time, because that will be happening
в случае данного правила.
from time to time, well, every minute according to this rule,
По сути,
but it will not be happening continuously online. So what happens here is we take
жертву,
the source, the victim,
список портов,
the information about the source, the victim, the intruder,
события,
the timestamp of the first event, the timestamp of the second event, and then
индикатор для коррелятора, который у нас называется DM-порт-скан.
we put the indicator for the correlator, which is called DM port scan.
Так, ладно, я, видимо, перехожу к другому этапу. Вот.
Moving on.
Посмотрите, вы видите классическую схему
Here you can see the classic scheme
вендора, да? Это цвет.
of an ERP with any vendor.
У него
The color is white,
не самая лучшая ориентация
and
полосу прокрутки. Вы видите,
probably the orientation is not perfect, because if you look at
аналитика, который всю ночь крутил эту полосу прокрутки.
the feed that you have to scroll through, in fact, it's impossible. It's nearly impossible to scroll through all of it.
Есть желание, возможности и так далее.
And let's look at what is achievable when you have time
По мне, так мне кажется,
and will to go for it. Well, I think what you need to do, probably the developers do not have a permission to do that, but we can take all the fields that contain some valuable information, we transform them into pictograms,
оно уместилось в одну
we
строчку.
add surplus, and we get the same information, but we can squeeze it into one small cube.
Мы делаем свои плюшки.
And after that, we create
Актива.
our own
Попадание аналитика в алерт.
tools.
Очень полезно, когда аналитик ну, имеет такая практика,
For instance, you can track the critical assets,
действительно ли они вызовут сработку.
or you can
Это аналитик именно
see when the alert is triggered by the analyst. You can look at this analyst's IP, and you use that information to analyze the alert in the core.
всегда нехороший звоночек.
And then you can assess the intensity. That's always a bad sign, and an analyst has to respond to that.
В итоге мы приправляем все это
As a result, we add to that audiovisual notifications and some simple tools for analysis, and what we get is something that is going to increase your efficiency by 200%.
Следующее, о чем бы я хотел поговорить, это
The next thing I'd like to talk about is the knowledge database. And unlike the previous speaker, we don't have an MSSP. We do everything ourselves. And what's important for us is that we can't transfer, we can't synchronize all the rules with the knowledge database. We automated this process by putting in any change or every rule that can recognize the register with changes, and you'll need a register for changes if you have over 1,000 rules. Probably I'm running out of time. But the next thing is increasing the analysis quality. Let's look at two events. One event is remote access. There is an IP, and the next event is any user's action, which is not defined by an IP. So how can we detect all the actions that were performed remotely? Do we need to try and track them by IP of the same ID? No, there is a very complex request, but it allows you to compare the whole table of both senders and destinations. What do you need for that? You need to study the possibilities of your CM under the hood. They are not atomic, and they all have components. For instance, you have the storage. It's powered by an engine, and it has its potential. So you can go and study it to get the most of it. Another case I would like to cite is a real case that my team faced. And in the left-hand corner, you can see what I saw. And in order to transform that into what you see on the right, I spent 5 hours. For an AI, it takes 5 seconds. That's an important aspect that can help you to optimize your work. But then there are certain particularities to that. AIs do glitch, and AI should be your assistant. If it could replace you, it would have replaced you by now. And then you shouldn't upload your commercial data into an AI engine, like your IPs, your accounts. If you need to do that, you need to first create a script and then put in these data manually into that script. That was a miner who wasn't a malicious actor per se, but he spent a lot of my energy. Okay, now let's switch to analysis of threats from different sources. As you got it from the previous information, we have a lot of sources.
Минимум в месяц выходит где-то 2.
Penetration testing reports, we have at least 2 of them per month.
Некоторые аудиторы внутренние,
because we run
коммерческие
pen tests with auditors, and testing is also performed by commercial and non-commercial organizations.
отрабатывать отчеты,
And
которые делает нам регулятор.
what's really important for us is to
Само собой их
do well in the reporting that we send to the regulator.
сказал Роман, добавлять воишку и прочее.
And of course, we can't do that using AI, because we can't upload this data to an AI engine.
Поэтому это все вручную. Данные
That is why we perform that work manually. We have a lot of data.
индикаторов, большое
We
количество.
have lots of indicators, lots of vulnerabilities.
SOC должен быть неким таким.
And you need to understand that SOC has to be able to prioritize
Здесь позволяют
closing deficiencies and patch management. And for that, we use aggregators of vulnerabilities and threats.
собственные правила корреляции, там правила Sigma.
For open source and correlations, we use the Sigma rule.
Мы появляем
And
корректирующих действий и за счет плана
as lessons learned, we we produce a plan of corrective actions, and we use it for hardening, for closing vulnerabilities, for fixing our logics. And at the end result, we
агрегаторы угроз, которые нам
put all these lessons to our database.
отслеживаем в реальном времени
Aggregators of threats help a lot. They help us to
некую приоритизацию, и мы заносим,
aggregate vulnerabilities.
применяем,
We put that to our backlog, and we gradually use
так сказать,
that to patch
там, при пин-тестах.
holes and to protect our infrastructure during penetration tests as well.
Немножечко не успеваем, но перечислю, что
And finally, this last small bit, I'd like to mention that
различные там
certain IT stages impact our operations as well. We use certain practices to assess our SOC, our engineering capabilities, and we use different competence matrices and different calculations to make our SOC more and more efficient.
у нас были отказоустойчивые классы,
As we work with large amounts of data, we use
каких-то определенных
various clusters with
падать в какую-то
right
отказоустойчивость, чтобы аналитики могли обрабатывать в любом
massive in order to be able to work and to restore and maintain servers operating if they are down at some point.
из основных целей это постоянный lesson learned.
One of the main objectives is to keep learning our lessons. We are trying to maintain the balance. We are not automating everything. We are trying to stay within the golden middle. We are scaling up our rules. And the heart of incident management is classification of alerts. So based on these three items, we keep up with this flow of incidents, with the flow of alerts that we face, and we keep increasing the efficiency of our SOC. Thank you.
Ну, вопросы-то мы можем и вместе ответить.
Спасибо. Да, давайте примем вопросы.
Okay, let's take the questions from the audience, although we are behind the schedule.
По сути, коротко.
Let's be brief.
Есть у коллег
I
вопрос.
see that there is a hand over there.
Что это было? Первый вопрос.
Зачем он вынес?
Да, спасибо за доклад, очень интересно.
Thanks for your presentation. Very interesting. A question about segmentation rules. Do you think that they could, there you face a risk of missing an event? There is a case from a penetration testing team when they caught the administrator's machine, and it looked like the segmentation rule actually downgraded the priority of this incident. What mitigation approaches could be applied there?
Что я под этим подразумеваю?
Well, let me talk more about segmentation and how I understand it. You have an alert, it has a name, but when you classify alerts and the parameters that are important for that alert, it means that you'll have some subcategories of this alert that correspond to the data, to the criteria that you picked. It means that part of the work was done by the machine, and you know what you are waiting for. There won't be any other incidents there. I think in terms of mitigation, that's it. I don't know how to put it better. When working with the large flow, it's very difficult not to miss anything without classification of alerts.
Мы должны их, мало того, что просто хотя бы поставить им какую-то хотя бы метку, мы надо иметь в виду, что у нас еще большое количество...
It is important not only to prioritize these alerts and for our teams, we need to take into consideration all these different rules, and then we need to
С точки зрения, основываясь на этой как раз на этом алерте.
set priorities for every penetration test as well.
Основное, мы постоянно эту
And probably the
изучаем.
most important thing, we continue studying and improving these rules for categorization of alerts. We keep improving these segmentation rules. They are there not for nothing. We improve them not for nothing. We keep the log of all the rules we ever created to
Взаимопроверки в самих правилах сегментации.
top up the set of rules that we use actively.
Вот там, коллеги, микрофон можно? Сейчас, секундочку, мы ждем.
Добрый день, спасибо за доклад. У меня два вопроса.
Hi, thanks for your talk. Two questions.
Было указано про документацию, затолкас.
In the beginning, you talked about documentation, and my question is, which way
которые дергают.
did you go? Did you hire additional writers who performed all the analytical work, and maybe in their job description you actually mentioned that and added that they also need to be able to cope with all the incidents? Well, analysts are tasked with recording all that data to keep that database.
Мы стараемся именно на
And the main functions, the key functions,
архитекторов,
usually sit with more senior experts.
чтобы их заносить.
Not all the data have to be registered. Not all the data are of the same quality. So we do check that information. Because later, based on that information, other analysts and other people
В общем, понимать,
will be working.
отрабатывают респонсом.
Because some people
Филиалы, которые
are only engaged in response measures, and then we have
видят только свои алерты.
branch offices with regular SOC guys who just monitor alerts. So here our purpose is to maintain good quality. We distribute this workload among our employees, and sometimes the technical writer can mess up things. And then we add that database with cross-links to make it more realistic, to make it 3D, to create comprehensive set of data. So a manager manages that during their evening time. Well, our teams, they do have competent experts for that. Okay, my second question is about data mining. So you switch to this model when you download everything to storage and then you process that data. It's about data lakes, as far as I understand. And probably you have some plans for developing it further. But did you consider the case when we have amortization of an event, and before this information goes to storage, this information is treated and that shrinks the lag of detection? Well, it's not about shrinking the lag, it's about
точнее, там, на коллектор, потом на коррелятор, мы теряем вот эти контейнеры, которые хранят при сканировании.
Send that to the correlator, we lose the containers that we have during scanning. That's the rule that is very simple, and we need that rule, but
почему я его упомянул.
Но у нас же есть возможность всегда маршрутизировать по типу событий.
But actually you can route that by types of event too. Well, in case we need it, let's look at the situation with two correlators. We treat separately the network events and host events. And what if we need to have a complex rule where we cross-analyze information from different sources.
Не становится тяжело. Тот вариант, который я
Well,
сделал,
then it makes it heavier for the storage.
интервал в 2 минуты.
It doesn't make it heavier for the storage. It processed the information within this option within 3 or 4 seconds, and the storage was good. And do you expand that storage?
Не буду говорить коммерческих.
How do you do that? Well, I'm not going to go that way to explain that.
Выберите, пожалуйста, лучший вопрос.
Thank you, Roman. Thank you, Alexei.
Было-то всего.
Which question was the best?
Я предлагаю... Господа, я предлагаю последнему человеку
I think the last
эту книгу.
person who asked the question should receive this big. Okay, thank you for the questions.
Спасибо еще раз. Да, друзья, мы продолжаем. Сейчас у нас два рассказа.
Let's go on, and we will have 2 talks on trend intelligence use in SOC.
Алексей Вишняков.
And our first speaker is Alexei Veshenkov from
SOC.
Всем здравствуйте. Что-то пока сидел, подумал, что мы тут как в стендапе. Периодически выходим, что-то на сцену тут шутим, приколы какие-то рассказываем из практики. Вот.
From Solar. And, you know, it looks like we are in a stand-up comedy. So people just go from stage to floor and back again. And there are so many people, and I suspect there are so many people watching us online. I'm overwhelmed. So I'd like to start to thank you all, SOC managers and SOC engineers. I understand that the whole SOCs are represented across the board. And we actually started Trend Intelligence when I started in InfoSec 5 years ago, but it was very different from what it is today. TI is used much better. It has performed well, and people believe in it, and it's good. And it's good that you use the vendors and give us feedback. This really motivates us. So you deserve a round of applause, I can tell you, because you are doing a very important thing to advance and promote TI. Because in 5 years, it has changed beyond recognition. So I'm Alexei Vishnyakov. I used to work as a virus analyst. Actually, I was on the blue team always. So I first analyzed, then I managed teams, then I provided product expertise, then I owned products, then I did some of the SOC building, and then I built the attack emulation systems. So I was jack of all trades, and now I am deputy product manager of threat intelligence at Solar. So I represent Solar Forays Research Center. And since we are in a stand-up comedy, I'd like to start with a joke. This is a great quote from Igor Kurchatov. And, well, this is a business track, yes. So this was one of the threads on our corporate chat. If Oppenheimer had a GM plan, he would not achieve anything. But Igor Kurchatov would. I think even he had a plan for GM. Of course, we all have to actually work within the budgets, but I think this quote really works. The quote is, it's important to understand your priorities, because otherwise the non-priority will block your way to the important. I understand that you're all tired. This is why I'm moving around the stage to make life easier for you and easier for our cameraman. And a lot of things actually will not go into the camera. This is the plan of my presentation. So at first, I'll try to actually make you want to fight me and make you want to throw things at me. But of course, this will just signify that we have different points of view. And of course, I would like to talk about the mistakes that people make when they build SOCs. So we are in the business track. In technical tracks, people talk in a different way. And then I will give you very important expert advice from a jack of all trades. Several success stories, and then I will wrap up. That's the plan, at least. So I started with several myths about SOCs. So I look at you. I try to look at the online broadcast, and I think this myth is very pertinent. One of the metrics of the data is the quantity of the data. Who generates the most data, they are the best performer. It is very good that not everyone thinks this way. But there are still a lot of people who think this way, and I talk to customers, I have talked to a lot of you, with someone I would actually talk later, and then I will leave the advertisement on TV. So, do you still boil your clothes? Then we come to you. So, I will come for you. So, a lot of people actually think that the more data you generate, the better you work. But this is actually bad, generating too much data, and it's a very bad motivation for vendors. Vendors actually sometimes they roll out very bad things that generate a lot of data. The second myth is about whether it is useful. Of course, people want to start a pilot, and actually, people want the system to generate alerts. No one wants incidents, right? Maybe one incident, maybe two incidents, but nothing serious, please. But everybody wants a lot of alerts. Everybody wants a flurry of alerts to see actually that the system is actually working. But then they say, and why do you spam us with all those alerts? And just like me moving around the stage, yes? So I can give you two examples of that, just to share some of my impressions. Do you know this check engine lamp in a car? So I can pay some money for having just a button in a car or a lamp in a car, but I don't want to see it light up. And I don't want it to happen frequently, right? I understand that I'm saying things that are painful to companies, but it isn't always good when all these things light up all the time. At the business track for SOCs, you should know who Alexander Rusetsky is. In one of past events, I talked to him, and I talked about sandboxes. And he said, I actually have the experience of using Farai's sandbox. Farai used to be on the Russian market. Those were the times. And so there was their sandbox, and their sandbox is considered okay. And another sandbox alerts and alerts people to very, very bad things. And the first sandbox is silent. Then they put another sandbox, and Farai is absolutely silent. Nothing comes out of it. But if there is an alert coming out from it, that means that everyone needs to pay attention. All these temperature reactions and so on. Everything goes hot and everyone starts running around, because if that thing has worked, that thing has worked. And I've never seen anything like this, actually. But when he talked about that, I saw people actually reacting very positively to this. So I wanted to share this with you. And the second story, not very much clickbait. because actually you will start throwing things at me.
Еще одну мысль закинуть.
So I'd like to throw another thought at you.
К очередному антивируснику.
Because people think that a SOC or feeds is yet another antivirus protection or a firewall between us and web and so on and so forth.
Отношение примерно такое же. Какой-то
And I think they're treating it in the same way.
какие-то
So they're comparing the things, the practices that are absolutely different. And they measure it in the same way.
это как бы не совсем СЗИ, это знание прежде всего.
So here we're talking about knowledge, we're not talking about action.
Поэтому с одной стороны как бы да, это
On the one hand, I think it does appear similar. On the other hand, you just can't use the product-specific assessment methodology to a thing that is not a product in itself. But very often I can see from customers that they mix this up.
пытаемся как-то
That customers assess in the wrong way and measure in the wrong way something that is not assessed and measured in this way, and therefore it appears not to work. So this was the most painful part. I will never, ever bore you again with the same provocation. There will be a more horrible provocation. What mistakes people consistently make?
слова в тексте, все остальное безумно ценный материал, нужно внимательно.
So it is absolutely valuable material, of course, and don't listen to me, just read this and so on. But some of the words will be funny. The first such mistake is people take data, whoever they come from, whatever they come from, so whatever the vendor gives them.
Про важность.
So there is the field of criticality, materiality, weight,
Значит, куски данных, все остальное выбрасывают.
and the rest just is thrown away.
Начинают это использовать, матчат по сырому потоку события, где
And people try to match it to the SRAM flow events, to match it to IPs, IDs, and so on. It looks good, yes. It doesn't work well.
предварительно по каким категориям это данные вообще делятся.
Because you need to categorize the data first. You need to understand which categories, whether it is whether it is phishing, whether it is fraud, whether it is unauthorized network access, and so on.
Может, показал, да, ну, фишинговые ресурсы есть, да, это как бы отдельная там тоже история.
So, for example, phishing resources, you need to understand that they're phishing and they don't do anything else.
Это все разные вещи, не надо их смешивать, давайте разберемся.
These are different things, you can't just mix them up if you want to really deal with them effectively. And importantly, if you wanted to match this to your events,
Пусть каждый такой
let's have another condition.
критичный инцидент. Если
Let each this alert be a highly critical incident.
это, скорее всего, стопроцентная не фалса должна быть. Вот если
So it's not false, right? If we have paid attention to it. If this is your requirement,
важную проблему.
this requirement resolves a very important issue, actually. You get, thanks to feeds, you get a
событий
multitude of 100% genuine incidents. And please, bear with me and keep this thought. I will continue it on the second slide.
чтобы этих алертов было
And then
а их, как правило,
you actually want to diminish the number of those alerts. And in the very beginning, you get a lot of them.
я считаю, это круто, СОК очень счастлив, они вот понакупили всего.
A lot of people actually buy things for their SOC, and their blue team is just bursting with the number of alerts they have to process, and I can see those guys every day. And they actually buy yet another thing, and they get another 100 of alerts, and so on. And actually, the company is happy, and they buy more TI, they buy more analysts, they pay more, and so on, and they work more, and so on. Don't create the new alerts if we have already said that in the previous slide. If you have created highly critical, unfalse alerts, there shouldn't be a lot of them. And then take the alerts, not the raw events, but whoever those events are, antivirus, network access, and so on. Match the data that come with this context and change their priority through this alert.
случилось благодаря TI, чтобы новых
Thanks to TI, you will just raise the priority of genuine alerts, the alerts that you know to be genuine. And when people ask a question and how effectively your SOC works with TI, that actually is more clear about
50 раз в течение того, как она происходит.
with the TI.
Не надо добавлять...
I promise you, there are 50 hacker events per day that a large company can catch. But you need to select one event out of 50, 60 that has happened before and actually give it a high priority. That's what TI is for. And this is what I love. I really love this.
Вначале был пример про то, как заставляют вендора делать тупую работу.
In the very beginning, there was an example of
Делать тупую работу.
expectations stimulating vendor to actually do routine and dumb work, not TI. This is a context. This is yet another assessment of feeds.
Интересные при взаимодействии, значит.
So when you talk to the vendors, they send documents with the number of fields and the list of fields. And, well, I actually think I understand things about this, but I don't understand what this field is about and how I populate it. So there are huge JSONs with a lot of those fields. And how much context do I need to add? How many books should I have read? So some analyst in SOC, while they read the text, they will forget the beginning of the text, and they would need to Google a lot of things. They would need to open up the Mitre scorecard and so on and so forth. Just one of the Mitre tactics, injections in the process. So some customers require 10 different contexts and tactics, and 3 out of 10 you understand. The other 7, no. And of course, if we describe all that, of course, we will be sure to stop the hackers very, very quickly and effectively. But if you have read the context, and if you understand what to do about this, now, that is what context is for, not to get all the knowledge in the world. All the knowledge in the world will not make you more effective against hackers. And now, very important tips and very, very, very important and valuable recommendations when you still have some time to talk, but you don't know what to populate this time with. Just a very innovative idea, I understand, but please bear with me. The first thing about economizing resources. As the client, as the customer, tell the vendor that we need a TI, we will put it on the auto block, and we will put this into our SLA, and we'll give you some money for that. A counter requirement, right? This is a great motivation for people to do good feeds. Good teams don't make good products. Demanding customers make good products. Because if you don't have the requirement, it's very hard for people to do good. And I think this is a great example to start the thinking, using TIs on autoblock. A lot of people do this, but not many enough. And I think that more people need to actually think about how to use the TI in this way. Another story, very important, is about the time. And spending 0 resources because it works automatically. There should be an opportunity to take data from another vendor and use it in another vendor's system, adding to that latter vendor's data. So you want feeds with products from the same vendor. This is my favorite joke. I get all the products from the vendor and feeds from the same vendor. Of course, these are two different types of expertise, but we will still go to the same vendor for feeds. Great story. Now, of course, I have already told you very much of what I was about to tell you, and since I praised you in the very beginning, let me try to demand something in return. If this is the emerging technology and a lot of people want to do this, and unfortunately very few people actually can unroll this. I know only one vendor, and they say that alert detect is good, and they cover all the problems that normal compromise indicators don't cover. Yara files and any universal sigma rules and network rules. I mean, it's not been invented yesterday. It's quite old, and all standards are in place, but people just don't know that TIs can work with all of that. And people are not ready to share.
Знаете, такого акцентного, успешного опыта, как скрестить сценарий использования.
Now, how to match the use cases with the data that these use cases would work with? No, fuck the data. Use cases. Use cases is what I'd like to focus on. Everybody knows. Everybody knows that the story when, for example, cyber intelligence have got new content, this is manual work. Of course, we want a lot of feeds and we want a lot of data, and automation just spoils all that picture, and we actually want people to do a lot of manual work. Okay, I understand when an analyst actually has got the malware address from a config and it was done manually, and he checked and rechecked it several times, and it is not a false. Right?
Вторая история. Вот эти вот самые так называемые первички.
The second story is the raw data, the tracks from the attackers' infrastructure, the servers, from which they attack, not from which they scan the internet, but from which they attacked. The primary points of the stagers and so on and so forth. Or the points which they use to download the first thing they have encountered. So all this can be kind of vacuumed into the TI vendor, both proactively and passively, actually. And if you identify this group of data, and if you weaponize this group of data to defend your perimeter, this will work. Proactively found new malware resources. They can be blocked. Blocking everything else makes little sense, but this is what good manual work looks like.
В принципе, высокий там инцидент, там, да, приоритетный создать в CM, ну так и.
So you can generate a high priority incident in CM, or you can do this. And my favorite third story is which processes actually work right now. A lot of different feeds, they are about processes that don't work right now. Some of the servers really work right now. But right now, as we speak, they infect something, they have victims, and those vendors who have object telemetry, object-based telemetry, they have this data. So some telemetry comes from the security products, and some telemetry comes from systems. These are two different things. The former, a lot of people have it. and only 2 companies have it on the Russian market. One vendor who has a huge presence in endpoints in Russia and across the world, I think you have guessed. And the second one is the vendor that's present not in the nodes, but between the nodes. I'm not hinting at any company, but there is such a company on the Russian market. Least said, soonest guessed.
Мы будем с вами тоже, тем более у меня тут штука, оказывается, идет таймер. Я только сейчас заметил.
I actually have only noticed the timer. I didn't look at the stopwatch.
Сейчас модно, да? Говорит, тейки можно какие-то.
So, what are the whatever people call it takes or whatever bullet points or takeaways and so on? Quantity is not quality in terms of the TI feeds. This is a bad story for you because you get something that doesn't work, and for us because we have to do a lot of dumb work in order to make you quote-unquote happy. Not solve your problem, but make you happy.
История примеров про ПТ, про джамп-сервера. Это все те самые сценарии.
So all these stories about PT and jump servers when people used auto blocks or high priority incidents or prioritizing other incidents and so on. So if you actually have the use case, you will understand which part of which feed actually makes sense and does useful work for you.
Что дальше делать?
Context should mean what do we do now? And if you don't answer this question, don't use context. Again, a lot of my colleagues say that context should generate playbooks. Probably, that's better, but I think this is generically what do we do next.
Подумать про то, что вы молодцы, вы научились индикаторами работать.
You as customers are already pretty good. You work with indicators. You work with a lot of noise. So let's start using TI detects, and this will enable you to work with multi-vendors. You can take products from different vendors and you will benefit from different points of view on one the same thing. That's all. That's really all from me. I'm ready to answer your questions if you have any.
Микрофон.
Wait for the microphone, please.
Добрый день.
Hi, and thanks for the talk.
Такой вопрос. Вот вы, как я понимаю, выбрали для себя путь стать такой лампочкой check-engine, да, которая...
So actually your company is this check engine lamp that does not light up because the wind has blown in the wrong direction. So you really notify people of serious threats. But what motivates you doing this?
Через 3 часа они поменялись, стали неактивны.
You know the servers of attackers. They're down in 3 hours and new servers are up. So why do you think it makes sense to actually do this rather than give people 10,000 indicators per day? Well, there are 2 answers to this. One, we have GM plans, and we actually have to put foods on the table. And it doesn't make sense to offer the same thing as anyone else. We want to offer something unique. And the second answer, and I think that's more correct, is we don't want to deceive people. We don't want to bullshit people into doing things. Because some of them, we are all virus analytics. We have grown into team leads and so on. We want what we do to do useful things. We still have this enthusiasm for doing good to people. And I think it is really important to say. But GM plans, well, GM plans are GM plans.
Большое спасибо за доклад. На самом деле я бы еще...
Thank you for the talk. I would even add a point, because TI is not just feeds. That's a lot of other things too. And actually, what motivates people doing this it really motivates if you know that you're really protecting people from all the shit that internet is bombarding them with. TI, they are like ants who eat all the dead things in the forest, right? Because your contract may be just on a certain perimeter, and within this perimeter you have the powers to eliminate all the dead things. How do you implement those rights or privileges? And don't you think that this is an element that actually can showcase why TI is useful to a customer?
Прям полностью согласен, то, что вы сказали. Отвечая на вопрос...
Well, I can only agree with your addition, and maybe I misunderstood your question, but I'll answer to the extent I can. All the privileges that we get, they are compliant with the regulation, because no one wants to end up in prison for the foreseeable future. But the value of this,
я уже проговорил, да, в ходе своего доклада, каких-то отличительных именно черт, которыми может пользоваться тот.
The value of this, some distinctive features of that value that a vendor could use. I don't think there is anything else compared to what I said and compared to what you say. So the value is just the same.
Да. Давайте еще один вопрос примем.
Okay, we can accept another question, and then we would need to move on. Thank you for the talk.
Все вот эти компетенции экспертов,
When all this expertise from specific people will convert into TI, into the feeds, and so on and so forth. When does it convert into specific attacks repulsion? Well, when we talk in a pre-sale with a customer, doing things like I'm doing now, and if we see that not just standard data can be used by the customer to cover up their needs, but other vendors may talk about the tactics, the strategic TI, the profiles of malware, and so on. So when we see a clear need and when we understand which need we're covering, I think this is where this conversion happens. Very often, GM plans are much more important if the customer cannot articulate their needs clearly. Thanks, Alexei. Thank you very much. Can you choose the best question? My best question is always the first question, because people need a little bit more courage, believe me, to ask the first question than others. Thank you very much.
Да, друзья, мы продолжаем. И тему TI продолжает Илья. Илья, пожалуйста.
We move on, and we'll talk more about threat intelligence with Ilya.
Всем привет. Так, меня
Hi, everyone.
А то я, кажется, слышу только себя.
Can you hear me well?
Супер. Да, всем привет.
Wonderful.
Меня зовут Илья.
My name is Ilya.
Сильный независимый эксперт. Мой доклад, наверное, хорошо ляжет в продолжение
And probably
Алексея.
my
Про то, что окей, мы
presentation will
говорили, что такое хорошо, что
pick
такое
up
плохо с
from
точки зрения работы
Alexei's presentation.
с
We talked about how we work with indicators, with processes, but how you can actually select, how to select these indicators, these vendors, and not to shoot in your own foot by having to pay millions of rubles.
защищает организацию.
When one brand protects an organization, that's not very good either. A few words about myself.
Если не из старой школы, то из средней школы, да?
I can't say I'm 100% old school, but I'm from mid-school. And at the beginning of my career, I worked with Stuxnet, which I'm proud of, and that motivated me to continue working on the white side. But I worked on different sides, in different camps. I was with OSINT, and I worked with the company producing antiviruses. Then I worked with the team analyzing protectedness, and now, since several years back, I'm with the defense analysis, and now I'm studying attacks and cyber intelligence. And I study different indicators that can compromise a system. But of course, without trying to deceive anyone, I'm sitting at my desk looking at Outlook and place stickers around me. Threat intel. Well, for me, that's a standard meal that you can get at any restaurant. For me, it's the Caesar salad that everyone interprets in their own way. And for me, that's the case of threat intel. As with Caesar, that you can have in different ways. Threat and intel also think that also can be interpreted as OSINT, and whatever angle of attack you take, it's important to make it relevant for you. I represent the client, and it's important for me to see the point of view of the client. Previously on this show, why I decided to talk to you about that. Our way with the TI in our company has been quite long. We implemented the first solutions with TI back in 2019. Then we performed import substitution, but before that we tested out several foreign solutions. Then we played with Russian-made solutions, and then once we selected the platforms, we decided to actually set our mind on the indicators we needed. So we provided feedback to the vendors. We told them what we think, and I'm going to talk about that. In our company, we perform references, we reference things, we share among colleagues our approaches to threat intelligence, to the tools that we use and why we use them. And in fact, today I saw that some people are actually incapable of proving to business management why we need to use threat intelligence and feeds. So let's try and structure that. We can split the positive and negative aspects of working with a TA platform. Indeed, which is great, is that it allows you to detect threats at a very early stage. For instance, today a group hacks into an organization, and within several hours these feeds you can download them and you can start searching for the same activity in your system, and the speed of data being updated is very high. Then we can implement different ISS at our platform, and for instance, you can download CVE feeds and match the vulnerabilities that you have with your host. The platform allows you to do that. But then there are downsides as well. Upsides and downsides, right? With cyber intelligence and threat intelligence, you continuously fight against false positives. Your team
приходится
sometimes
да, то есть уровень
lacks expertise because there is a churn of experts always. Then there is a
да,
level of
могут там заявлять очень
or
много,
the extent to which you can allow your companies to be compromised,
активно
and
справляются с тем потоком событий, который есть.
sometimes you are unwilling to share information, but you cannot cope with your own flow of information. So sometimes these false indicators can bring your system down, or it can be caused by matchings.
Вопрос о том, что
And then, of course,
нередко
going for TI means
вендоров, чтобы что-то
keep working continuously, and the clients indeed continuously push their vendors to get what they want.
что-то хотим
From 2019, we as clients want things from
трехсторонние встречи,
feed
пытаешься доказать.
suppliers, from platform suppliers. We run just endless meetings, and we continuously improve our roadmaps. As a client, I can say that based on references, we were getting different data from our colleagues, from those who work in this domain.
Многим компаниям, ну не многим, наверное, да, большому количеству компаний проводили референс достаточно.
Indeed, many companies that we referenced ourselves against, sometimes they are okay with having a platform with some indicators, and that shows that these indicators are there, and that gives some context.
Даже у зрелых игроков рынка, у которых
And nevertheless, even mature players of the market,
эти платформы и open source,
sometimes they have platforms of their own, platforms that they bought, or when they for example,
мы используем TI платформы.
create their own TI platforms. We, for instance, use a commercial TI platform.
Навязываем нашему вендору
So we
видение ее развития.
continuously impose our vision of its development to our vendor.
В продолжении, да, что также в зависимости от уровня зрелости инфраструктуры,
And then, depending on how mature your infrastructure is and what is your approach to InfoSec,
информации, и как следствие, вот есть
you can use a different fleet
экран до прокси есть.
of equipment that you use in terms of your infrastructure, and
Полезность
the larger your fleet is, the
для блокировки.
higher is
Ну,
your need
да, вот есть облачная TI-платформа.
for running investigations. And, well, once again, there are different solutions, on-premise platforms, cloud platforms. Can that coexist? A few words about that.
Вот, потому что
I have things to say here,
использовали то и другое.
because we used one and the other, and we continue using both solutions. And with cloud platforms, the advantage is that you can access them from any point of the globe,
группировках,
and you can get
всегда
the most recent data about groups. So you can download recent reports. They keep getting updated, and there are sandboxes there that you can use.
для попытки запуска ВПО
You can use them
с разных там
to run
сеттингов, да, там, в том числе
VPO from different settings, including from an IP address that is different that you use. And there are other functions as well. There are other options that help you to move on in cyber intelligence, because market leaders, they provide information about leaks. They
кроме этого
publish logs of stealers,
да, готовящихся атаках.
and they also publish news about the attacks that are underway or are being prepared.
Сейчас кто-то работает по твоей по отрасли, да, либо
And that keeps you
вот
on the same page with what's happening in your community, in your industry, and in that way you are more prepared. In this way you can do more, do better.
возможность накапливать события, их ретроспективно искать. Мы многократно выявляли в ретро спустя там какое-то время,
Keeping your log of events, you can track your own events.
в которых были скомпрометированы другие организации.
And
Вот, но тем не менее,
sometimes that extensive pool of information helped us to find indicators that were used to compromise other companies, and then we found them with our system, so that helped us to protect ourselves. And you can also update your on-premise system, enriching it with other indicator activations. And I've listed several services here, and and of course we are trying to avoid disclosing our internal information. Then, using the on-premise platform, you can use the collection of feed suppliers and compare them, and you can use some private policies and configs in order to create a customized solution to how you work with feeds and the platform itself. And that is also related to scoring and integration. So, how to pick one? The first thing to do is to pilot. That's logical. Based on our references, we know that there was a case when a vendor came to a client and the client right away bought the TI from that vendor, and then the vendor was not ready to work along their roadmap because everyone has their own flexibility, and indeed both cloud platforms and on-premise platforms, they have their upsides and downsides, same for vendors. And if you run a pilot project, you need to look at that, and you need to only trust your own bench and the data you've created yourself. You should look at your network, your virtualization, and your requirements to cybersecurity. Then, once again, you need to consider a different level of flexibility present with different platforms. So you need to have some kind of match or synergy with the vendor you pick. Otherwise, they will not be able to cope with what you need. Especially if you're a large organization with some particular features, they will not be just able to cope up with your pace. There are AI platforms that are very flexible, and then there are other AI platforms that have to be put into a roadmap, and it's very difficult to standardize that, same as Caesar salad. Everyone has their own interpretation of what it should look like. And when we were substituting imported platforms, we tried to pick a great, good, pretty TI platform, but if its functions are lacking, if we can't do simple connectors, then we had to go back to a roadmap. Success criteria. Without that, it's impossible to run an objective comparison. So you need to know your criteria. Sometimes the things you are offered, the things you see, just blind you because there is a brand with history, and you really need to have specific criteria for comparison. And then you need to agree with the vendor about things before you switch to working with them. So you need to be able to negotiate and to see each other's needs and capacities clearly. Or, of course, you can unlock this achievement and create a large hole in your budget. There are also open source formats. There are large companies that use open source versions, but for that, according to us, you need to have a large team who will be able to service that platform, fine-tune that platform. So that's time, money, and a certain level of responsibility.
Вот. Ну, некоторым проще купить, договориться на берегу с
It
вендором,
can be an alternative if it's easier for you to buy
допиливание того, что
this and have continuous support on the side of the vendor who will be maintaining this platform for you.
мы слышали, то, что в среднем можно тоже
References.
к таким тезисам подходить, что можно разделить на 3 уровня зрелости.
Probably,
Да,
generally, we can
кто может использовать там те
identify 3 stages of maturity of companies who are able to use TA platforms. We saw companies who find it easy to be looking for indicators with a platform and
просто какая-то попытка закрыться open-sourceными
and they probably can use and try to just use open source indicators that they pick and try to match. Then there is the middle level of maturity. There we see more integration. They're managing a different type of incidents, a different kind of ISS,
ну, в общем, в целом уже управление
more
процессом.
high quality of filtration and more complex processes, more information. And then advanced level,
Когда у тебя полный зоопарк
that's when you have a full
то есть ты
variety of ISS options, when you can
и какие-то
really transfer everything to a proxy server. You can get lists of events from your ISS.
вот, и тоже формируешь определенную сработку.
You can integrate all that with your CM, EDR.
Потом еще мониторишь в широком смысле.
You continuously top up your database of
Красивые отчетики делаешь.
the things you hunt and you monitor the threats that are relevant for you,
Но для
because it all has to have a purpose.
не все себе, наверное, еще подросли. Вот, далеко не все.
Well, probably not everyone reached that level of maturity.
В команде есть,
That's the level
в частности, когда
when the team of the client, we're talking about the client, already has a team of threat hunters,
еще
probably not necessarily with the SOC somewhere else, but they're able to manage the information flow to see what things are relevant and which things are not relevant.
да. Вроде как с TI платформой разобрались,
So what's about indicators?
подойти к ее выбору. Вот, но как же быть синдикатом?
It looks like now it's clearer
Контекст.
regarding the platforms, but
Быстренько пробежимся по
how to deal with indicators. So let's see as
индикаторам.
how you can handle
Мы
that.
в предыдущих слайдах провели
As I've already mentioned,
пилот 7
here
коммерческих отечественных поставщиков.
also ran a pilot with 7 Russian commercial vendors.
Для себя подчерпнули.
And in fact, we learned a lot of interesting things.
Обо всем рассказали.
Unfortunately, I have to present all that in a sanitized version or in the aggregated version. But generally, I can compare the situation to that. It's like, oh, you know, I paid a lot of money for commercial indicators and I got these indicators from top companies. Why do I need to check connectors and see what is being downloaded? Why testing? Why do I need to continue looking at what is inside those indicators? Let's download everything and let's just pour it all into our ISS, let it all match, and I will be able to detect and block all the VPNs, all the transfers through phishing links. But you know what happens if you do that. You know what happens if you don't clean that. You'll get a call. I'm sorry, in our company the connection is down, internet is down in your company. And unfortunately, that's a true story. And then that's it. So here what's important is to consider while working with any feeds, no matter what the brand is and what their history is, everyone makes mistakes. Humans make mistakes. And it's in this way that we learn. We did detect mistakes with API suppliers, with platforms. We saw mistakes of engineers who tried to use these documents to set systems, and all that led to problems. And if
большая у них история или
The feed vendors, no matter how big and
только при предметном
old the company is,
там кто-то может
all the mistakes,
определенный тип
they can only be revealed when you
раскрывать все карты.
start using the system.
При их незрелом использовании всем кажется, что все окей. 2 года
And
может быть окей, а потом приходит
when you start using these indicators, if these indicators are fresh and are not tested out, if you've only used them for 2 years, it may be okay, but then
данные, которые нельзя ни в
bugs start surfacing, and sometimes you just come across some data that
бывает разные, бывают очень широкие или наоборот очень
parts that should not be used.
при этом там есть определенные ошибки, которые просто будут усложнять и даже
Sometimes, indeed, indicators lack context, but at times these are real mistakes that should not have happened.
там эти проблемы.
That's on the vendor's side, and you need to be in sync with your vendor to fix these bugs quickly. And
Если вы используется поставщик фидов, молодая какая-то компания,
if you use a young company, a former startup, to get your feeds,
можно с очень большим
an ambitious startup though, there you can run into serious problems at the very early stages, starting from documentation,
вместо
ending up
фишинга польется белые списки.
with situations when you'll start getting whitelists through API at 3 a.m.
В этот момент у тебя налажена уже отработанная интеграция, выстроена
And for instance, you have your integration in place, all the scorings are set, you are blocking all the
поставщика начинают приходить
malicious domains through your proxy, but then the supplier starts sending you legitimate domains, and that's something that you do not expect. And to block that,
там что-нибудь еще, и люди приходят на работу там в 9
and you block
и у них ничего не открывается.
Interfax and
И хорошо, если ты там не заблокировал
other well-known websites, and well,
у тебя есть отдельный фид
then your
высоким уровнем
people in your office will not be able to open any website.
внимательно их отслеживать, попытки связи с вредоносной инфраструктурой.
Or, for instance, sometimes you have fresh
Скачалось
C2C service,
поставщика фидов.
but then the next morning you see that
Вот.
2,000
Пошло не так. Что-то обновили ночью.
IPs were downloaded because something went wrong, because there was an update that was run during the night time, and then the system
Да, проблема еще
went down.
когда попадают легитимные домены.
Another problem is when legitimate domains get into collections that are meant to that should be detected or blocked, and that runs the platform mad because it starts matching
легитимному домену, потому что на него прямо сейчас.
the alerts that generates,
Вот. И как следствие
because these domains are used by the people in your office, and the platform can go down, and it can put the proxy server down.
например, да, если вы там загружаете
Or, for instance, if you download specific indicators,
софта в этих индикаторов
there,
орфографическими ошибками.
for instance, some software can be tagged with, and that name has an error.
Вы можете так, допустим, пропустить какую-то важную там.
That can cause you're missing
Имеет смысл
an important thing.
методику оценки фидов. Я сейчас быстро
And then you need to
плюс
use a methodology to assess feeds.
уникальность.
These are the methods that we use. We assess uniqueness, the quality and speed of interaction with the supplier, with the vendor, the number of activations, and all the other different parameters that you can use.
И там и частота обновления. Ну,
the update frequency.
Это все позволяет реально и
quite a few. And all that allows you to objectively and realistically
действительно несет в себе
detect the things that first
это релевантные угрозы, потому что
are of value for you. Then you detect relevant threats, and that's why we actually ran pilots with our vendors, because all the vendors, they have their strength in different areas. Some are strong in phishing, others are strong with hashes, and yet others are good with the regulators' bulletins. and you don't have to go through all of that manually. So it's up to you to pick the vendor who's relevant for you. Commercial vendors can use open sources, and usually that's the case, but it's important for these open sources to be true, to be valid. Not all the vendors are ready to adapt to your needs, to your requirements, and it's important who you are going to work with.
И иногда ты понимаешь, что когда есть какой-то проблемный кейс
And then,
использования фидов,
if you see that when working with feeds, there is a
мискоммуникации, когда
problem, a problematic case, and
одно, на другое письмо
there is some
уже другое.
miscommunication, and about one and the same ticket you get two different responses. That again indicates the maturity of the vendor.
Покроется одним поставщиком, потому что вот у вас
And,
такая экономика, такая инфраструктура, такая узнаваемость.
In fact, usually 80 or 90% of your needs can be covered by one vendor, because, for instance, that vendor covers exactly the economic activity that you are engaged in.
Заказчиков и компаний это прям важно.
And yes, once again, for large companies, for large clients, it's important for the vendor to be aware of the regulators' documentation and bulletins.
Так и фидов. У всех мы встречали те или иные ошибки, но
Running pilots with TI platforms and feeds, we did come across mistakes everywhere, but you need to be ready for that. And then you need to be aware that you can't just get an out-of-the-box solution. You can't take it from the vendor and apply it as it is 100%. You need to first test the solution out. If you have some testing perimeter, testing range, first use it there. And then
изобилуют в основном как раз-таки open-source данными. И
some vendors indeed use a lot of open source data, and they try to sell that data for large money, for a lot of money. So it's great to have an opportunity to compare open source data to what you get from your vendor and see how much of open source they use. All that helps you to transform your scoring and to bring down the number of falses. And in fact, you can find this presentation following that link, and then there are lists of free of charge indicators. You can test that out as well. There is a trick with free of charge indicators. They are not always relevant for Russia, and the data there doesn't get updated very frequently, including false positives. You need to be able to clean them and sieve them effectively as well, and vendors should be able to do that effectively as well. And finally, stealers logs. That's a trendy thing, and right now, penetration testing groups, they use stealers logs to get interesting results. They send them through API, and you can set an interesting process in your TIP platform to track that as well. And in this way, you can still block an attack, even if it goes through only one account. Thank you so much. That's it from me. Thank you, Ilya.
За вопросы у нас спикер.
I would like to remind you again that for good questions, our speakers give out books.
Желательно только побыстрее, потому что мы уже не в тайминге.
Do we have questions from the audience?
Какой по вот вашему опыту в среднем срок жизни IOCO в зависимости от его категории?
Could you please say what's the lifetime of
включить презентацию. Смотрите, здесь первый факт я расскажу. Во-первых, уровень поставщику определяется по результатам его использования. Вообще,
Thanks for your question.
про доверие. А
The
уровень
trust to your vendor is defined by using their product, and as to the lifetime, well,
за деньги, да? То
that
есть
depends. We see that with commercial vendors to whom you pay money,
вам отгружать DOS IP,
some of them they
установлен TTL 30
send you DOS IPs with the 30 days of TTL. I think it's too much. During these 30 days, that IP will be can be a
выставляем
pen tester, a counterparty. Well, in fact, that
сложнее, тут зависит
too
от провайдеров. Но
long.
для прокси, давайте скажу так, для прокси
We usually
10 дней можно поставить.
set it to 3 days. For proxy, it's 5 to 10 days.
Да, хэши это перманентно.
And for hashes, well, of course, that you do continuously because they can be white, they can be bad.
Да, в нашей платформе,
C2 service, for that you need a month.
если это IP-шник,
On our platform, we use the following rule. If it's an IP, if this is not a DOS, if it's a phishing domain, a C2 server, then for 30 days it will be matched
60 дней еще будет в платформе.
with indicators, and then for 60 days it will be on the platform,
Попадет.
just to be able to match in case it gets in. And 60 days, I mean retrospectively. So 3 days,
Когда вот
giving a short answer to my question.
вас подломить. Но,
Well,
знаете, я
yes,
хочу хлеб отбирать.
when, for instance, some bad guys want to disrupt your operations,
DOS, когда пытаются куда-то
yeah, probably when you have a DDoS attack, when you have a tunnel put through the proxy service, that it's a matter of several days. Thank you.
Да, и давайте еще один вопрос.
Just one question.
Приветствую, зовут меня Глеб.
Hi, my name is Gleb. I'm a vendor of feeds who deal with DDoS.
Есть IP-адреса, которые с прошлого года засветились в атаке, они
There are IP addresses that were
рекомендация максимум туда не смотреть.
got detected last year, and we would recommend to set it not longer than for a week.
Очень много легитима пихать.
And
Очень много IP-шников
in
начинают.
fact, what to do if you see a lot of legitimate actions and indeed many IP addresses get blocked? When can you start filtering that?
Если какой-то вендор начинает резко тебе слать
That looks like a supply
используем вот эту методичку, там
chain when a vendor sends you a lot of IOCs that get matched. But then you can use this file that sets your level of trust.
индикатор и скорингом ты его
Because
считаешь по формуле. Это значит,
you can score,
доверие, который
you can get your own scoring and set your own level of trust independently on what vendor sent you. So you take the information from vendor, you add your
для тебя уровень
coefficients of trust
потому что у нас
and your scoring, and then you get the trust, the level of trust, which is relevant for you, because we do have vendors who still allow bugs, so you need some automated solutions there. But is it an automated solution with TI platform? Because we have integrated middleware that filters these things out.
для TI-платформы.
We have an add-on for a TI platform, and this add-on does this rescoring of the indicators that were downloaded.
В бюллетене в стек это 100%, да?
Depending on the scoring that we get,
А все остальное, допустим, по коммерческим
for
поставщикам.
instance, for a stack bulletin, it's 100%, but for commercial vendors, we check, we
Те, у кого много
correct them to our level of trust. And those who give fewer falses, they have better trust. Well, I can say that a middleware that can filter these things out for you can be useful as well. Okay, thank you for your comment. Thank you, Ilya.
Выбери, пожалуйста, лучший вопрос.
Ilya, which question do you pick?
Последнему
Probably the big goes to the last
Да, давайте
speaker.
благодарим за вопрос.
Okay. Thank you for your question.
Спасибо вам за интерес, за то, что вы все...
Guys, thank you so much for your interest. Thank you for staying with us, for being with us.
Тому опыту, которым с вами делятся наши докладчики, я приглашаю на сцену очередного нашего спикера.
And now I would like to invite to the stage the next speaker.
Почему РМ, Володь? РТ.
РТ и Б.
РТ информационная безопасность. Всем привет.
Okay. The company is RTIB. Well, I understand that it's been a long day, and thank you for still staying with us. I don't know. I don't know whether I was put last because I'm really speaking fast. Well, I think it will take less than 15 minutes. So since, well, we are having this session, it's called SOC Lifehacks, and everyone's talking about feeds and TI and feeds and TI and feeds and so on. We also are vendors of feeds. I think it was done deliberately. I also have TIs everywhere. But I think it is TI plus AI and whatever I. Well, of course, we really seriously think that artificial intelligence should be there somewhere. So, the overall conclusion is how to see the whole infrastructure around the SOC. Well, one option was to go and buy an already mature provider. So I'm Alexei Zhukov. I'm head of RT ProTech at RT, and since we know that there is a war for talent, I have to double as product owner and take a pick the work I do. Well, let's start with the trends. Why do we need to see all this infrastructure? Because we have a lot of trends, and artificial intelligence is a great help there, and it makes development for malware much cheaper, and phishing can be replicated with AI pretty cheaply, and this is why they bombard us with the different attacks. And some talks have been written by AI already, and this is the most trendy thing.
До сих пор хочу обратить внимание, что до сих пор 25-й год у нас уже середина, прокси до сих пор используется.
However, we still, as you see, use RCE, even though it's 2025 and ports remain open and people forget things. So you've got to increase your infrastructure coverage as much as possible. Not just the SOC, but IBs, InfoSecs, they may not even have the SOCs, but they still have to cover their infrastructure. When there are different levels on the malware side, cyber hooligans, scammers, cyber mercenaries and APTs, in order to address them, people especially who work and prepare for half a year for a single attack. So this is our idea of what you need to have in your infrastructure. I do agree with Ilya. You have to reach a certain level of maturity to really protect your infrastructure. So if you want to see the entire infrastructure, you need to look at it from the outside and from the inside if you want to have an integrated view. So this is the first time you see TI here, yes? So we need an EASN, which is the receiver of those TI feeds and scans for vulnerabilities, decides what may be dangerous and so on, and looks at the leaks that it identifies and whether the leaks are related to the ports that open and to the traffic that was generated and so on and so forth. This is the external view of the infrastructure. And of course, you always find new things, interesting things, and so on.
Какая есть, да, должна как-то на это реагировать.
And of course, the InfoSec and SOCs need to respond to that. Now, the view from inside.
РТИБ, что DDR-центричный подход он сейчас выигрывает, и должны быть агенты EDR.
EDR-centric approach wins. Everyone needs to have EDR agents. And of course, in the next slide, I will have an EDR with AI. And it's really a must-have because there is a lot of telemetry, the data becomes more complex, and so on and so forth. I can't say about geometrical progression, but it's close to that.
EDR куда должен был подключиться?
And
Конечно, он должен получать
to what is your EDR to be connected? Of course,
да, вот, например,
attack indicators.
особенно если SOC в рамках
Especially if you have a SOC with the SSP, you need always to feed it on the fresh attack indicators.
подключена. И
And again, you need TI
по нескольким моделям, вот, соответственно, EDR
analyzed across several models for preference.
телеметрию и превентивно реагирует, смотрит, какие
And you need to respond preventively again. You need to see which cross connections you have between the hosts, and you can really identify that something that EDR just cannot do.
какой-нибудь агент, который
And if you have an AI agent that may identify RDSs and all the other information that may go unnoticed, this is something that a human being just cannot do. If your infrastructure has 1,000 hosts, you get 1,000 problems.
правда, местами слайды перепутал, или маркетологи
I've mixed up the slides, or my marketing mixed up the slides. So you need to first resolve your issue with shadow IT. Shadow IT is a very painful story when you don't know
создается мнимое ощущение.
what you're running, and therefore you get a false sense of security.
С Володей вырос из того, что как покрыть-то всю инфраструктуру.
One of the presentations from Volodya and myself actually grew out of this shadow IT problem.
Решение по внешке и по внутренке.
So now you have an integrated view.
Решение NTA
So you have the scanning modules of LASM, then NTA solutions for anomalies and IT assets identification, VM EASM, and AI analyzers ideally should feed this to SOAR and or any similar system, which actually analyzes all the feeds and says this is the top of hosts with problems, this is top of hosts with vulnerabilities, and so on. There are some legacy systems. Not all systems you can protect with hardware, and there are a lot of high complexity systems
где-то просто невозможно поставить с точки зрения
where you just can't install anything because of the workload, or where you just are afraid of changing anything.
каким-то политикам поставить.
Or just some policies or some beliefs, for example, personal beliefs of a CIO, they just prevent you from installing an EDR agent everywhere.
В итоге, кто сам?
So where do you land actually with all this?
Мы должны получить сводную.
If you are mature, you get aggregated statistics, aggregated analytics,
Дополнительный контекст помогает.
with AI agents, of course, which give us additional context. I would agree with Alexei, who spoke before me, that even AI agent tells you a huge story about what may happen. An analyst will just not be able to read this. But of course, you have to teach your analysts in the first place.
Обрабатывает, так сказать, данные, которые, неохота никому читать, да, она заниматься.
While AI processes the data that no one actually wants to read, an analyst would have to do that anyway, and otherwise they would not see the context behind this.
Невозможно одним решением, если только это у вас не 20-30 компаний.
It's impossible to see the whole infrastructure from one place, unless you just run 20 to 30 machines.
Редко кому удается, я сказал, по каким причинам.
And it's a rare thing when you have antivirus protection in all endpoints. So this is why you need a complex of solutions to help the specialist. Well, this is how it kind of looks like, because they forced us to follow the PhD format. So all this needs to work with all this, all the analyzers, all connectors, and everything should go and flow. And you can see TI plus AI is in the center of this. Even though you might think SOAR should be there. AI analyzer should be there, and it will be there within a couple of years, because with this number of systems and with this number of data generated exponentially growing every year, no one, especially with the current war for talent, which we're losing, no one will cope. So this is the ideal infrastructure for a mature SOC. I think we have arrived there, and I am ready to answer your questions. Thank you very much for keeping with us, for bearing with us, because it's a Friday night and you're still here.
Спасибо. Друзья, ваши вопросы? Микрофон, пожалуйста.
Спасибо за доклад. Было кратко, интересно, содержательно.
Thank you for the talk. It was brief but interesting and rich. I think it's my vision and roadmap for the coming 5 years. I hope so.
Мне понравилось, кстати, как в пирамиде, после второго кирпичика пропал патч-менеджмент.
Actually, on your pyramid, there was no patch management after the second layer. So you don't do patch management? Well, how did you see that? Well, the screen is just near me. Actually, there should be an AI agent who will do that for you.
В принципе, не маленькая
Well, ROS Technology is not a small company.
Вы считаете, АИ, ИИ, там кому как больше нравится.
So what do you think about AI seriously?
Обработать.
Will it be feasible for AI to cover this infrastructure? I think it will not be feasible for anyone but AI. And AI analyzers, they could actually identify who is trying to hack where, because any SOC is limited with its human resources. We have 810,000 endpoints. And I think AI is indispensable here.
Было ли такое, что
but
ваш СОК замечал
question from experience.
атаку именно на всю группу компаний?
Have you identified an attack on the entire group of companies? Well, it happens all the time. All those email phishing, it's all the same. I've been asked this question about the industry-wide SOC. Well, there are some business systems that are specific for Rostec, and some people try to attack us you see that they were preparing to attack us. It's like Defense Ministry, the Industry Ministry, and so on and so forth. But you know, phishing is really something that everyone has to confront with. Have you found out anything specific for you? Well, there is phishing attack on corporate proprietary distributed systems. I can't give you all the details, but for example, you have a head corporation, but they have to run a system from a second company managed by a third company. The companies are different, the relationships are different, but the system actually is interconnected. And if one company is infected, there is a risk, a huge risk, that the other company is also infected. And systems are quite complicated. And we can see some attacks that are very kind of in a pinpoint manner. They are targeting those systems. Thank you for the question.
Да, Алексей, спасибо за доклад. Вопрос.
Yes.
Есть такая концепция
Thank you.
Your own device. Принеси свое собственное устройство, которое
What do you think about bring your own device?
использует различные устройства, которые
People using their personal non-domain devices to access corporate systems. Do you use softer policies or the same policies with agents and so on versus BYOD? We as SOC or we as provider? Well, as a SOC.
Байот мы не поддерживаем.
We do not support BIOD, and we don't allow it.
Это не устройство там разработчика, но
If it's not a developer's own computer remotely committing things in a specific sandbox. So we mandate a specific hard disk and so on and so forth. Our SOC analysts work only within the building, they wear gas masks all the time and so on.
я так вот, кроме разрабов, не готов, мне кажется, дать на самосознание.
I'm not actually ready to give anyone this opportunity to access corporate systems with BioD. Only with an AI agent. Yeah.
Только поддержать, да, как я услышал.
Yes, I can only support the speaker. So again, even if this is a remote developer, they can only connect through an EDR agent and through a specific hard disk. Yes. So they would go to a VLAN which is limited and they use their hard drive, and it is their specific hard drive through Ubuntu and so on. The question is, how do we control whether they have connected not from the Ubuntu but from any other device? But we can think of certificates that they can exchange when they connect. But you can fantasize about that. For a very long time, you can visit our booth tomorrow and we can talk about that further. Any other questions, please? Okay, thank you. Pick the best question. Yes, the first question was best. Yeah.
Давайте поблагодарим.
Okay, let's thank your winner for the best question and have a nice evening. And last but not least,
Прошу.
Elena.
Коллеги, всем привет.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for coming, and thank you for staying with us so late.
Как можно и как нужно
The topic of my talk is how we use and how we should use scripts in a SOC. I'm Elena Ponomareва, a couple of words about myself.
Я свыше 10 лет.
I've been for more than 10 years in cybersec. I have worked on the vendor side and on the SI side, and I've been focusing on SOC consulting for several years, so I think I have the full understanding of the problems companies may run into when they build their SOCs, how to create the really working processes and services, and what needs to be done to make sure that the processes work really effectively, how they can be relaunched and transformed if needed.
Итак, начнем. Допустим, мы проделали огромный.
Let's imagine that you have covered a really long journey and you are finally at that level of maturity when you have implemented all the technological solutions, and if you are pursuing a process model, we have stabilized our processes, or we have stabilized our services if you wish to do that, and we have all the responsible persons and we know who's responsible for what, and we have set up all the scheduled tasks, and you may relax and think that this is the final point, and now, from now on, everything will be easy and relaxed, and kind of all the lights will be on, and that will be automatic. In fact, this is when it all only starts, and life, of course, goes on.
У нас есть экосистема.
So what you have is an ecosystem, because I've told you we are mature. We have CIM, NTA, IRP, EDR, VM, everything you can imagine.
Нашим аналитикам что-то постоянно не хватает.
Our analysts still say that they need more.
Все-таки коробочных решений нам недостаточно.
So off-the-shelf solutions don't work, and we
смогли автоматизировать.
We want to start building something in-house to automate some routine transactions.
К сожалению, не все
But the problem is,
кейсы у нас поддерживаются из коробочных версий.
the problem is that not all company-specific cases can be supported by off-the-shelf products.
Кастомно делать либо
And if you want to automate, you either wait or come up with a lot of money.
мы просто потратим.
And if you do things manually, we will invest a lot of time of our analysts, which is much better invested in investigating incidents.
Здесь есть отличное решение, есть скрипты, да, это
Scripts are a solution.
дополнительно, но при этом
Scripts always come up on top of everything else. But it is a great help in integrating a system with another system that is not particularly friendly, or matching
мы сможем
two different systems from two different vendors,
с EDR, да,
good integration with the CM or EDR,
использовать под
a lot of small automations.
аналитиков.
So, and scripts can be written for analysts in order to make their life easier as well.
Все мы прекрасно
A small example.
у наших аналитиков есть множество задач, есть регулярные.
We all know that our analysts have a lot of tasks, some of them regular, daily, weekly, monthly.
Периодически растянутые во времени,
Some of them are really stretched in time
каким-то образом отслеживать, да, плюс ко всему
and hard to track.
проблема, что сотрудники
And of course, you have the problem that people move from one line to another, people rotate across the company, and
отслеживать выполнение тех или иных задач.
the issue is how do we track the progress of a certain task?
Трекер, да, он нам поможет.
A task tracker looks like an obvious solution,
Решение из коробки под
only it isn't.
отслеживание
Again, not all off-the-shelf solutions support task tracking.
задач, но не факт, что в workflow будут их поддерживать, да, и не
So,
факт, что мы опять не
A
столкнемся.
huge amount of tasks that workflows don't support, and we face with the same situation when, again, people move teams,
Эти задачи выполнять.
and no one is suddenly responsible for a particular task that was initiated half a year, 3 months, 4 months before.
Уведомлять всех необходимо.
This is what a script can do.
И, соответственно,
Track timelines, send notifications, and escalate if some of the deadlines are not met.
отправится уведомление.
A script can also be written to send an alert if a task has not been closed
Стоит обратить
in
внимание,
good time.
в первую очередь, здесь в качестве источников данных можно использовать календарь и тот самый
You can use calendars and task trackers as
отличная штука.
sources of data. Even if you don't plan
Нашим
to
аналитикам
use scripts, calendars are
сколько уведомлений.
in themselves great things because they will send notifications at least.
Задачи и сроки
So
можно отлично использовать.
you really can use all those calendars as data sources.
С помощью скриптов мы получим уведомления
Scripts can integrate this with SOC tools,
события для аудита и, соответственно,
alerts into the messaging apps,
у нас будет задачка.
task manager, the task in a task manager, and a ticket in CM.
Что еще интересное, можно подсвечивать действительно критичные задачи, да, можно
And you can additionally highlight highly critical tasks, like give them color coding,
те задачи,
and set up additional
выполненный срок, приходили.
reports to make sure the C-level is notified of the broken deadlines.
Также использовать еще в процессах. Всем прекрасно
Now, how to use that in processes?
беда,
Everybody knows that managing your assets is always painful.
знать,
It is always very complicated to actually know what you have in your infrastructure, what it is that you're actually protecting, because different sources come up with different data.
которые
And there is always some Excel spreadsheet on a disconnected computer and so on. And you've got to understand what do you protect actually at this moment. And SOC just can't protect what it doesn't know exists. Again, scripts can be of great help here. If you get different data from different systems, for example, we have scanned the system, so CMDB has part of the data. CMDB does not have part of the data. A script can really consolidate all the data. Of course, what you can also do, you can give this task to a lot of analysts and ask them to compare all the Excel spreadsheets from the different sources. But if you write a script, you at least won't distract people from actually responding to incidents. And you will avoid the human factor. Because people make mistakes, and if they make mistakes, that some other people need to check what the first bunch of people had made mistakes on, and so on. So scripts will really help you on what the truth looks like. Another thing you can filter out with scripts is obsolete information.
И, соответственно, если мы обнаружим конфликты,
and if you find a conflict of data,
владельцы разные указаны, разные операционные,
different owners for the same thing, different operating systems, and so on,
все это увидеть и все это подсветить.
At least the script will highlight such conflicts.
Выявить все расхождения, автоматически обновить нашу
So highlighting the mismatches, automatically
права.
Updating the CMDB, of course, if you have the rights, and log all the actions. It's very important to remember that everything should be logged, scripts should be run routinely with certain frequency, and if we have identified, for example, test servers once, we don't analyze them next time.
Делать, как же нам скрипты писать. Здесь возникает...
So how to write scripts? There are several ways to do this.
И сразу же возникает в голове история про то, что в штат нужно посадить еще кучу
Does that mean that you need to hire special developers for script writing? The answer is no. If you can code with Python, good. If you can use off-the-shelf tools, also good. And there are a lot of low-code platforms, some Russian, some international, that actually give you the minimal variance between the different script writers. Security needs to be secure. So these people need to remember about the principle of security code, the principle of providing the least assets and the least privileges. And again, you log all the actions. This is very important.
Ключевые выводы.
What are the key takeaways? The first thing I would like to say is that everyone is currently saying that SOC without automation is inefficient, and I agree with that. It's obvious. But you got to remember that there are some technological solutions that form the fundamentals of a SOC. Scripts can only fine-tune some processes that either don't work or don't work exactly as we want.
Если умеем, пишем код, делаем это правильно, да? Если нет, используем готовый.
So a script can be written by an analyst, provided they know how to do this, or at least there should be an algorithm and a clear formulation of the target task. Colleagues, thank you very much for your time. I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Друзья.
Okay, friends, do you have questions?
Тогда спасибо всем вам большое.
If not, thank you all. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for staying here to the very end. Thank you for listening to all this. Thank you and goodbye.